The Broncos, say whatever you want, they're 8-2. And when you get to these weeks, week 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, you got injuries. Patrick Surtain's down. It's all across the league. If you could find a way to win, even if it's ugly like this, it's a win.
One game in the next 23 days. They have plenty of time to get healthy.
You are without doubt the worst
8-2 football team
I've ever heard of.
But you have heard of me.
We just going to do that one every single week there, Nelly? Yeah. You won. Doesn't it feel like it? I already did this earlier this week. So I don't want to do this again. But it's kind of like everything I was saying earlier in the week that I was scared about and that made me nervous and isn't good enough is that again. And thank God, Vance Joseph is Steve Buscemi in Billy Madison. Because at the end of each game, you're just looking at him going, thank God I called that guy. Now, his side of the football team is very obviously more talented. I just want to know what you guys think, okay? I want to know what you think. Because I don't want to come on here and poo-poo all over a win, because I do think there is a huge amount of credit that needs to be given to that defense overall and Vance Joseph for, I don't think we quite recognize, especially in a game like that, how difficult that is to overcome for a defense. That you won a game by giving up 7 points when you were put in miserable position over and over and over again. The touchdown that was scored was because the punt went 30 yards. 30. The offense started the game with 4 consecutive 3-and-outs. Crawshaw shanked the... I've never seen a punt like it in my life that goes off his shin. And I know it was windy yesterday. I played golf before the game. I felt how windy it was. I didn't see the other punter have that problem on the Raiders, where it's going off his shins. And the concerns that I had about this team were simple. If you cannot move the ball consistently and your special teams make mistakes, it's too much pressure on your defense. It's too much. And to their credit, my God, are they a stalwart unit. I mean, I don't know any other defense in the league. Like, I know the Houston Texans are statistically up there as like the number 1 defense or whatever. They don't have to deal with some of the stupid stuff that happens on special teams the way that the Broncos defense does. That puts them in a spot where you're like, well, how would they not score? But how many times did we see it? So they got the early touchdown off of it. Okay, great. But, I mean, you have a punt that's shanked and you're starting on the 43-yard line. And you have the Raiders go -4 yards to stay out of field goal range. How many times did they start on your end of the field? I mean, they started another drive at the 50. You get the ball that bounces up in the air and is picked off by Dondre Tillman. That is keeping points off the board consistently in positions where they probably should score. Even the final drive of the game, guys. The drive, it starts at Denver's 45. You're about, in that wind, let's call it 10 yards away. Really, I'd say 15 yards from like an iffy field goal. And they hold him to a 15-yard drive, and he misses the kick. This defense deserves an immense amount of credit to overcome everything that every other unit can't do. Special teams, offense, all of it. But that doesn't work against the Chiefs. And that doesn't work against the Bills. I don't get it. And I don't want to sit here and be Mr. Complainer after a win. Like, you've won 7 straight games. You've won 10 straight home games. You got the best record in the NFL. But in the earnest honesty that I want to portray on this show, every time I open up this microphone, I don't want to be somebody who says something that I don't believe, because that's not what I got into this for. I got into this to say my opinion, and you can call me an idiot if you want to, but once it leaves my lips, just know this, it's how I truly feel. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really nervous about your quarterback right now. I haven't seen Bo Nix look comfortable in weeks. He refuses to set his feet. I don't know if there's a single throw that he made with his feet set under him yesterday. And let's not pretend the Raiders' defense is the 85 Bears. I mean, there's moments he has a pocket he can step up into, and he doesn't. His first instinct is kind of roll out of the pocket. I don't know what's going on there, because it's not like the offensive line is getting beat like a drum. That's not happening. But you have this run game that looks like it's pretty good. Like, and I'll give you, there's a multitude of things that we're going to talk about today, especially in regards to the offense. But I think the most important detail in all this, your quarterback is rattled as hell. There is not a single point in that game where I thought he looked comfortable. We all kind of felt, I don't know if you guys felt the same way I did. You're watching the game and the Broncos offense is struggling. You're like, I've seen this movie before. Okay. I know what this looks like. And then the fourth quarter hit and you're up 10-7. First thing that happens in the fourth quarter is you have the Raiders starting a drive after you kick your field goal to go up 10-7. And reminder, the Broncos started one drive from the 33-yard line, 33 yards away from a score after you pick the ball off. And after a lack of any sort of positive play on offense mixed in with an offensive pass interference call on Troy Franklin, that ball now moves out of field goal range. So you punt the ball away. And then the Raiders get it back. They go 3 and out, and your special teams actually does something cool. They block the punt, which puts you at the 12-yard line. And you move the ball -2 yards. And that's how you got to 10-7. But in the fourth quarter, you're up 3. The Raiders receive the kick, and they proceed to go 3 and out. My thought was, okay, judging off past history, this is where the Broncos start to pull this game away. They start to figure things out in the fourth quarter. For whatever reason, they settle down a little bit, and then they make some plays happen. But you followed that up with a 3 and out. You got to punt again. And then Bo Nix does the inexplicable. It's that second interception. The deep ball to Troy Franklin that is just why? What's the point there? And should have honestly cost you an opportunity to win the game. Like, that allowed the Raiders to get in field goal range, and they missed. Because all the things that you don't do well, neither do the Raiders. But I'm really nervous about quarterback play right now. I don't know how to evaluate the Broncos. They're a good team. They close games out. They do some things really well. And the things that they don't, they're really bad at. And I feel like there's frustrations within the room that are compounding on top of each other. Because let me ask you a question. You have a drive that feels like it's moving. It's the first one that kind of felt like you got a rhythm. And it's because you were running the football effectively. So here's the drive I'm talking about. It's at the midway, beginning through the third quarter. Dobbins with a 7-yard run. You run the ball a couple of more times, you pick up a first down. You hit Adam Prentice on this little swing route out the backfield, and he picks up a first down. You run the ball again with Dobbins, 7 yards, 2 yards, 7 yards, 7 yards to Harvey. You're moving the football. Harvey with another 7-yard run after a penalty on Wattenberg. So 7-yard run on 2nd and 8. You're picking up like 7 yards a carry. And on 3rd and 1, this is a no-brainer, right? Here's what we're going to do. We're starting to smash the football down their throat. Let's give them the football again. Let's go right at the Raiders. We'll pick up the first down, keep these chains moving. And then it becomes the double pass to Sutton on 3rd and 1. What are we doing? Like, I think the frustration is now boiling over to, why the hell would you make that play call on 3rd and 1? What was Sean Peyton thinking at that time? You just watched your team shove the football down their throat for like 8 straight plays. It's 3rd and 1. Give Dobbins the rock. And it's a double pass. Again, I don't even understand the strategy. So I understand, the second interception was Franklin's tip pass, which felt like some sort of cosmic intervention of the football gods after Ashton Genty did the same thing earlier. I'm just telling you, I don't want to be the guy who complains after a win again. But if you aren't feeling this way, I don't know what to tell you. It's too much to put on your defense every week. I'm like, hey, man, it was a windy day. It was a short week. And okay. You can't stress your defense like this. It's not fair to them. And I am the guy, like, I understand there's teams that have strengths and weaknesses, and sometimes you got to look at your strength and be like, dude, you got to carry us. But it can't happen every minute of the game, of every game. So obviously there's a lot to get to here on this Bud Light Football Friday. And I want to hear from you guys. Text, call, don't care. I want to know where you're at. Because on Monday, I had this same sort of tone, and I was told I was being a hater, and oh, they keep winning. What are you complaining about? Stop complaining after a win. And I don't want to be like upset about it. But what pisses me off is when you have a defense like this, I don't want to waste it. And it feels like you're like on track for that right now. For a really, really good football team that does some things that are necessary to winning really well. Good defense, or amazing defense in closing out games. They do those things at an elite level. But is the other stuff just so bad right now that it's going to throw the rest of it out of whack? That it's going to make it not matter? That it's going to cancel it out? So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I want to hear from you. Keep the text coming through. Like I said, phone lines are open as well. A lot to discuss. The really good about the defense. And then the number of things offensively and special teams that need to get fixed. We'll get to it next.
So another 3rd and short upcoming for the Broncos. Trying to adjust to the outside, backwards pass. Now you've got Sutton, and he gets taken down. So a play that, frankly, looked badly designed and certainly badly executed.
Listen, it's a play we've had up, and it's short yardage. So, it's a misdirect. We've called this before. They did a good job peeling on the running back, and so, when it works, it looks great. Cortland was smart not throwing it. That's exactly what happened. All right, thank you.
But why then? That's all I ask. Why then? Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
Did you like the part where he goes, "Oh, that plays great when it works"?
Oh yeah.
Hey, thanks for the update. Back to you guys at the desk.
I actually like the actual play. Okay, that didn't work. I don't have an issue with the actual play. Like you're trying to catch the defense off guard. Your basic offense isn't working. You want to mix something up. I actually understand that part of it. I get it. But why then? When you've ran the ball for like 7 yards of carry on that drive and it's 3rd and 1.
Brett, do you see what I'm doing with my hands right now? Can you see this?
Looks like touchdown Jesus.
I'm kind of going for that pose. I'm also showing you about how far apart 3 feet is.
Yeah, I know.
If you wanted to travel this distance, would you start by throwing the ball backwards 10 yards to a wide receiver?
I don't think so. I don't think that's the proper way to go about it. Now, maybe they're thinking, hey, this is going to be 2-down territory. We'll run this trick play, see if we can get a big pop out of it with the defense up against the line of scrimmage. And if we don't get it, then we'll go for it on 4th down. Maybe that was the strategy, and then he got sacked. I have no idea. But, again, I just trying to understand the thought process is really difficult. And thank God for the defense. Like, what did the defense do in this game? Well, other than everything, they had another 6-sack performance. By the way, that came in huge at the end of the game. When you hobbled Geno Smith, he couldn't escape pressure late, couldn't buy time, and I think it kind of won you the football game. The second that he had that issue where it was tough for him to move, it really helped. And your defense is just, they're a bunch of monsters. Benito with a 1.5 sack game. Cooper was in on the action. JFM was. Hufanga was everywhere again. God, is that guy good. Dre Greenlaw made a couple of big plays in the pass game. Zach Allen was a monster again. Like, you have so many talented players. And the fact that you're doing this without Pat Surtain on the field. Like, guys, this has been 2 weeks without Pat Surtain. 2 weeks. How many touchdowns you given up? The answer is 1. And that touchdown was scored because of the good field position that you put the Raiders in with a shanked punt. That's how good they are. And I am going to spend a lot of time today giving praise to that defense and Vance Joseph, because without them, I don't know where the hell this team would be. But I told you, it's almost like I need help this morning because I don't want to do the same show that I did 4 days ago. So please, if I'm missing something or whatever, feel free to jump in the text line or the phones. 303-504-0925. We'll get to our first caller. It's Gary this morning. Hi, Gary.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey, if you bear with me for a second, the NFL is a game of inches, they say. So these quarterbacks coming out of college, they're throwers of the football. They're not passers of the football. I think because of the hash marks in college, it's so spread out. So they're like a shortstop firing the ball to first base. But when they get to the NFL, the hash marks are closer, so it's more condensed and the batted down balls. And if you notice, Bo Nix does really well when it's all spread out and throws down the field because he's throwing it like he's throwing it to first base or whatever. He's not necessarily passing it.
Well, I'd say this, Gary. Obviously, it's a different sort of feel, and it's a different style in the NFL. But we're a year and a half into Bo Nix being a starter. There's no more pointing back to college and saying, well, the NFL game's different. He's been in the league for a year and a half. He has started, what is it now? It was 18 games last year at the playoff game. They're 28 games in the NFL. It's not nothing. And I know there's year two walls, and there's things that quarterbacks deal with in year two that can make life difficult. We've seen quarterbacks around the league, guys like Jaden Daniels, kind of suffer a little bit from stepping back. C.J. Stroud had the same problem last year. But you have to look. There's got to be something to point to. There has to. In the last couple of weeks, there's just nothing. He made, 2 good throws? And they were kind of back-to-back. It was on that touchdown drive where he found Pat Bryant on that 43-yarder, sort of rolling out on the run. And then the Franklin pass in the end zone, kind of over the middle in traffic, 2 good throws. Might have had a couple more, but it's not enough. I'm not going to treat Bo Nix as if he's some young pup in the league. And this has nothing to do with the amount of games that he started in college. I was the one that told you that the people that were calling Bo Nix like he's not some rookie. He started 55 games, whatever the number was, in college. College is different from the pro game. Entirely different. I think you can start 80 games in college. Get to the pros, and it'll feel completely different. But, once you get to a year and a half worth of NFL starts, the game ain't new to you anymore. You've been here. You know what that's like. So again, go back to the phones. Blinks is next. Hi, Blinks.
Hey, morning. Thanks for taking the call. Hope you're having a good day. The Broncos are 8-2. I'm pretty happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we all know that the defense definitely carried the game, right? VJ is probably going to get a head coaching job after that performance, which is fine with me. I think there's positives. There's definitely silver linings in every game. It was a Thursday night game. It was windy. Yeah, Thursday night games are always sloppy. Division games are always close. So we can chalk it up to that. As far as Bo, I still think he's still developing. Like he's not a finished product by any way, shape, or form. For sure. There's certain things he needs to do that are better. Yes, set your feet, trust your O-line a little bit, rightfully so, and that's going to come with time. We still have to understand, though, that this is an 8-2 football team looking likely at the number 2 seed after all the chips fall, kind of where they're at this weekend. There's a lot to be excited for. It's a Super Bowl defense with a mediocre offense that plays well in the fourth quarter. So just keep our heads up. We're fine.
This is what, in Blinks, thanks for the call. I said this at the beginning of the show, is that you have 2 elite qualities on this team, and they are necessary to winning. Elite defense and elite ability to finish. That stuff's huge. The problem is this. It's not that the Broncos have a mediocre offense. Their offense is bad. It's not mediocre. The Raiders' defense has given up their lowest point total this year is what you put up in 10 points. And they did that to the Titans. In other games, I would say your peers across the league. The Jags are an all right football team. They put up 30. The Chiefs are an all right football team. They put up 31. The Colts are a pretty good football team. They put up 40. The Commanders are a pretty good football team. They put up 41. Like, this is not a defense that has stymied good teams across this league. But when I talk about the Broncos and the ills and the things that are going to hold them back, what's crazy is it's wholly fixable. It is a fixable thing. But they haven't been fixed for 10 weeks. penalties continue to kill you. Like getting penalties in the worst moments that take you out of scoring range. Multiple times yesterday, penalty brought you back 10 yards out of field goal range, especially in a swirling wind, and you miss out on an opportunity when points were very obviously at a premium. No, you're finally moving the ball well. You get it to 2nd down and 3, and then Wattenberg has a false start that moves you back to 2nd and 8, and then 2 plays later, the double pass thing happens, and Will Lutz is 5 yards short on a field goal. That kills you. Having balls shank out of bounds from your punter multiple times in a game for like 30-yard punts kill you. It's just that the Raiders are so bad that they couldn't take advantage of really any of it. But those little things, man, like those penalties are a discipline thing. And I was reminding you guys that going into this game, they were 2nd in the league in penalty yards per game at 78. How many penalty yards did they have last night? 78. They aren't on offense good enough to overcome things like that. They just aren't. And again, it's why I give the world of credit and kudos and compliments and whatever else you can think of, find another synonym, to that defense and Vance Joseph. Because they are put in such difficult positions so routinely, and to find a way to wiggle out of it virtually every time, it's unbelievable. And I do think that this defense rivals 2015. When Pat Surtain said in the offseason he thinks this could be a historic defense, I think they could too. And I think they are. They're almost assuredly going to set a sack record this year. They get 5 or 6 a game. A game. And now on top of that, they're starting to get turnovers with it and get opportunities that way. This defense is something that they are a joy to watch. Like every single member of it, too. Everybody on that D-line. The linebackers now, especially with Greenlaw being in there, it feels like that's totally changed. And again, this secondary without Pat Surtain for 2 straight weeks has given up 1 touchdown. No passing touchdowns, but 1 touchdown overall. Let's get to Marie next. Hi, Marie.
Hi, Bert. I just want to start off by saying here's my take on the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Peyton, playbook.
Yep.
You're confusing Bo so bad. His footwork is completely off now. And I paid special attention to that because, as we all know, I am a Drew Lock lover. And everybody ripped his footwork. Well, look at Bo's last night. And thanks for taking my call.
Yep, you bet. Thanks, Marie. No, his footwork it's been bad throughout the course of this year. He's not getting set. And I don't know if it's so much of a play calling thing. Like, I have my own issues at times with Sean Payton's play calls. That's just being comfortable and being confident within yourself and your offensive line. And I don't know why he wouldn't be confident within the offensive line. They do a really good job of holding things up. I think that so many problems from Knicks right now are mental. I think that he looks at his feel of the game right now. Everything is moving quicker in his head than it should. And I've mentioned this before. I think so many times there's this feeling in Bo Nix of him trying to be a good soldier for Sean Payton and run things so perfectly that the overthinking leads to his feet looking like that. It's like his brain is going faster than his body is. And so, how do you fix it? I mean, I've mentioned this over and over again. I think he needs to get involved in the game in an athletic way. I think it could calm him down. Take off and run a couple of times. Go out, find some open space, and just get involved in the game that way. And maybe if you use your athleticism, it'll kind of like allow you to exhale for a second. Texture says this, Bo looked broken in the post-game interview. If you're talking about the one on the field, I know exactly what you're talking about. And Nelly, I don't know if you can find that somewhere. He put on a smile as he was talking to, who does that? Is it Kaylee Hartung or who does the sideline reporting? But after the game, he was interviewed, and he did it looked like he was, kind of broken emotionally. Because here's what happened. I'll tell you exactly what that game felt like, and you tell me if I'm wrong here. Did that game feel like the Indianapolis Thursday night game from a couple years ago with Nate Hackett? If that game went to overtime, would people have left? In the same way that the Indy game did? If the Raiders hit that field goal at the end of the game? Because there was a lot of boos happening in the middle of it. So anyway, a lot more to get to. Bud Light Football Friday. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight. Lindahl and Polumbus going to be on the action. Between Evergreen and Conifer on AM 950 at 7 o'clock. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. So a lot more to get to. Brady and his bets, all of that. Stick around. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Remember that November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month, and the Avs and Vitalant are encouraging people to donate blood. You can sign up through vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information and to schedule that blood donation. 20% of blood goes to cancer patients, and it is a vital and necessary thing to help them out through their recovery. If you sign up, there's also a chance that you win a signed Avs jersey as well. So not only are you doing some good for a whole bunch of people who need it, you got a chance to get an Avs jersey out of it that's signed as well. So sign up through that link, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. So, yeah, it's going to be all Broncos today. And again, take a few calls if you want to. I don't want to be the guy when you're out here 8-2, leading the NFL with the best record in the league that says, yeah, but what about this and this and this? But it's hard not to. Because here's what happens. Is it moving the goalposts? Yeah, it probably is. But when I saw just how good this defense was, it's hard for me not to. Because the defense they're so unbelievably good at what they do that if you pair them up with just something on the opposite side, you could be competing for a Super Bowl. Like, they're that good. The defense is that good. And so, am I being greedy? Yeah. But I don't think I'm asking for something unreasonable. All I've wanted is a special teams unit that doesn't make 50 mistakes a game.
I ain't asking for the world here.
And an offense that is just middle of the road. That's it. So we'll get one more call in here. Nick is up next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Brett. How you doing?
Good, man.
We have plenty of things to say about discipline and play call, and Sean's prowess of. Everyone always says that whether sarcastic or not, he's an offensive genius.
Yeah.
My question to you is, from an accountability standpoint, if he is making some poor calls on offense or his discipline from a team-wide perspective, especially on offense, is just not there, is there somebody in the room that has the ability to go, hey, Sean, what are we doing?
Are you talking about, like, the ability to have Sean give up play calling duties or what?
No, not necessarily, but just the ability to say, hey, man, what the heck?
I gotcha.
At the very, make him be self-reflective. I don't think there's any chance in hell with a gun to his head he's giving up the play call, but at the very least, someone in the room to go, this isn't right, and we can all agree, right?
Not having yes men around him is what you're saying.
Exactly, because I feel like right now, George Peyton doesn't necessarily hold the leash tight on him, which is not the style that Sean thrives under. But who else in that room besides Bo talking back to him on the sidelines here and there has the ability to go, is this really what we're doing?
Yeah, Nick, it's a great call. And to answer your question, no idea. It's certainly not anybody that's readily apparent. Like, I don't know what... I've seen him chew out Davis Webb a couple of years ago. I don't know what the nature of their relationship is. It doesn't seem like he's the kind of guy that's going to push back too much on it. I mean, to be honest, if you're just going the hierarchical nature of what the Broncos are, it feels like it's the Walton Penner Group and it's Sean Payton right under it. And so when you're in that position, and Sean Payton's always been sort of a tyrant when he was in New Orleans. I don't know if there's somebody that'll say, this isn't working, we need to change it, how are we going to do it? I also don't even know if that's the issue. I know that the play call on 3rd and 1 to do a double pass then when you've been running the ball so effectively didn't seem very smart. But I think there's been plenty of times this year where there have been guys open and Nix has missed them. or not seen them or whatever.
You know, after that play you just said, the 3rd and 1 weird trick play, it finally occurred to me what this offense is sometimes. And if I'm about to pull a Moser with this, I apologize in advance. But sometimes I feel like the Broncos offense is a Rube Goldberg machine. Do you know who Rube Goldberg was?
I don't.
So he was a cartoonist years and years ago, and what he would try to do is he would try to come up with the most insane, convoluted contraptions to accomplish the most mundane, everyday tasks. And here's a diagram. I'm bringing it behind you. That diagram is a machine that he designed to make a napkin wipe your mouth.
Okay.
And the way that's accomplished is, first you start by raising a spoon of soup to your mouth, and it pulls a string, which jerks a ladle, which throws a cracker to a parrot.
So it has to do a million things for your mouth just to be wiped.
And then the parrot jumps off the perch and does this. And there's like 20 or 30 steps that go through all these different things to make a napkin wipe your mouth.
You're saying instead of doing a double pass on 3rd and 1, run the ball and get the first down?
Yes. Like, stop calling all these cutesy screens and these weird pass plays on 3rd down and just run the ball. I sometimes I feel like he's trying to build the napkin face wiping machine when all you got to do is play football.
Yeah. I think it can get overcomplicated at times. What I don't know is Bo Nix just looked. There was something different about last night with Nix to me. Because it wasn't. He's had times where he's been inconsistent or missed throws or ran out of a clean pocket or done this or done that. Last night was different though because it looked like he was rattled. And I haven't seen that from him. Bo Nix, say whatever you want about him. He doesn't ever look like somebody who is lacking confidence, whether he makes a play or not. I've seen him go out there, throw a pick, and then bomb a ball 50 yards the next throw. He just didn't look confident last night. And that was different to me. Because that part of it I have not seen before. And that's a little bit worrisome. Now, they got an extended break here before the Chiefs game. It's a nice thing about playing on Thursday night. It gives you like a mini bye week feel. They got an extended break before the Chiefs to try and iron out a lot of these things. And the good news, it is such a blessing to have a defense like this that's kind of allowing you to figure things out like in the middle of winning. Without them, that's not happening. But that defense is, you know, there was a caller that wanted to get in, and I'm sorry I couldn't get to you. But he's talking about when Vance Joseph leaves and takes a head coaching spot next year, what then? And my thought is there's some people that are getting mad at me for not being in the now and not just being happy with 8-2. They don't like me looking ahead. Now, I'm just looking ahead to the end of this year, like the postseason of this year. Anything beyond that, I'm not concerned with right now. If Vance Joseph gets a head coaching job, then you say, good for you, and somebody else gets to run a really talented defense. I'm not worried about that at the moment. But you're 8-2, which means you're going to make the postseason. And if you make the postseason, you're going to have to do something when you get there. And I said from the beginning, like, I think that if this team wins a postseason game this year, that's a success. Anything that happens beyond that is a bonus. But I wanted to see an incremental step from last year. And they're very much in position to do it, but there's no way they're going to get that win if the offense looks like this. And the special teams especially look like this. You play against good teams, you shank a punt 30 yards multiple times, see you later. That game's over. They won't allow you to not have that mistake kill you. So, Nelly, we can do this in just a couple of seconds, but it is a Friday. We keep our traditions. Go ahead. Bretty and his bets. Such a good song, though. It's so good.
Bretty,
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 Bretty.
and his bits. All right. So I give you one lock of the week and one underdog. The lock is going to be in college football. Indiana is going on the road to Penn State. Penn State is 0-5 in conference play. Indiana is a monster, especially on offense. 14.5-point favorites. I think they beat them by more than 3 scores. They do that to virtually everybody they've played this year, with the exception of Iowa, who's really tough defensively, and that road game at Oregon, which they won by 10. I think they're going to smoke Penn State. And then the underdog of the week, the Jets are playing at home against the Cleveland Browns. The Browns are favored by 2.5 points. The Jets might have found something here in the last week. Now, I know they got rid of some big-time players. I still think the Browns are such a mess inside that organization that they can pull the upset. So we'll take the Jets. Can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That's the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. A lot more to discuss. Bud Light Football Friday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Daniel Carlson, 48-yard attempt. From 48 away, the kick is over the top of the upright, but outside of it. Just outside the top of the upper.
Say whatever you want. They're 8-2. You know, and when you get to these weeks, week 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, you got injuries. You know, Patrick Surtain's down. It's all across the league. If you could find a way to win, even if it's ugly like this, it's a win.
One game in the next 23 days. They have plenty of time to get healthy.
You are without doubt the worst
8-2 football team
I've ever heard of.
But you have heard of me.
I feel like that's going to be a constant here for Nelly as we move forward. Bud Light Football Friday. I'll start this the same way I started the appetizer. Vic, Moj, good to see you boys.
Hi.
I don't want to be the guy that complains about a win, but here we are again. I think, I'll say this from the top, this defense is so unbelievably good that despite multiple shanked punts and the Raiders starting in your territory, multiple drives, including after the interception towards the end of the game that put them in position to tie it, they stymied the Raiders every time. And in the 2 weeks without Pat Surtain, you've given up a touchdown. That's how good this defense is. And I would love to talk more about the defense. But, Vic, I'll stop. Are you going to tell me today that I need to shut up and be happy with it, an 8-2 football team?
No, I told you that last week when they went on the road.
No, you told me that 4 days ago.
It was Monday.
You told me that 4 days ago.
Nerd.
We could just replay the show for Monday if you guys would like.
Hey,
it's pretty much the same thing.
No. I'm not having it today. No, I'm not having it today. Can I finish?
Yeah.
Please. So I told you that on Monday, right? Because I think going on the road and beating a team on the road deserves some level of respect no matter how you win that game, especially against a team that had the number one defense in the National Football League, blah, blah, blah. But when you produce that kind of offense game in, game out that we've seen now, and it's not a one-off because you heard Kirk Herbstreit say it during the broadcast, 8-2 is 8-2, and he's right. You're atop the National Football League today. You have the best record in the world today. You have the best record in the world today. But today is like yesterday, and yesterday is like last week, and last week is like the week before. The offense hasn't changed. That remains a dilemma that my brain can't figure out. It's a Rubik's Cube right now. I don't know what this team is. We're 10 games in. I don't know what this team is, Mark Moser. I know they're 8-2. I know they've got the best record in football. I know I'll take that all day, but I don't know what they are.
Oh, I don't think you're right about that. I think you know exactly what you are, or what they are. You just don't necessarily like what they are.
What are they, Moj?
They're an 8-2 football team. I'm not going to hear it any other way. This team is 8-2.
Moj is playing the Vic role now.
So we're just switching seats.
Shut up. That's going to do it, everybody. We're going to go now. Thanks to everybody for being here.
Oh, that's just so like good. What's that movie with Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis? Freaky Friday. You guys
Freaky
switch
Friday.
Bodies.
Okay, you got to continue to play that game though. You got 3 hours.
Listen, they're an 8-2 football team. Look, offense is crap. Who cares? Penalties continue to pile up. I don't give a rat's rip. Special teams look like the crawdad lost a claw. Suck it. No, they're an 8-2 football team. They are who their record says they are. They're the best team in the National Football League.
Okay,
and I don't want to hear anything else. And everybody who's going to come at me today on the text line or the Twitch feed or the YouTube or the hi, I don't give a rat's crap.
Now that we've heard...
They're 8-2.
Hang on.
This is the best football team in the NFL. They are the best team in football.
Now that we've heard from Mick Moser, can I hear from Mark Moser himself now?
This offense is horse. Let me tell you something, man. No, let me be real about it. I was prancing around the first half last night. I'm prancing around number 38. I'm pissed. I'm going table to table. I want to fight.
You want to just fight random people there?
I don't care what anybody says. Bo Nix is out of it. He's throwing these idiotic picks. He's throwing hope balls and prayer balls.
His footwork is
he's
so
not,
bad.
He's not even throwing up 50-50 balls,
Yeah.
okay? And he should have had 2 other ones picked off besides the ones that were. The offense stinks. They can't do anything. They're out of sync. They're junk. This defense may be one of the best defenses I've ever seen in my entire life.
Totally
And I'm
agree
not
with
even
you.
kidding. Listen, not even on the blitz. With the blitz, the Raiders were just. And what did I tell you? This defense is going to eat. I told you Geno Smith is going to get nailed. The offensive line, they couldn't block him. Period. End of story. This defense is historic. And without this defense, I'm telling you right now, this is a 2-8 football team.
Well,
instead
without
of being
this
8-2.
defense-
And Sean Payton, you're being paid $18 million a year. $18 million. I don't want smarmy. I don't want jack crap. I want your ass to the grindstone, and I want you to figure this out.
Well, you just said something that is so true. Without this defense, you know what they are? They're the Raiders. Without this defense. That's what they are.
Vic, wasn't it amazing? All of the things that the Raiders couldn't do was exactly what you couldn't do, except your defense was incredible.
Yeah. So their defense is just beyond great. The offense is abysmal, and the special teams might be worse.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 things you got to do in a game. 2 of them they can't do, and yet they're 8-2.
There's 2.
Call my cousin Lou.
There's 2 massive things.
He's
that I
on
saw
number
from
2
yesterday.
too.
And I'll tell you what worries me most. Like my biggest concern of this 8-2 NFL leading football team, the biggest concern that I have. I've seen Bo Nix have happy feet before. I've seen him not look great. I've seen the inconsistencies. I've seen all that. Last night was different. Bo looked rattled last night. It's the first time I think I saw his confidence kind of dissipate in the middle of a game. He was like mentally, there was something wrong in there because he looked nervous when he was throwing the football. How many times was he throwing the ball like literally his feet were pitter-pattering and he threw it? You know what I mean?
He's not comfortable in the pocket. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
He's not comfortable there. He's releasing the ball. I don't know if you guys saw.
That missed pass to Ingram he's running Vic toward the line of scrimmage and he throws it in the dirt. I'm just
even the passes that are on target, guys are dropping them.
That's true.
You know, I
Had some
contend
drops last night.
Coach Sanford and I had this conversation last night. That last interception he threw, the one that deflected off Franklin,
insane.
That was not intended for Franklin, guys.
It was not. It was
I saw that.
It was
that
intended
was
for the
not
player.
intended for Franklin.
It was
Pat Bryant was in
That's
there.
correct.
Now, I will give you this because you guys weren't there. The wind was crazy. The wind was nuts.
Played
the
golf
wind
yesterday. I know what it's like.
But in that stadium, it was even, in fact, the reason why Jeremy Crawshaw, whatever, the reason he suffered is because he couldn't even get the drop down. The wind would take the ball from his hand to his foot and move it. It was that nasty and gnarly. That's a big reason why the offensive display was so atrocious, believe it or not. But it's not the only reason, and that's what scares me.
The other thing I was going to say here, as you were talking about the defense, Moj, I'll tell you how the defense won you that football game. Other than the obvious of they stopped them at every turn and blah, blah, blah. Just mentioned there's the opportunities the Raiders had where they were starting drives in your territory, starting them from bad punts, interceptions, whatever. But that very last drive of the game, they started the ball, was it like the midfield, right? After the pick? It's like the 43, something like that. I'll look it up. Hang on. They start at Denver's 45. They need a field goal to tie the game, right? In that wind, I think safely you got to move the ball 20 yards to get a confident shot at it. Mm-hmm. And they moved it 15. But do you know what really threw them off? What really gave them the Broncos defense a huge positive at the end of the game? You were beating up Geno Smith so bad he couldn't move anymore.
You know what's amazing?
In that moment, if he was not dealing with the injury where he was like limping off the field and needed help getting off the turf every time he was hit, if he was healthy, maybe that last drive looks totally different, and they move the ball better.
What's amazing to me is I'm like, the guy can't move. We had one of our Peyton Manning, Brock Osweiler moments, Vic. The pick happens, and Geno gets off the bench, and he's literally limping.
Yeah.
He's limping toward the sideline to come back on, and there's Kenny Pickett standing there with his helmet on, and he's like,
can I play?
Well, he's like, are you real? You look dead.
Yeah.
The fact that they wouldn't put Pickett in and Geno Smith cannot move blows my mind. And so I'm going to thank also, I've been doing this a lot throughout the course of the weeks. I want to thank Pete Carroll for being a moron. Because when that last, the one big blitz, the all-out, sell-out blitz that just Geno Smith went to hell. He just collapsed into the earth and went into a sinkhole. I'm like, I would do the same dang thing. I would blitz him. He can't move right now.
No.
He's wincing every time he takes a step. He can't move. He's not going to get rid of the football. Go get him. Thank you, Pete Carroll. And some of the decision-making, when they went forward on 4th and 5, and I'm like, they have to be trying to draw them offsides. They have to be. Then they actually snap the football. I'm like, praise Jesus.
Yeah.
Because the Raiders are dumb. And I'm going to thank the Raiders like I thanked the Giants, like I thanked the Jets. Who else did I thank, Brett? Help me. It's a long line of teams that I thanked.
Yeah, it's a lot.
The Eagles, Sirianni.
Oh, yeah. A.J. Brown. We thanked A.J. Brown.
Thank you, A.J. Brown. Thank you guys for being so flipping stupid at times and helping this Broncos team out because they're not pulling these wins out without a combination of the best defense on the planet and the other team being stupid.
You want to hear a crazy stat?
Please.
Coach Sanford brought it up, and I just looked at the numbers to verify it. The Denver Broncos are 8-2. They have the best record in the National Football League. The Denver Broncos also lead the National Football League in number of punts with 53. They've punted it more times than any team in football, and they have the best record in football. Make sense of that, please.
That makes.
They also lead the league in penalty yards.
Make sense of that.
It's because you have an all-world defense.
I mean,
and other than that, Vic, there's nothing else to explain anything. It's the one element of this team that is saving their bacon day after day after day after day.
I wonder how the defense.
And by the way, Zach Allen is an.
Oh, Mose, go through the list. Zach Allen,
they're all
Nick
studs.
Benito,
They're all
Hufanga.
studs. Yeah, Hufanga, the sack on the first play of the game. Like, these guys are studs, man. I mean, beyond studs.
So, obviously, a lot more to get to throughout the course of the show. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and at halftime of tonight's Evergreen and Conifer game on 950, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. I want to discuss a specific moment in the game and how I don't think Sean Payton is helping out his offense at times either. Because they were moving the football.
Are you sure they lead the league in penalty yards or penalties? Which one?
They were second in the league in penalty yards per game, and then they had an extra game last night where they had 78 more yards. I would imagine that they're leading it. If not, they're close. But they're second in the league in penalty yards per game going into last night, and then they went over that number.
Hey, pork rind, does it really matter? I mean, I'm sorry, Vic. On this Football Friday, you want to get specific?
There's a moment where I don't think that Sean Payton's helping his offense either. We'll get to that next.
Numposo.
Dan Kaplan's Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Nuggets at home tonight against Golden State. Dan Kaplan will be there. He's most games because he's a Nuggets fan, and like the Nuggets, he wins in record-setting ways. Dan Kaplan's Law, serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, call today, 303-770-4600. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up, DanCaplislaw.com.
So another 3rd and short upcoming for the Broncos. Trying to adjust to the outside, backwards pass. Now you've got Sutton, and he gets taken down. So a play that, frankly, looked badly designed and certainly badly executed.
Listen, it's a play we've had up, and it's short yardage. So, it's a misdirect. We've called this before. They did a good job peeling on the running back, and so, when it works, it looks great. Cortland was smart not throwing it. That's exactly what happened. All right, thank you.
Oh, trick plays. Let's do a double pass with the game on the line. Because we're dumbasses.
Okay,
That's what
all
we
right.
are.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. I will say this about that play call. Let me tell you something. I don't mind having that play call. I don't mind doing that. Like your offense is sputtering. You want to try and find a spark, trick play, maybe catch the 3rd and 1. Defense is over-aggressive, and you can catch them being too aggressive and find a deep ball.
Okay,
that's fine.
Okay.
Here's the issue. You're running the ball for 7 yards a carry on that drive. It's the only drive you had consistency because you're running the ball well. It's 3rd and 1. Pick up the first down and move on. What's the point of that play call then? You're just about to get in scoring range. You're close to getting field goal opportunities. Punch the ball over for 3rd and 1 and move on. That's like the one thing about Sean Payton that I don't understand. Go back and look at that drive. That was like an 11-play drive, I feel like. Now, were you picking up a whole bunch of yards? No. But here's what you had. 7-yard run from Dobbins. 7-yard run from Dobbins. 7-yard run from Dobbins. 7-yard run from Harvey. 4 different 7-yard runs in that drive. 3rd and 1, you want to do a double pass. Doesn't make sense. And then because of the sack, which cost you 5 yards, Will Lutz's field goal ended up 5 yards short in the end zone. That's the stuff I just don't get. It's like you finally had something rolling. Just stick with what's working right now, especially it's the most obvious thing in the world. 3rd and 1. Your offensive line is winning against their defensive line. You can push this over easily. But you tried to get too smart. And which play call was worse given the time? Was it that one? Or was it Pete Carroll deciding 3rd and 2.5, let's run a sneak? I mean, I'm trying to process exactly what we watched last night. It's really hard to figure out.
I saw an article today that basically threw out, Vic, social media during the course of the game last night. And I'm here to tell you that the nation hated that game. Football fans from across the globe, probably in Argentina. Think you got any football fans watching in Argentina? Heck yeah, you do. They hated
Moj. It was one of the most boring games I've ever witnessed.
Oh, my Lord almighty.
I asked this question earlier. What's your response to this, Vic? If Carlson hits the kick and that game's 10-10 going into overtime, do we get a repeat of the Colts game from the Hackett season where people leave before overtime starts?
I don't think so. I think because you're a winning team. You're a really good football team.
True.
I mean, you're a really good defense. I don't know.
Like every 3 minutes they were booing something, except when the defense was on the field. Defense on the field, all cheers, happy, good. But what do you guys think? Sean Payton's decision to go for that play at that time during that drive.
I thought it smacked of desperation.
Yeah.
That's me personally, because Dobbins was running the ball pretty nicely, and you're on their side of the field, and you're finally, I thought it was a bit desperate. And, hindsight works that way. If it goes for 7, then we're applauding the move and praising the move. But the offense was clearly off kilter again. The wind caused major issues for both teams. Throwing the ball, let alone throwing a trick play, is hard to execute. That's why last night is one of those games, if you look at both offenses, they were both terrible. It's one of those games where you just got to accept the fact, we're going to run the ball, and if we get 2 or 3 yards, just accept it. Just take it. It's one of those games where really you just got to run. Just stick to it.
Moj, I'll try and argue devil's advocate for a second on that play call. And maybe Sean Payton was thinking this. It's 3rd and 1. Let's see if we can catch them off guard and get a big play. And if we don't, Cortland Sutton throws it out of bounds and we have 4th and 1. We're going to go for it. But the sack screwed it up.
I'm embarrassed by myself this morning. Vic, let me say it for you, okay? I'm embarrassed for myself, by myself, and the show by being so flippant. Okay? I've been flippant. I've been sarcastic. Okay? Don't need to be.
Yeah.
I can be more of an adult. But I will say this. If nothing is going right, just try everything, I guess. If nothing, but see, Vic, this is where you and I got into a fight on Monday. When you're, it's 72.
Well, I thought Sunday's win, they deserve more credit for winning on the road against that defense.
Yeah. Vic,
last night's win, the excuse could be whatever you want it to be.
If you bring that next weekend, dude, the Chiefs are going to kill you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, good. I'm glad you brought that up because I want to.
Because I'm looking. Am I looking ahead? Yeah, I do look ahead, dude. I'm sorry, I have a tendency to do that. You're an 8-2 team, but I'm thinking bigger picture here. You cannot play this offense Like, you can't play offense like this against the Chiefs or you're going to lose. In fact, I would argue that if you play even decent football teams, well, they beat the Texans on the road. Who am I to say? I just hate what I saw.
Perspective does wonderful things for you. The taste in your mouth, if you're upset this morning, and I can understand why some would be. Overall, you shouldn't be because they're 8-2. But if you're upset about how they got to 8-2, I understand that. But let me ask you something. If I gave you the exact same game, if you replicate the Broncos game the next Sunday against the Chiefs, and you win that game 10-7 with a horrid offense, a mistake-prone special teams, penalties galore, but you win 10-7, how will you feel?
Against Kansas City?
Yes.
I'd feel probably pretty good because...
Brett,
better.
how will you feel?
Better.
But
Brett,
you won't.
how will you feel?
But you won't, Vic. But you won't.
Better.
You
but
won't.
not great. Like, not great. See...
So your mood is based solely on offensive numbers?
No. It's not just offense.
You won the game, though.
It's not just offense. I look at offense, their woes, special teams. How many, 4 or 5 different mistakes last night just on special teams? On special teams. In penalties. And I mean, you're giving me a scenario, Vic, where exact same game except that's the Chiefs. And what I'm telling you is there's no way you win that game.
That's what you think.
That's
but I'm saying.
No. Brett's correct.
I'm not asking you to tell me who wins. I'm telling you what if that is the result. Name who's the best team in the NFL right now in your mind.
Buffalo.
Who is it?
I think it's Buffalo.
I have no idea. Sure.
All right. Name whatever team. If you put that team on the field and you get the exact same result in 10 days, how will you feel?
I'd probably feel pretty good.
Yeah, because it's a better team.
Except you have
I'm not telling you that it's a solution. I'm not telling you you're going to get that. I'm just offering you perspective.
Okay, let me give you some perspective, Vic, and you're right about that. I would feel probably pretty good because I think Buffalo's good. If you take last night's game and you give Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, in any condition you want to give them, that same opportunity and field position and turnovers and so on,
you're done for.
They are going to kill you, Vic.
Yeah.
They are going to dissect you. They are going to use you as a specimen at a medical school. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to open you up and go, dang, there used to be a prostate here, but there ain't one now. They'll open me up and go, hey, he ain't got no gallbladder. That's what they're going to do to you.
I didn't know that was a Buffalo accent.
Well, it's a Texas medical school.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Actually, it doesn't even matter. It just, Vic, I'm reversing it on you because you can't do that against those guys. They will hurt you and they'll make you cry.
I totally understand. I see both sides of the argument. I'm just offering, because what you're going to get today and what we're getting right now is you're getting radical reaction. You're getting cheerleaders, is what I call you, cheerleaders, who look solely at the record and don't look at the flaws and think you guys are preposterous, you're too negative. You people are cheerleaders. You don't watch the games. If you just look at the results, all you're doing is waking up and looking at the stats and, oh my God, they're top the AFC. Look at this. Watch the games. At the same time, those of you who feel like, oh my gosh, this team is trash, they're 8-2, no, because they win their way. They bring whatever opponent they're facing to their level. That's how they win.
I think there's a mix, though, at least on my part and on Moser's part, as we sound sour, and I have for all week, and I apologize for that. I do think I'm giving the Broncos credit where they deserve it, and it's full credit to the defense. When Moser said this might be the best defense I've ever seen, I think you could make a real argument for it, considering what they've been up against.
It might be.
What they've been
they are so good.
Here's one thing that they're for sure going to do. This defense is going to set the record for sacks in the season. That's happening, okay? There's no question about that. The pace that they're on, it's not just going to break the record. They're going to set something that's borderline like unbreakable unless they keep moving this, unless they move to like a 20-game season.
They're not only sacking quarterbacks, they're knocking quarterbacks out of games.
Yes. And like that part of it is, it deserves, I can't give them enough credit.
Yeah.
We could talk about that the entire show.
Again, we're getting the radicals coming out now, and if you're this radical about this team, man, I don't know how you run your life. Vic's tone-deaf smugness is getting old. They're putting a bad product on the field with 2/3 of the team. Did I not just say that? Did I not? Guys, correct me. Did you listen to the first 30 minutes? Did I say that the product?
Yes.
Have I said that time and time again?
Yep.
They're also 8-2. That's not smugness. That's reality. You want smugness? Listen to the show. I'll give you smug. I'll give you plenty of that, dude.
Listen to us. Would you listen to us, though, Brett? They're an 8-2 team coming off a win against a hated rival last night, and we're fighting. We're fighting with each other. We're fighting with listeners. It shouldn't be this way. This is what they do to us.
But I think I could make this pretty easy. The special teams stuff, huge problem. And it's a problem every week.
The penalties. The pre-snap penalties
is a problem. And it's a problem every week.
And it doesn't seem to go away. They lead the league in penalties and punts. Again, if I told you at the midpoint of any NFL season that your team leads the league in penalties and punts, you're saying to me, where are they? Middle of the pack? Near the worst 10? They're the number one team in the league record-wise with that.
There's a larger thing, though, to this that I've kind of tap danced around because I didn't know how to feel. But again, we are nothing if not honest on this show. I'm starting to get a little nervous about what Bo Nix is as a quarterback, to be honest with you.
This is almost like
he's a year and a half in, okay? Mm-hmm. And there's things about quarterbacks in year two. We've seen it from C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels when he was healthy this year, that they can game plan. They have tape on you. They can figure things out. That year two wall thing it's a real thing. The fact that I haven't seen really any improvement over 10 weeks now from week one is really, really starting to stick in my head. And I think there is a reasonable question about what is Bo Nix as a quarterback and what can he be?
Yeah. Hey, again, we're dealing with radicals who react to the game in a radical fashion. The cheerleaders will say Bo is perfect. He's young. He's still growing. If you think that after watching the season, you're a cheerleader, nothing more. The other side of it will say he's trash. He's washed up. I don't think it's that case either. You got to let the season play out. Hey, there are a lot of second-year quarterbacks who are struggling. Watch the games.
Yeah.
It's happening everywhere. And there are a lot of second-year quarterbacks who are thriving. Drake May's thriving this year, right? Happens. I do believe, guys, will you agree with me? There is, and I mentioned this last week, even after the win in Houston, when I came in here touting their record. I said this, and I'll say it again. There is an obvious disconnect between Sean Payton and Bo Nix.
Yeah. That game last night, and I think you see it with the feet. Does it look like to you guys his mind is moving faster than his body is?
Yes.
Like he's so trying to overprocess things that I think his feet are like connected to his brainwaves where he's like this. Just
You know a great example of that, Brent? The pass he threw to the end zone in the drive that resulted in the game-winning field goal. Okay, do you remember? It was a pass to the left pylon. Had he waited one more second, and he had another second, and actually moved his body forward, that pass gets a little more height, and it has a chance. He threw it on his back foot again.
Mm-hmm.
Footwork was abhorrent. Kirk Herbstreit pointed that out. He's more an authority on that than I am. Kirk Herbstreit 3 times in the second half noted his footwork. 3 times. Every week it's a different analyst. We're 10 games into the season, and the footwork thing is still an issue. Well, that's not a problem. That's what he is right now.
That's why I said at the beginning of this, Vic, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about what he is as a quarterback because it's not 10 games into the season. He's a year and a half into his career. That's a mechanical thing, right? That's not, hey, defense game planned well for you and shut down things you do well. Yeah. That's very basic. Quarterback needs good footwork.
Yeah.
And we're a year and a half in, and it's still his footwork isn't right.
Let me also say this. When you broach this topic around these parts, and all you Bo-leavers out there, it's like if you're going to bring it up, you better be pretty damn serious about what you're saying. You better be pretty damn, around these parts, you better be pretty damn secure in your thought process about Bo Nix.
Well, I'm not closing the door on it, Moser. I'm just saying, like, if you aren't concerned, I think you're ignoring things.
Agreed.
You're letting the record wash that away.
Vic, I keep waiting for the payoff that, okay, and I'm not getting it. It's only going to get tougher, not only this season, but let's say you finish at 14-3. I mean, who knows what you'll finish at? I mean, let's say it's even 13-4 or 12-5, whatever. Your schedule next year is going to be a pain in the buttocks.
Don't talk about next year.
No, but hang on. What I'm saying is that it's only going to get tougher for this young man as time goes on. He's got to elevate, Vic. That's all I'm getting at.
Which
it's
is
only
why,
going to get more difficult because the Kansas City Chiefs, despite what you think about them, their defense is still awesome.
Here's what and I don't want this to happen because it's too late in the season. It's not going to happen. I would only want to see this just to see what I believe. I'd like to see a game or two. Let's say that Bo can't go for 2 games. I'd like to see what Stidham does with this offense and if you get the same result. Just to see.
That's heresy. That's almost
just to see. I'm just
that's
curious.
Almost heresy.
Not that I believe he deserves it's Bo's job, and they're not going to make. But just to see, just to maybe my reaction would be, oh well, Bo's making it look a lot better than it really is, or maybe the result is, huh.
We're at the end of the segment, but just quickly, if I ask both of you guys, be honest with me, be honest. If Stidham plays last night, do you think it looks different? That it looks
I think
better?
it looks the exact same.
I do too. I think it's the exact same.
Yeah, and that's why I asked that. I think it looks the exact same. I think you win an ugly game. And here's the deal. 10 games in, the Denver Broncos are winning football games despite their offense and their special teams. 2/3 of the product.
Which is
and they're still winning.
crazy.
Yeah.
But again, it's such a compliment to what that defense and Vance Joseph is doing. Again, guys, the amount of times that you have thrown your defense in an impossible position, not just this week, but last week, without who? The best defensive player on the planet.
The reigning
without
defensive
him
player
on the
of the
field.
year.
And last
mind
week,
you didn't have Mims last night either. You didn't have Marvin Mims again.
Yeah. Last week against Houston, 2 massive goal line stands. When they were starting their drives, I think one drive started from like the 33 for Houston, and the Raiders had a whole bunch that started in Broncos territory. And yet, through 2 weeks, you've allowed a single touchdown.
I would love to be just a fly on the wall when those defensive players talk to each other after they're put in a bad position again. But it's not like, oh man, they're not angry about things like the team was years and years ago when you almost had a fight.
Because they're winning.
Yeah, no, but it's also this team is like, all right, guys, we got this. They are lunch pail city.
They are.
Vic, these guys are 40 stories high on the scaffolding, eating their lunch out of a metal cup. Yeah. That's who these dudes are, and I love them. I LUV them all day. It doesn't even matter if you put them in bad positions. They just suck it up anyway and say, we're going to stop them, period.
What they did is outstanding. Outstanding. But, a more competent offense, rather than putting up 7 points, might put up 14. Then what?
Then you lose. Yeah.
See, that's the problem. And if a competent offense puts up 14, it's not the fault of the defense. That's just the National Football League. Giving up 14 a game is outstanding. Yes. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Hey, at the end of the day, we can poo-poo this all morning. You guys, when we come back, you got to listen to what Sean Peyton had to say after the game about being 8-2. And he, this is how coaches think. And he has every right to think this way, but I want to get your reaction to what he said.
Get to that in just a second. Stick around.
Dudes, I want to talk to you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to talk to you about low testosterone. It happened to me. Testosterone is a crucial hormone for men, but as you age, guys, that testosterone level can naturally decline, and it will naturally decline. And for some guys, it's worse than others. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is specialized in treating low T and a lot of other things as well, including anti-aging stuff. I'll get into that some other time. But As you lose testosterone, maybe you have some decreased energy, poor sleep quality, reduced muscle mass, weight gain, low sex drive, and much, much more, and they can worsen. So do yourself a favor. Schedule an appointment today. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to tell you exactly what's going on, and they're going to come up with a personalized treatment plan, if you are suffering from low T, for your individual needs and goals. It's fantastic, and it's going to work. I love it, and I think you're probably going to love it too. It's no big deal. Just get it done. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
no, but. Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly, right?
I like big.
No, but. Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Come on, man.
Yes,
Nelly is an artist.
Nelly is an artist.
That's all he is. By the way, that's Luca. That's Evan.
Evan.
That is such a good exchange there because, first of all, Sean Peyton, how do you know he was going to use the word but? He saw it coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
What sane person in the world can ask a question straight-faced and not query about the mistakes and the mistake-prone offense? What? How is that not allowed?
Evan, if you were paying attention.
What about this? Sean, what's it like to be so awesome? Like, is that the question that should be in the
supposed
post
to
game?
ask that question?
Yeah.
Because the question is pretty simple. Coach, you're 8-2. You lead the league despite your offensive woes. No, despite. No, despite. I mean,
are you going to say but?
What? So
no.
Hang on,
How do you pose that question?
I want to hear this one more time.
Give us the whole exchange.
Whole thing.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
no, but. Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games
We're never
continue to be
comfortable
won?
as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach?
All right, yeah, that's good enough.
So
there's no way to pose that question in that game
without having a response like that.
Without being like, you did win, but
maybe you have to go more over the top. Well, it's clear he has an issue with Evan
Luka.
Luka.
Yeah.
My name's Luka, by the way.
Okay. Maybe you have to be more over the top about it. Maybe a coach will respect you being a little more bold-faced about that. Hey, your offense is trash, and you're still winning.
But that's unprofessional.
But
you don't,
Vic,
you don't call it trash. I
but
mean, we
Vic,
can do that on here.
How would you ask the question, Moser, if you're there?
Your phone line's as good as your offense right now, Coach. I mean, that did happen once.
Yeah, I know.
No, but here's the thing. It's the most fair question I think I've ever heard in my life, because my first thought after the game, my first thought when I turned on the mic this morning was, they're 8-2. But it's the first thing that I think of.
Yeah.
Listen, I think that I don't want to hurt your feelings. Nelly, can we play that one more time, please? And I'm going to give you my exact breakdown. I'm an amateur psychologist.
So
Nelly,
we break down sound bites like some of these ex-players break down film.
Correct. Yes. Please, Nelly.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
no, but. Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of...
Stop. I thought Luka did an outstanding job at the front of the question by front-loading it with a compliment.
Yes.
Your record says who you are. So that's a compliment. That's like, you're 8-2, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're 8-2. So he opened the question with a compliment.
Correct.
At that point, the head coach should honor that and say, you complimented us. However, he did not allow him to finish. Go on.
Of how these games
We're never
continue to be
comfortable
won.
as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly, right?
That entire exchange, the cutting off, the heading off at the pass or trying to, guessing what is coming next and so on. If you're a Broncos fan, that should make your heart swell with happiness. And let me explain why. Sean Peyton, gentlemen, knows exactly what the situation is. His offense sucks. His play calling is probably part of it. His personnel is part of it. The lack of cohesion with his quarterback is part of it. There's a lot of different part of it.
So you think his response is emotional?
I think his reaction there, Vic, should tell you all you need to
I
know
agree with you.
about what they think of themselves inside that room.
100%.
You can always hang your hat on 8-2, and that's great. But that reaction and that testiness and all of that sort of thing, that's not him being arrogant. That's him being concerned and angry.
100%.
That's what it is.
It's a product of frustration.
Yes.
You can read people perfectly, and I was thinking the same thing.
Yep.
When Sean Payton gets ornery, it's because you're seeing what he really feels.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is. I mean, I look at it. He's snippy because he knows. And you know what? Bo Nix knows. And I think Bo's reaction the other day on Wednesday, and that if we don't play the number one defense in the league every week, all this kind of stuff, it's because they know that they are hanging on by the skin of their teeth offensively. And they're not even doing that really. It's the defense that's coming over and giving them more skin. They're taking care of their own business, and they're taking care of your business. And everybody inside that locker room knows it. Now, the beneficial part is, and the best part is hell, dude, they're 8-2, and they have some wiggle room, which
They have room
is
for error.
awesome. Yes.
They've built in a wonderful. All right, so
Yeah, they've built in, Vic, they've built in wiggle room at this point as a team.
Yes.
And they still have plenty of time to figure it out, but they better figure it out.
7 games to go. 1 game in the next 23 days, right?
Yep.
1 game in 23 days. Guys will come off the IR. Guys will get healthy. Surtain should return. Marvin Mims, who I think is a big loss over the last 2 games, he'll return. You're going to have people coming back. So you do have room to fix it. Do not doubt us, though, if we doubt your ability to fix it. That's the problem.
Man, I'll tell you what's really weird is that you lead the league with the best record in the NFL. And I think you could argue you have the worst special teams unit. You are
They did get a punt block last. Skinner blocked it with his head. Anytime
he blocked it with his face.
Yeah, anytime you block anything with your face, I'm a fan.
Me too. Using your face in athletics, more people should do that.
John Mitchell blocked his shot. Well, I don't know if he blocked his shot, but he got hit in the head with a puck one time right here.
You have you have the worst special teams unit in the league. You are one of, if not the most undisciplined team in the league for when and how you take penalties.
These false starts are killing me.
And your offense, for the most part, is probably in the bottom 7 in the league. And you're the best team.
All right, so
it doesn't compute.
Let me go through a couple, because I asked for suggestions. How would you ask that question, right? If you're at that press conference, heat of the moment, I thought Luka asked a fair question. It was perfectly said. There's no reason to get uptight about it. He did. Here's one suggestion. 9641. Coach, you have the best record in the league. It appears being the best in the league may be challenging for other people to see because of the lack of offense and being the most penalized team in the league. What do you attribute those areas to? First of all, the question is too long, with all due respect. If you ask that question right there, he'll just go to the word challenging, and he'll answer it the same way. What do you mean challenging? 8-2. There's nothing you can say. There's no way you can ask that question without him going off kilter.
Because she got a great.
Are you going to say but? No. What's your question? But there's no
Here's
buts.
another one.
And you got your head all the way up it.
Here's another try. And I love these guys. Trust me, I'm at wit's end. I don't know how to ask that question. Here's one. Coach, even in the fourth quarter tonight, the play calling was ineffective. Why? How do you think he answers that question?
It was effective enough for a win.
I wouldn't say it was ineffective. I think the play calling was fine. I think the execution of it was poor. Blah blah blah.
We got to execute it better, but we're still an 8-2 football team. We did things right. It's always going to come back to that. I'm trying to find another example outside of sports to where you could do that. Like, you aren't doing your job well, but things are just continuing to break your way. And then if your boss comes up and goes, "But you've been drinking on the job?"
Yeah.
And well, look at my sales numbers. They're amazing. What are you going to say?
I don't know how to quantify.
I don't think doing lines of coke in your office during the day is something we should be doing here.
Yeah, but I closed the Johnson account, didn't I? Let me do my coke. Hey, let me snort away.
Yeah.
Listen,
You want to argue with results?
It's hard to quantify. You brought this up earlier, Brett, and you're right about this. The sacks of the Broncos defense, they're going to get to a point that's going to be unsurpassable for all time.
No, unless they push games to like 22 games a year. Like nobody's going to touch this if they keep this pace.
It goes back to the question. It goes back to the question I had, Vic. How many times did they sack Geno last night?
6.
Yeah,
they butchered him. They hit him 12 times.
Yeah, they did. And I said, remember, the whole reason that Mary had a little climb is because I asked who the number 2 sack team in the league was at the time, and it was the it was the Rams.
Yeah.
Now it's the Lions, by the way.
You what?
But do you realize the Denver Broncos are 8? They're number 1.
Uh-huh.
The Lions are number 2. and the Broncos are 18 sacks clear of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dude, they're 18 sacks clear of the number 2 team in the league.
Well,
Okay, I finally found one.
Insane.
The Lions can get 18 this weekend and tie them. You know what I mean?
Well,
I
Marcus
finally
Mariota's
found one.
Oh,
This is the
are we
best
gonna lay
way
it
to
down?
ask that question. Kyle on the text line, you're the winner. Wish you were giving something away. This is the best way. Coach, when do you expect the offense to catch up to the defense? That's a fair question.
I still think he would tell you we're doing our job. I still think he would tell you that.
I don't know what you could say around that question. That's very well put and very
Relative
quick and
to-
very simple. When do you expect the offense to catch up to your defense?
They're all orphan dogs.
I'll tell you what. If the offense caught up to the defense,
Then they'd be undefeated, blowing teams out 30-0.
they would be the greatest football team who's ever lived.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's almost impossible.
Or the bad thing would happen, Vic. The offense catches up to the defense because the defense falls off so badly that they can't do anything right now. A lot more to get to. Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Back after this.
Because she got a great.
Are you going to say but? No. What's your question? But there's no buts.
And you got your head all the way up it.
Harvey now slips to the outside. Nix looks that way, then over the middle, then to the right, throws, caught into the end zone for the touchdown. Troy Franklin.
Really good job by Bo Nix, feeling the pressure, climbing the pocket, and then being patient, not taking off and wanting getting out of there. Speaking of patient, watch this route to the far right by 11, Franklin, who played with Bo Nix in college at Oregon.
Bud Light Football Friday, Victory Friday.
I'll say this. Can I say this?
Point something out. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say real quick, I think I appreciate Al Michaels today more than I ever have.
Oh, he is in so much. I don't
because
care
Al Michaels
what
doesn't
comes
give
out
a
of my
rat's rip anymore. He's like he'll flat out say that was brutal.
That
was crap.
When you have that freedom because of who you are and what you've done, when you have the freedom to say whatever the hell you want, is there anything better on television than that? Like Barkley has that freedom, right?
Right.
Barkley can do that.
They showed the replay of the Crawshaw punt that went off his shin.
Yeah.
I showed it to Moj. So they did the replay of it in slow-mo, and he goes, special teams, a problem for the Broncos. Ugh.
Dude, can I quickly defend Crawshaw just for a second? Because I understand that everybody looked at that and said, what is going on? The wind was literally moving the ball on the drop from point A to point B, 3
Agreed.
feet. And the wind was taking the ball to parts unknown. So that's not who he is last night. It's not. You could say the same thing about some of the passing game, too. You know what? To be truthful, the wind affected the ball. That's a fact.
Yeah, it did. It did. I would agree with that. The wind affected the ball clearly with Carlson, who
on
tried
both
one
sides.
field goal.
On both sides.
He missed it.
Here's the thing that I wanted to get to. A texter points this out, and I'll just, for the sake of transparency, tell you where my mindset is at. A lot of people don't like when people move the goalposts on teams. And I think sometimes that's something that you shouldn't do, and then sometimes you should. And I'll tell you why I've moved the goalposts a little bit with the Broncos, is when you have a defense this good, you can compete for whatever you want. You can win divisions, you can win conferences, you can win Super Bowls. With a defense like this, you can. So, yeah, I'm moving the goalpost a little bit. And so when we get to a morning like this, discussing a game in which the Broncos won, and it sounds the way it sounds this morning, it's because it feels like you'd be wasting an opportunity if you don't capitalize. And I also think this. The Broncos were really good last year beating teams they were supposed to beat, right? Mm-hmm. They were undefeated as favorites last year. They had issues beating teams that were winning teams. So I took a look at it. The Broncos have beaten, in their 8 wins this year, 7 teams with 3 wins or less, and 1 team in the Philadelphia Eagles that have a winning record. The 2 losses they have are is that me or you, Moj? The back-to-back losses that they had early in the season against the Colts and the Chargers, which are a 6-win team and a 7-win team. So when I talk about these things, special teams, penalties, inconsistent offense, you play against better teams, it's going to get you beat. I don't think there's a question about it. You've been able to survive this against teams that can't get past 3 wins so far this year. But when you play the Chiefs next week, if that same game happens, you don't just lose, you get wrecked.
You play to their level, and people are saying to me right now regarding the win last night, why didn't it affect the Raiders punter? It did. It did affect the Raiders punter. The ball was going sideways. The difference is the Raiders punter got better bounces. He got bounces that were like insane. It did affect the punter. It affected their special team.
Dude, on the second
it affected
one,
their kicker.
On the second one inside the 2-yard line, that ball landed and went straight 90 degrees right out of bounds.
It did affect their punter. I don't know what you people are seeing that I didn't see. It affected their punter. Now, did it affect his drop as much as Maybe Crawshaw's drop is different? I don't know. But the wind affected the ball. And don't be stubborn and say it didn't, because it did.
Well, there's no question their punter handled that a lot better than Crawshaw.
Of course.
A lot. He put 2 inside the 1-yard line.
Again, both of those Both of those were ridiculously lucky bounces. If you saw it from the stadium perspective.
His first one just sailed. He sailed it out of bounds at the one.
The wind literally took the ball from the middle of the field. The wind took the ball.
Are you sure, or was he aiming that way?
Yeah,
because it sure looked to me like he was going for a coffin corner.
Well, I'm saying maybe he planned for it to do that, though. I just played golf yesterday. I told Moser I had a pitching wedge. I was aiming off the green.
Sure. You know what? That brings up another question, which is going to come up here in about 4 years. DMac mentioned this last night when we were having a conversation in the press box. So the wind impacted, the elements impacted the game. If the Denver Broncos had a dome opportunity, where you could close the roof. Mm-hmm. All right, now I speak to all the fans who attended the game and those of you at home who watched the game. Would you have preferred shutting the roof on a game like last night or letting the elements take over the game the way they did? What would you have preferred as a viewer of the game?
Hold on. Close that sucker and hold it.
So you would prefer just let football be football. Don't mess with it with gusts of wind.
I say close the roof, brother.
Okay, Brett, what's your vote?
I think you could have left it open last night.
Okay, so see, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get fans who say, the elements are part of the game.
I'll tell
you. Then you're going to get people who say, I want to watch football. I don't want to watch lucky bounces where a gust of wind can do. And I'm on your side, Moser.
Sean Peyton would have closed it. I know that.
Yes, Moser, I'm on your side. In situations where the elements affect, where there's luck involved sometimes, let's just play football. I want to see the better football team win and not the team that benefits from lucky gusts.
Well, hang on. Let's kind of play this through. What's the best aspect of your team? It's your defense. And if those conditions affect the opposing team's offense, why not just stick with the advantage you already have and leave it open? Like if your defense is already going to crush it and the elements are going to affect the opposing offense too, hold the team to 7 points and you're probably going to win.
Yeah.
By the way, there's an insane stat I saw on ESPN. I want you guys to hear this. This season, teams have scored fewer than 20 points 47 times. What's the record in those 47 games in the NFL?
Of teams that have scored less than 20 points in a game.
Of teams that have scored less than 20 points in a game 47 times, what's the record?
I would say they're probably 17 and 30.
I don't know. I don't understand the question. This season? Are you talking about
this season, 47 times a team has scored less than 20 points.
What's the overall record of those teams?
What's the overall record?
I'll say 10 and 30.
It's
10 and
37.
6
and 41.
Wow.
The Broncos are 3-0.
So the Broncos are 3 of those 6 wins.
Well, that's because that's a credit to their insane defense. Again, the defense is so good. Here's how I look at the Broncos in this season. The defense is so good that it's making up for the ineptitude, and not just ineptitude, some historic ineptitude of both offense and special teams. The offense has shined in the fourth quarters of some of these games, which gives it a little more. Like if you were to grade all 3 phases right now, grade them right now at the 10-game season. We're 10 games in. Defense, A, double plus 3 pluses.
Yeah, what's above an A plus?
Right,
stat?
You graduate. You're on to AP.
Yeah. This is like the 13-year-old whiz kid that you're like, you go to Harvard right now. You're ready.
You're done. Yeah, you could teach the class. That's what the defense is. All right, now the other 2, because I have my own grade. I'll grade the offense as a D. You've showed up at a couple times when you need it, so you can. It's in there, but by and large, you're bad. That's what I'm going to give the offense.
What'd you give him?
A D.
Okay.
Vic,
what do you give the offense?
Vic, is that why we're wearing these hats? We're grading the team with our hats right now.
What do you give the offense?
D plus.
Okay, Moshe?
Well, I mean, if you factor in some of the games where they've actually moved the ball and
that's
put
what
it
I'm
in
saying.
the end
It's in there.
zone,
That's why it's a D.
Just solid D. D.
I'll give special teams, not even an F, a Z.
Do you remember when we did our midterm grades and I gave the special teams a D and you said I was being too harsh? Now you're on my side.
Well, a couple games have emerged since then.
Here's the problem. Special teams. Will Lutz is good. He's a good kicker. And it's not his fault that a ball fell 5 yards short because he's kicking into a 50-knot wind yesterday. God, man, that's the thing, though. You just graded a football team, Vic, in 3 phases of football. One got a D, the other got an F-. They're the best record in the league.
It's
the
staggering.
best in the league.
It's staggering.
Untouched
That's
by
how
anybody
good
else.
this defense is. That's how good this defense is. And we're going to get pushback from people, blowback. Excuse the pun with the win last night. Postal Al says, fellas, they're 8-2. We're really going to complain after the years of football we've seen? Al, I'm going to tell you same thing. I had this conversation with Michael Malone a few years ago when they're on their championship run. And we were just talking about media and how people react to good teams. And I said, this is very simple. You should be privileged and honored when fans and media scrutinize your wins, because that means their expectations are way above where they used to be. When they start scrutinizing wins, that means they expect great things from you. Apathy's the worst thing. Apathy, when they don't care about wins or losses, when they don't react at all. That's what you don't want, because that means you're meaningless. This is great. The fact that we're sitting here at 8-2 and we're scrutinizing a win, 7 in a row, that's an honor. That means that people expect great things. That's how you should interpret that.
Yeah. There's a big question that I think needs to be answered, and it's just sort of like, just taking a poll. Let me get the pulse of Broncos fans about one subject, and it's Bo Nix. We'll ask the question next.
Dealing with mountain properties is a specialty. Are you thinking about a mountain property? Second home rental, maybe even your dream home? You're going to need an absolute pro, and I know who that is. Her name is Anastasia Bell. Awesome name, even better agent. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breck, and her market expertise and experience is impressive, and that really matters when you're dealing with a sale or purchase like this in Summit County. You need to know a person that you can trust. That agent has your best interests. I know it and you know it. This is an important decision. So if you're thinking about a mountain property, it's got to be Anastasia Bell. Call her right now, 970-968-7646. She'll answer, 970-968-7646. Personalized guidance, exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
Be here.
Here's the question I have surrounding your quarterback. And let's just go ahead and hit one of these.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Man, quarterbacks are not like
Hang on.
corners.
Have you lost a little faith in Bo Nix over the last few weeks? Yes or no? Just curious.
You've got to be delicate here. When you talk quarterbacks, this is like talking about a family member to most fans.
So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line.
Although...
Hang on.
Yeah, sorry.
Have you lost a little bit of faith in Bo Nix? Text in yes or no. I just want to see how this initial straw poll looks. Go ahead, Marsh.
Yes, and it's okay. I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't regain that faith.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that he can't all of a sudden shine next week and you see a different quarterback like the guy we saw against the Cowboys. He's capable of it. We know it's there, but it's okay to be honest about it. 2 bad weeks. These were his 2 worst games, I think, as a Bronco. And they won.
Yeah.
Well, not since the first couple as a rookie. That was different, though.
But you're expecting more. He's a year and a half into his career right now. Like, you're expecting more. And I think yesterday just put something – it was just something that hit me in the middle of the game where, again, I've seen Bo Nix have struggles before. I've seen long stretches during a game where the offense can't get going. I mean, they started the game last night with 4 3-and-outs consecutively to start the game. And, like, that's not totally abnormal. I've seen it. I haven't seen him look rattled. Say what you want about Bo. When Bo's had bad games, Moj, he still looks like a confident guy.
Well, I mean, he had 0 points through 3 quarters, right? I mean, and then put 33 on the board against the Giants. I mean, you know, it was, he just kind of said, screw it. Well, he has looked rattled. I think that's the best way to put it. And last night he looked more rattled than ever against a Raiders team that is not good. You know, Max Crosby's a problem. I mean, he really is. So I'll at least acknowledge that. But this is a delicate thing because I think it's in there, like your buddy said. It's in there. It's in there. How do you consistently draw it out? Brett, I don't have the answer to that.
I still think he's got to get involved. And Darren Orlovsky said this a couple days ago on ESPN. He's got to get involved in the running game earlier. I think it can settle him down.
He ran the ball a couple times last night, some design plays, and it just didn't end well.
He had that one with J.K. Dobbins blocking in front of him that I don't know why he just didn't put his foot in the ground and step up. It's almost like he was kind of dancing behind him for a second.
Talking about the one, the run to the left side.
Yeah.
It looked awkward.
It did. Everything looked awkward.
I wonder if he's a little hurt.
Could be. Well, the India Times told me yesterday that he was questionable for the game or something.
Vic, he's not hurt.
Did we know about his injury to close the season where he had to have off-season? Remember, he had off-season, was it surgery?
I don't look at him the way he moves as a human being, though, and there's nothing that gives me an indication that he's nursing something. So maybe if he is hurt somehow, he's just a total stud and he's able to eat it. Okay, great. I mean, whatever. You're on the field, you need to play, and you need to perform. I don't care if you're hurt or not. Then don't play. Then put Stiddy in and let's see what he's got. Look, I am.
You aren't going to make that. You don't make that change.
You're not
won
making that
7 straight games.
No, you are not. And by the way, I wouldn't make it even if you didn't. He's your
guy. You know what's interesting?
Okay,
you know what's interesting?
He's the man.
They wanted to make a change. I mean, consider this: 2 years ago, they wanted to make a change from Russell Wilson, and they had to wait because he kept winning.
Yeah.
You know what else? Sometimes winning delays progress. Sometimes winning delays decisions. The Denver Nuggets wanted to make a change, and they started winning.
Yep.
Vic,
before the trade deadline.
Vic, there is no decision to be made here. Anybody who would entertain the thought of replacing Bo Nix as the starting quarterback even for a week is out of their mind.
I understand.
Absolutely
irrational. It would never happen, and nor should it happen. I'm just proving that winning sometimes masks obvious decisions. I'm not calling this one of them.
Here's the other big part of what I've noticed really all season, but especially as of late. You're putting way too much on the defense. You are stressing them way too much. And
And what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen?
They're going to get worn out.
Yeah.
They're
or they'll get lit up one game, and everybody's going to say, "See, it was fake all along." And my retort would be, "Well, there's only so much you can." At some point, that waterfall is going to hit you. It's going to.
This is like those Nuggets teams that were, Jokic, we need 40, 22, and 15 from you tonight. You're like, you can't ask that of him every single night.
This reminds me of the famous Mother Teresa quote.
Famous Mother Teresa quote. Let me think about this.
All right, hang on. No, I got
What's up, playa?
Yeah. Get wrecked, bro.
That's what she said in the club. She said, "What's up, playa?" No, she said this, and this is, let's call the Broncos defense Mother Teresa, all right? Can we? She said, "I know that God will never
Bees ain't bleep, but oh."
Why is it when I talk about nuns, you become an ass?
That's a good point, Brett.
No,
Brett, you shut your mouth.
Comes up on this program.
Brett,
I thought that was her famous quote.
Brett, you shut your mouth. I was raised by nuns.
Dude,
cruising down the street in my 6'4".
I swear to God. You're going to give me an aneurysm, bro.
Mother Teresa?
1, 2, 3 to the foe. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Mother Teresa at your dough.
Go ahead, Mosh. What'd she say?
Here's what Mother Teresa said. She says, "I know that God will never give me more than I can handle. I just wish he didn't trust me so much."
Yeah.
Is that not the Denver Broncos defense? Look, there's no situation on the field that we can't handle. I just wish the offense didn't trust us so much because, I think they're going to get worn down perhaps. They haven't yet, man. We're 10 weeks in, and these guys continue to fly around the field, put different guys in. Benito came out on that. By the way, Benito made a great play.
Yeah.
It came out on 3rd and 14. They took him out when that would be an ideal pass rushing situation. He's on the sideline, and they still get to Geno Smith. I mean, it's awesome. They're great. And by the way, did you like my Mother Teresa quote or not?
I did like it.
Well, you know what? God trusted her a lot. Now she's dead.
You have a way of erasing.
Next question, man.
Hey, I saw a wax figure of Mother Teresa in Rome one time. Really weird. It's really weird.
You know, you keep referencing Mother Teresa. Let me educate you on something.
Please.
We have our own version of Mother Teresa.
Mother Teresa?
Where's your camera?
Sorry. We have our own version of Teresa, and that's Mother Cabrini. You realize that, right?
Yeah, she's got a shrine up the hill.
Have you seen the show Cabrini yet?
No.
All right, watch it, and maybe you'll start quoting Cabrini instead of Teresa.
I'd like to.
I think you're a little too Teresa biased and not enough Cabrini.
Oh,
Cabrini is one of our own.
Oh, so now we're picking sides on nuns.
Yes.
Okay. We're having a nun off.
Good old-fashioned nun off.
Was Mother Teresa involved in that Tupac drive-by situation?
I don't think she was.
Can I hear from Sean Peyton post-game? We already heard him talk to Luca, Evan. How about this? Why couldn't the offense get going? Nelly, can you get us cut 3, please? I know you're on the phone.
I think we had 8 penalties. Let's start there. And then when you take those penalties and you say, all right, I felt like it was a night where when it was 3rd down, I was looking on the wrong section of the 3rd down sheet. And when you get over there too much, it becomes difficult. They did some things in their defensive scheme base, versus some of our sub that maybe created some minus runs, but I was pleased that we closed it out. They knew we were going to run, we were going to run, and we were able to finish the game. So we'll look at that tape. We'll enjoy the win, and then be back at it Monday.
Do you think that Sean Payton is questioning anything within how he's calling a game? Or do you think he's still that stalwart, no, I know what I'm doing, they just need to do it better sort of thing?
There is a disconnect between what Sean Payton wants and what Bo Nix is capable of doing.
Yeah.
There is an obvious disconnect. What Sean Payton wants is perhaps up here. He's putting premium gas in a 2015 Honda. It doesn't need premium gas. It needs regular. Just get it the right fuel. That's how I see this.
Yep. There's again the decisions that were made in that game. We talked a little bit about the 3rd and 1 double pass thing where I just, out of all the drives that you had last night, the best drive you had was that one because you were running the football effectively.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 3rd and 1 and you're like, let's throw the ball backwards. It makes no sense.
It was supposed to, I'm going to be honest, Vic. I love me a good double pass. When I was calling college football back in the day,
it's a time and a place for sure.
They converted a former quarterback to a hybrid tight end / wideout, and they could execute a double pass incredibly well. I like a good double pass. I'm not sure I like it in that situation, but I don't want to listen. I don't want to poo-poo it because I don't want them to stop at least attempting those kinds of things.
But just not then. You're running the ball for 7 yards a carry. It's 3rd and 1.
I agree. Some of these texts, by the way, are funny. Marcello, either way. Regulators, mount up. Mother Teresa. Regulators.
I like this one. Enjoy hell, Kane.
What did I do?
Yeah, well, you bash nuns. That's not a good thing.
Bash a nun.
You always do.
Hey, I got one for you because everybody is nobody's going to ask Sean Payton a question about the offense. He's going to react the same way he did to Luka Evans. But J.K. Dobbins was asked last night.
He's honest.
And J.K. is as honest as they get. And this is the response, I believe, that's the most fair and the most true. Here's what J.K. Dobbins said, quote, defense is winning us games, and we're not helping them. We're not doing them any justice. We're not. I feel bad the way we play on offense and the way they play on defense because they're doing so great and then we're doing so bad. And they're our brothers too, so it just sucks because they're out there, so many plays, playing their butts off. We can't keep doing that to them.
I don't know that I've ever even heard a more accurate and honest quote in my life. I love J.K. Dobbins. And Vic, when I saw that, I'm like, he has nailed it on the head. And by the way, there's nothing wrong. There's no shame in saying, you know what, we're not holding up our end of the bargain. We're being saved week after week after week by our defense. I think the offense can get there. I mean, I've been saying that for weeks now. I think they can. I wish they would, but he's right about that.
Well, he's more honest, and he's more forthright about it. While Bo's a little defensive.
Bo is, dude. People need to get this through their heads. You ask Bo Nix a question, you're asking Sean Payton a question. It's the same response.
I'm sure
they
it's
will
frustrating.
Be sort of indignant about it and be like, "What are you
You
complaining
don't think
about?"
JK's frustrated? He's being honest, though. You don't think he's frustrated?
Totally. I haven't done this yet this year. I've done it every other year at least once. So let me dust off the old movie reference that I do every year with the Broncos. They got to be in that locker room looking at each other, the offense and the defense, and doing the old Mark Wahlberg from The Departed. Who are you? Me? I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. It's again another example of that, of defense just continuing to have to bail the offense out. And I'll tell you this, one of the most underrated aspects of the game for that defense. What did you not hear basically all game? That was a big fear going into it.
Brock Bowers.
You didn't hear his name at all, did you?
It was absolutely, they did a great job.
Best tight end in the league is held to a catch.
And incidentally, this might, and people are looking at Geno's, they're looking at the box score and go, he wasn't that bad. I mean, he was 16 of 26. He was bad and he was hurt. I mean, he got destroyed last night. Would you say, Vic, what's the total number of quarterback hits?
12.
Okay,
hits.
So 6 sacks, but 12 total quarterback hits, and he got crunched. He's limping all around. He's dragging his leg behind his body. I mean, he was in a bad way. And so when you look at it, I think the Broncos did an awesome job on Brock Bowers. He only had 1 catch last night. It was, by the way, a big catch. But he also had a quarterback that could not deliver him the football.
Yeah.
I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy.
God, what a great scene that is. What a great scene.
We got a caller here. We'll go ahead and take it. Let's go to Tyler. Hi, Tyler.
Hey guys, I just wanted to call in and talk about Bo Nix. I'm the classic believer in Bo Nix. Hell, I bought a jersey of his. Something's not clicking with him and Sean, and I don't know what it is, and it hurts me. Like, I'm a lifelong Broncos fan. Do you guys know what's going on? Because I look at Bo Nix. He's got all these moments where he looks great, fantastic even, but then you got these moments where he looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. So, like, I just want to know why it's happening.
Well, it's the $1 million question. Thank you for the call, Tyler. The thing that I've come to is, number one, like, this is just, it's a theory. There's no way for me to prove this, but this is how it looks to me. I think Bo is way over processing stuff. I think he's got too much stuff in his head right now, and that he's not able to just kind of let it loose and go. You can't overthink in sports. It'll kill you. And it doesn't matter what sport you're talking about. Moj, hockey, overthink it, can't do it. Baseball, can't do it. Golf, can't do it. It doesn't matter what the sport is. When you are using your brain too much and not just reacting at times and using your God-given athletic ability that got you to a professional level, I think it bogs you down. And I don't think that Sean Payton's helping with that. I think that some of these play calls and when they get the personnel on the field and then having to rush to the line and doing all this, I think it creates just a ticking clock in his head that's really hard to get out.
It's so interesting you say that, Vic. I was watching Peyton last night. I was primarily watching him
Did you hear?
Hang on.
Did you hear Bo yell to the sideline though, saying, "Bleeping personnel!
Yeah.
Like, get him on the field."
But he's because he was wearing these clear framed glasses and then he wasn't. Then he was. Then he wasn't. I'm like, that's kind of an interesting look.
Yeah.
But he's got his thing over here, and I'm like, and he's like, I'm like, how long is this friggin' play call? I'm like, are you reading the Bible to Bo? I mean. And then dude gets the play out quickly, and then they get to the line of scrimmage. But he's like, and then he pulls away. I'm like, dude, what are you filling his head with right now? What is going into his cranium?
Yeah.
See, this is why I wasn't bent out of shape at all when the Broncos didn't pull the trigger on an offensive weapon at the trade deadline. Because if you put a Waddle out there, do you think you see a difference?
Not last night.
I don't think that's a difference. This is not a. I still don't think it's
drop balls again last night.
I know. I totally agree. But you got to get him the ball too.
Yeah.
Cortland Sutton had 3 catches, 4 targets.
I asked you guys going into the game yesterday, in true or false, one of the questions was, should Cortland be targeted more? He has not gotten the ball a lot lately.
Yeah.
He's kind of disappeared from the offense. You know who's getting a ton of targets? Is Franklin.
Sometimes by mistake, the ball that went off him that resulted in an interception, I don't think that was intended for Troy Franklin.
All right, here's your question. Here's a question for you. If we're being completely honest, on what football team or which football teams would the way Bo Nix is playing right now get him sat down for a half or a game?
Say that again?
Because it's not the Denver Broncos who have won 7 in a row. But if Bo Nix
team's going to sit their quarterback when they've won 7 in a row. No team. Nobody.
I don't really understand your question either.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Can you ask a cogent question that makes sense?
What other football team or teams in this league, the National Football League in 2025, with the way he's playing right now, I'm not talking about 7 wins in a row, but
probably a bunch because they'd be losing games.
Right. So, I mean, is that a legitimate question to ask?
Yes.
I wouldn't sit him now. Of course I wouldn't. And Sean Payton won't. And he shouldn't. He's your quarterback. He's your number one. But it's that built-in patience that you have now because you're 8-2.
Hey, John Elway got sacked.
That was a long-ass question.
Well,
John Elway got sacked.
But I'm saying that any other it was a pretty cogent question.
Hey, Peyton Manning got sacked. Now, injury-related, he got sacked.
But, I mean, if he's on the Falcons, is he sitting? If he's on the Saints, is he sitting? If he's on the Bears, is he sitting? If he's on Washington, is he sitting?
Can I ask you this, though? Going back to the Sutton thing, how many catches do you think Sutton has in the last 5 games?
Well, he had 1 against Houston, 3 yesterday, so that's 4.
It's got to be like 8.
Under 10?
Well, it's 15.
Oh, 15.
3 catches a game.
Yeah,
for
that's
Cortland
not acceptable.
Sutton is not.
That's not acceptable.
Well, it's unnoticeable. I'll tell you that. It's
he's not getting targeted enough.
I agree.
So that's why I bring it up again. When you, especially Brett, were upset they didn't go get Waddle. Would I have liked Waddle? Of course I would have. I wouldn't complain about going to get a speedster and putting him on this offense. It doesn't do you much good if you can't get him the ball.
Does it help him, though? Is he keyed on by the defense to where maybe they're running some brackets over him and maybe Jalen Waddle could open things up on the other side?
I don't see that much of a difference.
Okay.
I just think this offense is so cloudy right now. I don't know what it is.
I think, we keep saying this, and I think it's a lot easier than we're making it out to be. Quarterback play's just been bad. The quarterback's been bad.
Okay.
Outside of the Dallas game. I mean, I'll go back. You tell me, would you say that Bo Nix played good? And don't say, well, he played good in the fourth quarter. I'm saying overall game, did he play good?
What game? What game are you talking about?
Raiders.
No, he played terrible.
Texans.
No, played terrible.
Cowboys.
Played great.
Giants.
Overall?
Fourth quarter.
How do you gauge that? I mean, to be able to pull off that comeback is amazing. So,
okay. Jets.
Nah.
No.
Eagles.
No. He's all right.
No.
Okay.
That's another one of those
late comeback. Okay.
But that's the last 6 games that we got. In a 7-game win streak, 6 of them, and 4 have been like for sure no.
So how do you explain the Cowboys game?
The Cowboys are terrible.
Their defense was the worst in the league coming in.
But not every quarterback looks that good against them. Not every quarterback.
Well, they drew it up, and I don't know, it looked to me like they wanted to be put out of their misery. That's my own opinion, but you're right. It doesn't account for the worst defense in the National Football League doesn't account for everything.
Yeah.
But the Broncos in that week, Bo Nix, they exploited them, and that was a good thing.
What we're talking about is that game is the different one from the other games. You know what I mean? I think at this point it's not as complicated as we make it out to be. Quarterback play's been bad, and that's why the offense has been bad because they've been running the football okay.
Yeah, I wish the bye week were upcoming, and I wish they didn't have to play Kansas City next. I wish they had a week to think about it, a week for.
I
wish it was a little bit taller.
Yeah,
I wish it was a baller. I wish I had a girl. If I did, I would call her.
That's Mother Teresa.
That was Mother Teresa as well. I was going to say.
Ski Low. I love that song, by the way. Ski Low.
So a lot more to get to here. 303-504-0925. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Stick around. All right, it's Bud Light Football Friday. By the way, guys, you know what we got tonight?
What's that?
Nuggets Warriors NBA Cup.
Tonight.
Stage game 2, whatever it is. So we'll get to that in just a second. Oh, by the way, did you guys hear the Rockies have hired Jonah Hill?
I like the hire, and I know a lot of people are going to snicker and say,
I do too.
I like it.
Yep. What do you like about it? Because I got a reason for it, but go ahead.
Very simple. It's outside the box, and it's a guy who's got experience. And
He's
I know
been
he
in
hasn't
baseball before. He's been in baseball.
And I know that he hasn't done in baseball for a while, and I know he's responsible for whatever's going on in Cleveland, and I know all that. I got it. I get it. Paul DePodesta is an outside-the-box hire, and that's all I wanted. Somebody who thinks differently. And I think he is that somebody.
I think you nailed it. I don't know if this is going to work. Maybe he'll be just as bad as everybody else who came through here. But it's a first of all, a hire from outside the organization, which has not happened in a long time. Second of all, as Vic just mentioned, you need somebody who's willing to think a little bit differently, and he does that. Thirdly, he's been to a place that didn't have a lot of money and came up with a strategy to create a winner. And fourth, for everybody talking about the Cleveland Browns, I don't know if you guys know this, it's a different sport. Maybe he's not as good at football as he is at baseball, okay? So, maybe this crashes and burns and it's terrible again. Don't care. I love that they went outside the box.
I think the game of baseball probably fits his skill set way better than the game of football, which is tackling and grunting and blah, 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 blah. I mean, use your big brain and figure out how to win at Coors Field and get some players in here that match your vision.
For everyone mocking the move and saying, his days are behind him, I'm just curious. Who do you think is the right move in this situation exactly?
I know what this is, Vic. It's just, look, it's the Rockies did something, and the Rockies stink, so the Rockies will never do anything right, and I'm not going to give it a chance. I already know they're going to stink. That's just, it's the way that you can't convince somebody differently who thinks that way.
And that's why I'm going to say I like the move. Will it work? I have no idea. But I would rather have this move than some dude I've never heard of who has very little experience. This guy is a proven commodity. They made a damn movie about him.
Yeah.
What was it about him? He was
a big part of that movie without his analytics. Without him, Brad Pitt doesn't have that job.
Yeah.
No,
AKA Billy B.
No, Brad Pitt already had the job, you dork.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't
do the movie. If this guy was never born, they don't do the movie.
Agreed.
So anyway, just quick on that. I'm with Vic. I don't know if this will work or not. Maybe it doesn't. Don't care. I like the willingness to go outside of what they usually do because what they usually do is bad anyway. So yeah,
I'm kind of freaking out.
We
have 1 hour and 6 minutes left in the program today. We've talked a lot of Broncos football, done a lot of whining, and rightfully so.
I would still like to talk about them.
I will too, but I'm saying we've got 1 hour and 6 minutes left. Mm-hmm. Lay it down coming up, dudes. Yep. I was in Vegas last week.
Now, surely we're not doing lay it down and drunk takes with all this topical information today.
Oh, yes, we are.
So here's the thing.
Yes, we are.
I really couldn't lay it down like I like to lay it down.
You were too quiet laying it down.
Yeah, because, dude, it's Vegas, and everybody's asleep because they've been out till 4 a.m, and you can't.
Well, they're going to expect noise.
You can't really hotel room it up, It's just not cool.
But I am going to in Vegas at that hour.
People lay it down.
Yeah.
No, but lay it down is going to be vociferous this week. Number one. What's funny? A lot of people seem to like to lay it down.
Okay. Got it.
Number two, I don't know why, because it's just a little silly thing. Number two, drunk takes at the end of the show. I'm assuming we have some this week.
Yes.
Okay,
so lay it down's going to be at 9:20. A couple of callers been waiting patiently. Let's go to Adrian first. Hey, Adrian.
Hey, good morning, guys. I've been thinking about this kind of all year with this Broncos team, and Vic, you might relate better because you're the Denver native like I am. To me, this isn't like panic time. This is like 1989 Denver Broncos, 1991 Denver Broncos. Look like crap the first three quarters. Win a game, have local sports talk about maybe Gary Kubiak that could further the offense and somehow end up in the Super Bowl or championship. And I get it, Bo's not looked very sharp, but I'm not sure that Jarrett Stidham, I think he might score you 3 more points against the Raiders, but I'm not sure he beats the Giants. and I'm not sure that he beats the Eagles. So I just wanted to kind of bring my, going back in the day up to you and see what you thought about it.
Adrian, great perspective. And the one thing that those teams could not do, they got to the Super Bowl. They just couldn't win the Super Bowl. But they got there because they had a quarterback who was a witch in the closing minutes, and he was able to bring you back despite what happened in the first 3 quarters. We've proven already this season, this quarterback has a lot of those same mannerisms. He's a witch. It's funny, Adrian brings up something. You wouldn't believe, guys. John Elway, who, by the way, they're going to, tomorrow at the Buell Theater, Netflix is going to premiere in the Denver Film Festival the movie Elway, which documents his entire
Is it a movie or a documentary series?
A documentary movie.
Okay, a movie.
Yeah, one of those Netflix deals tomorrow, which I wanted to go, but I can't because I have a Nuggets game. But I want you to know this.
I'm going to friggin' Edmonton.
I want you to know this. During Elway's first decade in Denver, despite the drive, despite the Super Bowl appearances, despite all that, you wouldn't believe how many times people were calling for Gary Kubiak to go replace him in games. Even Elway. Even Elway, yes, it happened. It happens to the best of them.
Okay, but can I ask something because I wasn't there for this? Were there moments in those games where John Elway would make plays? You're like, oh, but look at that. You know what I mean? Were those
of course.
The rocket arm?
Difference.
I haven't seen a lot of that from Bo.
Yes.
That's my problem.
Yes, and that's the difference because you could always rest your head on, look at that freaking arm.
Yeah. Like, I'm okay with struggles, but I have to see, like, everybody references Josh Allen, and I think that all these are just faulty comparisons. Josh Allen struggled. He struggled early in his career. For the first couple of years, actually, he was very inconsistent, especially throwing the football. He's working on accuracy. But he would make some plays where you're like, dude, crazy. I think I've told you guys, I watched Josh Allen as a freshman at Wyoming. He played a game against Nebraska. I had to do Husker postgame show. He threw 5 picks in that game. 5. And I, on the post-game show, go, that's an NFL quarterback. Because he made about 5 throws. I was like, are you joking that you can do that? Like, if Bo gave me some of that stuff and you still had the struggles, it would be different. But I just haven't seen a lot of that. And that's my beef right now.
I don't think anybody is calling for a backup quarterback at this point.
No.
Even the most diehard anti-Boers are like,
you've won 7 straight.
Yeah,
You're winning, so
yes.
Who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, dub.
Plus, keep in mind, these two are tied at the hip. It would take an act of God for Sean Payton to pull Bo Nix out of the lineup.
Got about a minute here with that Nuggets game tonight. Let's do this.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Game tonight, NBA Cup is back. Did you see the Nuggets floor? It's all shiny and colorful. Game tonight, though, 8 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Vic, keys to the game.
Well, maybe a big break for the Nuggets because it doesn't look like Steph Curry's going to go. He is listed right now, not probable to play, not even questionable. I think he's out. We'll find out when the injury report
with
is
an illness,
revealed.
right?
Yeah, he's got an illness. So if Steph Curry doesn't play, it's like a completely different game. Would you guys agree with me? Steph Curry's the reason Golden State was able to beat Denver in the opener. The only reason, because he went nuclear. If Steph Curry doesn't play, and Jimmy Butler's questionable, by the way, you got to win this game no matter what. You just have to. So that's my report, and that's my keys to the game. If he doesn't play, you got to win.
Keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
I haven't seen the new Nuggets floor for the NBA Cup.
It's red.
Me neither.
So I Googled it, and it came up this. The phrase, it said Nuggets Cup floor. And it says, the phrase appears in several recipes for homemade chicken nuggets, like McDonald's or Chick-fil-A copycats, as part of their ingredients list. The word nuggets likely describes the intended use of cup of flour in the specific recipe.
Thank you, Robot.
Robot, I'm looking for some NBA Cup. Look, no Steph Curry, Nuggets pound.
303-504-0925. Lay it down at 9:20. Drunk Takes close out the show. Whole bunch to get to. Stick around. All right. Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. But let's talk about the Broncos in the groove from yesterday.
Got an overbite. Yeah.
Vic, who was in the groove yesterday?
I'm going to give it to the defensive line. I know you can pick one player. You can pick John Franklin Myers. You can pick Zach Allen. He does it every week. Malcolm Roach is part of that. I'm going to put all three of those big boys together, make it one big fatty, because they dominated the line of scrimmage.
Moj?
Why not just name the whole team, Vic, so you take all of our picks?
Well, I'm just giving you three dudes who I thought played extraordinary football. I can pick any which one of them. I took all three to make your job harder.
Moj?
Well, I'm going to pick Hufanga and Singleton and Benito and Jones.
Great.
I'm going to throw in a little Greenlaw and certainly some Zach Allen. Malcolm Roach was great. By the way, Malcolm Roach was looking incredibly wide.
He's already part of my package deal, dude.
Who else had a half sack? Jonathan Cooper had a half sack last night. Owazurike got himself a half a sack. There's just a bunch of dudes who balled out.
All right, great. They're in the groove for you?
I'm grooving. Groove me now. Like into groove.
You guys named a million people. You didn't choose my dude in the groove. There's something about a guy,
DeAndre Tillman,
who's 6'4", 250 pounds, dropping back in coverage, getting 2 picks in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, you're right about
and when
that.
when he gets the football in his hands, that guy can
can move. Yeah, he can move.
He's got agility. But, dude, he got blasted at the end of that return. I don't know who blew him up. It was some offensive lineman for the Raiders. But he, decleated, got blown up. Who cares? Adrenaline's running. He got the pick. DeAndre Tillman, my man. That is In the Groove, presented by Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere. It's Groove Toyota.
You know what's crazy about that, though, Vic? You're so right. Let me give Vic a little credit. I named a bunch of dudes from the defense.
You could name literally anybody. Everybody played great.
On that defensive line, dude, it's like they sat at a table and everybody got fed. Everybody's eating, man. Everybody's doing something. Everybody.
Obviously, there's somebody on the defensive side. Why did Amazon pick Bo as their player of the game?
What?
What
do you mean?
Last night after the game.
There's no chance.
No, they did not.
Somebody verified that. I was doing my postgame show, and people told me that they picked Bo, and my immediate response was because they probably wanted him on set after the game.
That could be the only reason.
The guys on the set after the game were Nick Benito and Riley Moss.
Gotcha.
Now Bo was interviewed post-game. I wanted to find that. I can't find it anywhere. I forget who was doing sidelines for him. Is it Kaylee Hartung or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, Kaylee Hartung.
She talked to him, and so this from Zach Stevens. Bo Nix was Amazon Prime's Player of the Game, presented by JCPenney.
No, man.
No.
I don't know who votes for that, but
come on.
No. But they interviewed him, and I will say this: Bo, hang on, Motion. Bo looked a little broken talking to her, like he was doing the if we won, I wish we played better, but we keep winning and credit the defense. The defense is super awesome, but you could tell there was something like. Yeah, Texture says he was depressed. I'm telling you, it sounded like I just want to. I can't find it anywhere.
He was depressed, and Sean Payton was frustrated, and that irritability got to him in the exchange with Luka Evans. Let's play that again because I think it's just precious after the game. How you interpret a game in which you win ugly, but you improved 8-2, best record in the league.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right. But are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly, right?
He's irritable because he knows. Everybody knows.
Are you going to say but? No but.
He's irritable, and maybe he's got a personal vendetta against poor Luka Evans.
No. Are you going to say but?
Nope.
Don't lead the witness.
What's your question?
Maybe he's got a personal
no maybes. We're not playing the maybe game. Just speak.
He's irritable.
But there's no buts.
Because he knows they stink, and it's all on him.
Nope, not on me. Nope. No, I'm just going to keep doing that. My wife says something.
Yeah, my name's Luca.
Okay, perfect.
It's been a hell of a week for those two, hasn't it?
But Wait, is that the real Luca right there? I don't know Luca Evans. Is that?
Yeah, that's him.
That's
Evan.
How old is Luca? He must be a terrific writer because he looks 12.
He's young, but you know what? He's tough.
He is.
He's tough.
I admire
like him.
Yeah, you know what? Here's what I like.
You know what I
Luka.
respect about him? Unlike some of us, he doesn't make the story about himself. He just accepts this punishment and does his job. Good for him.
Yeah, he you know what? That kid, if reporting for the Post is in the hands of a young kid like that who just knows he's going to get blasted and sticks his nose in it, then I'm in. Good job, Lukes.
The Broncos, despite everything, are 8-2. They lead the league with the best record in the NFL. They're doing that off the backs of a defense that has given up a single touchdown in the last 2 games.
Insane.
Without having the defensive player of the year in the defensive backfield. And I think it's unsustainable to play this way.
That's the word.
You can't do it over and over again.
We keep asking that word, though. We've asked it now for 10 games. Is it sustainable? It's been sustainable. I'll give you an example of things that you can't do. And at the time, I didn't think it was that big a deal. But then I put myself, do you remember that pick that Bo threw late, the high, deep ball?
Yeah, the bomb. It acted like a punt.
Okay. If you do that against the Raiders, okay. If you do that against Mahomes next week and give him time at the end of a half, he will burn you.
Yeah.
Correct?
And that's the whole thing.
In fact, the Broncos were very fortunate. Do you remember what happened after that play?
After the arm punt?
After the arm punt, do you remember what happened directly after that play? Do you remember the Raiders receiver running wide open past Riley Moss down the right sideline and dropped the ball?
Yep.
Yes. Well, it would have been a tough catch, but yeah, it's the rookie.
Moj.
The one over the shoulders.
That's a catch.
That should be automatic.
You know what? You're right. It should be. He's a rookie. Okay.
That's a catch.
Well, I'll say this: Riley Moss is fast. That kid's stutter step about 3 yards. 3 to 5 yards into his route that created, and then the burst. That was very impressive.
Well, you could do a whole lucky, fortunate thing that you were doing earlier, Moj, with the Broncos. How's this for fortunate? The Raiders did have a touchdown wiped off the board due to a penalty, too. Big touchdown.
Yeah.
And in a game like that, 14 points was all you needed. You know what I mean? Fortunate. Missing a field goal at the end of the game.
They're not lucky, but they're fortunate. They are. I've been saying that. They're not, quote, lucky, but they are a fortunate football team. They're fortunate that again, 4th and 5. Was it 4th and 5?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, they're just trying to draw him offside. Because everybody's just standing there. Like, just standing around. And then they actually snap the football. I'm like, good God almighty, thank you.
Well, in that situation, though, I think
you're in a 7-7 game. Why not just try to, again, pin them? Their offense is doing nothing. Pin them deep again.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you guys think?
I don't know. Look, decisions, it's not my job. But I look at it and I can say, I wouldn't have done that.
We brought this up yesterday. Do you like Thursday night football or Monday night? And I chose Thursday because it sort of sets the weekend. And Monday, by that time, I'm tired of watching. To be honest with you, it's a lot. But the product on Thursday night, because you have only 2 days really to game plan and install, the product, I think we have enough of a history here to prove the product is inferior. It's an inferior product. It's not an entertaining Thursday night product. Now, some games you'll get entertainment. But what we saw last night, that was not entertaining. The most entertaining aspect of that game was the halftime show, which was phenomenal. The Broncos put on a halftime show that was worthy of a Super Bowl halftime. I don't know how much money they spent on that thing. That was unreal.
Yeah, the Thursday games, they're weird. They are weird. It doesn't always look like that, though. That was sort of next level gross on both sides of the field.
Oh, football fans hated it. I mean, the amount of backlash across the country was ridiculous.
I think you can tell the difference between a good defensive battle and an offensive mess, right? There's a difference between the two. defense going out there making a whole bunch of plays. And look, you give the Broncos defense credit.
Hey, a good defensive battle would be a 17-17 game. Okay, that to me, 14-4.
Or something. Yeah,
but this 7-7 junk, it just...
Moj.
Yes.
You want a stat in terms of what an entertainment is? The definition of entertainment? I'll give you something right now.
Please do.
Listen to this one. Only twice since 1950 has this happened. 1950 now. Even Moj. Well, I don't know. Were you born in 1950 or 1950?
Right now it'd be harder. It'd be hard to hate you any more than I do. So just keep it up.
Only twice, and this is the second time it's happened, where each team had more penalties than first downs. 2 times since 1950 has that happened. Look at my number. Look at my finger right now. 2 times. Where each team finished a game with more penalties than first downs. That's not entertainment.
I didn't know that, but that's
torture.
I didn't need, let me put it this way. I didn't need to have you give me that stat, which I love, by the way, to know that my eyeballs hated that game. My eyeballs hated it.
According to my count, there was 13 3-and-outs.
My eyeballs hated that part of it, too.
I think there were more because, it depends on how you quantify a 3-and-out.
No. 14. If you want to count the one-play interception drive, that's 15. Good Lord.
Junk. Absolute junk. Hey, 8-2 though, baby. 8-2.
Oh, no.
8-2.
There's a turnover on downs.
8-2.
That's 16.
8-2, baby. 8-2.
Wow.
God, the fact that they've given themselves the kind of cushion they have is so awesome.
Can I ask you this,
Thank the Lord. Yes.
What is it about?
This said, sorry, Vic, just quickly. ESPN now has this thing, I haven't seen this before. It's called key plays.
Mm-hmm.
So they have all plays, scoring plays, key plays. Here's the key plays. Ashton Genty's touchdown in the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix's touchdown pass to Franklin in the second.
Mm-hmm.
J.L. Skinner's helmet blocks a Raiders punt. Broncos hold on after field goal determines game.
Hold on. Hold on. That's a key play. A hold on.
Geno Smith shaken up after a short run, briefly exits game. That's it.
So when you go to that button on Amazon, give us
the
the best plays, you get 5 plays and that's it?
Wait, let me see. I want to go to another game. What was a good game last week?
I don't go to the Broncos-Cowboys game. There are a bunch of plays in that.
Okay, hang on. Broncos-Cowboys a couple weeks ago. Go here. Plays. Oh, they don't have key plays? Why?
Oh, man.
That's a bummer. I'll try and find another one. But, yeah, there's 5. And one of them is Broncos hold on after field goals determine game and Geno Smith shaken up shortly, briefly out.
You know what's crazy about human nature, though? Tell me why this happens. And tell me if this happens to you guys, because it happens to me. So the Broncos go into a game. The offense sputters. We come on the show on a Monday morning, usually. Today, I know it's Friday. Monday morning, we say, oh, my God, this offense. Tuesday rolls around, and you're like, yeah, they can get better. Wednesday, Thursday, you're like, I see potential. Friday, I think this offense breaks out this week. Saturday, yeah, this is going to be a 30-point. And then it happens all over again. Why do we continue to go down that road, fall into that trap? Because I know I'm guilty of that. I always sort of slough it off as, that's just a one-off. I know we've seen it a couple times, but they'll find it. Yeah. Am I the only one who does that?
No, Vic, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I got a feeling. Broncos are going to smoke the Chiefs, man. They're going to beat that ass.
I was basically defining Mark Moser. What I just did there is the definition of being bipolar Mark Moser. Because every week, Moser looks into a microphone and says, it'll be 37-3.
Good. Well, it should be. Okay? Don't get on my butt because it should be. It's not my fault they're completely ignorant. It should be. They should have waxed those fools last night.
You're so
waxed
right.
them.
I mean, Moser is right. He is.
I couldn't help it. What's that one key play toward the end of the game again?
Oh, the last one?
Yeah.
The last key play they have is in the fourth quarter.
Last one.
That's where the key, that's where the key plays really matters in the fourth. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
There was one. Geno Smith shaken up after short run, briefly exits game.
What's the one before that?
Broncos hold on after field goals determine game.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a little. I'm
the
going to give you a little.
game-winning drive. This is the most ridiculous nature of that game. The game-winning drive went for -2 yards.
It just sucks. It just sucks. But hey, I got something.
Can I just quickly on that? If you want to know how bad things truly got, you were held to a 3-and-out, and the game's tied 7-7. And Crawshaw boots a 39-yard punt into the end zone, which nets a 19-yard punt.
Yeah.
And then the Raiders kick the ball off the face of J.L. Skinner. You get the ball at the 12, move backwards 2 yards to kick the game-winning field goal in the third quarter.
Oh, my Lord. Hey, Brett, I got it for you, though. Ready? Vic could appreciate this even. I know this pain. Why do you lock yourself up in these chains?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No one can change the game except for you.
Hold On by Wilson Phillips. Yeah, I got it.
By the way, I love that song. I'm not afraid to admit it. I love that Wilson Phillips song.
Coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against Golden State on 92.5 begins at 7:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
Keep playing the game. -1 yard for the game-winning field goal. Good God.
Lay it down next.
Can you hold on?
It's a Bud Light
for one
Football
more day?
Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
Tell me you don't like that.
Just quickly, before we get to some other things. Vic, what was that stat that you had about first downs and penalties? What did you just say?
Well, the second time in the NFL since 1950. It's only the second time that a game where two teams, each team had more penalties than first downs.
I'll do you one better.
Oh, my God.
This is from OptaStats. Only 2 times in the last 40 years has an NFL team had a game with 10 or more penalties than first downs, more penalties than points, an entire quarter without a first down, under 100 rushing yards, under 100 net passing yards, and a missed field goal.
Wait.
The 2 times that's happened in the last 40 years were both teams on the field last night.
Hold on a second. Did you say there was an entire quarter last night without a first down? I'm trying to think.
I'm going to say this one more time. In the last 40 years, only 2 teams have done this, and they played against each other last night. 10 or more penalties than points, more penalties than first downs, an entire quarter without a first down, under 100 rushing yards, under 150 net passing yards, and a missed field goal.
So the Broncos went the entire first quarter without a first down. I assume the Raiders went the entire second quarter without a first down. That's my assumption just watching the game. Because I know the Broncos, they went 3 and out in their first 4 drives, correct?
Yes. They did not have one in the first.
Yeah.
The Raiders quarter without a first down was the third. They had a 3 and out, that one play interception, and then the 3 and out that resulted in the blocked punt.
That just seems what we're seeing this season. I don't know what the deal is with 2025.
Playoffs are coming.
But we're seeing things we've never seen before. I've never seen a 33-point fourth quarter for a win. I've never seen a team go goose egg 33 in my life. I mean, it's never happened in any hell. I don't think at any level of football. Even your brother's 6-year-old flag football crap.
I thought Bill Vinovich's crew and they're known for flags. The Bill Vinovich crew. It's sad when you know the name of the lead official, but he's known for flags. I actually said this to DMac and Rachel last night. I said, I don't want to even see punts and kickoffs anymore because I know a flag's coming somewhere. Every damn punt, there's a hold, there's something. I don't even know why you bother going through the motions of a punt.
They also had that OPI on Pat Bryant that was insane. I think it was Pat. It was either him or Franklin, but it was like
he pushed off of the guy's face mask.
Happens every single time.
Well, I'm just saying he created separation. It's on the little post route by pushing off on the face mask. That's
what do you think about the NFL product, though, when the officials throw that many flags?
Too much.
The product.
Too much. Relax a little bit.
So what do you do? What should the calls on
right
punts?
to jail? Right to
why
jail.
Why are we punting the ball?
I think the proper reaction to that is having your 6'2", 240-pound linebacker threaten the ref. I think that works. Go ahead, Moj.
Hey, I want to remind everybody, help us, Vitalant, and the Colorado Avalanche fight cancer. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information. What you're going to do, Brad, is you're going to go to Vitalant. You're going to roll up your sleeve. Okay? And the gal's going to go. She's going to find that vein. She's going to get that big needle, which is important, but it doesn't hurt, just a little prick.
Yep.
And you're going to lean back and you're going to enjoy yourself. You're going to squeeze your little ball. She said, what are you doing squeezing that ball so much? You say, you know what, Jennifer? Come on, lay it down!
Oh, go ahead, Moj.
Let's get it this week, man. I mean, let's get it, Vic. By the way, do you have a Brett coin?
I got a Brett coin.
Do you have a unsolicited Vic pick?
I missed on my Vic pick last week, so I deserve not to do one this week.
Okay. So here's what you're going to do, Brett.
I've been sending out way too many Vic picks.
Vic, you have been.
Unsolicited.
Brett's cruising down the road in his Ford, right? And he sees this guy broken down on the side of the road, and the guy's tire is shredded. And a guy waves him down. He's got an Explorer like you do, right?
Yeah.
And he says, look, man, he goes, my spare is flat too. He goes, I don't know what to do. Can you help me? And you say, I'll tell you what, dude. I got a spare back here. You can buy it off me for $50. And the guy says, thank you. Yes, I will. So, Brett Kane, you take that 50.
Take that 50, Brett.
And you start looking around. You say, I got a cool 50 in my hand right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you don't have a spare, but you're not worried about that.
Yeah.
The BYU Cougars are getting 10.5 on the road at Texas Tech. Now, I know that sounds scary. You got to go to Lubbock. That stinks. Tortillas, tacos, the whole 9 yards.
Tortillos.
But the BYU Cougars, believe it or not, are an undefeated 8-0 football team, getting 10.5 on the road at a one-loss team. You got the top offense and defense in the Pac-12 in Texas Tech.
Texas Tech's defense is for reals.
Yeah, but they're giving up about 13 points a game. Well, the BYU Cougars are only giving up 17 per game, and they're getting 10.5. Bear Bachmeier, almost 1,700 yards this season, 11 touches, only 3 picks. LJ Martin's running the ball like a stud, 800 yards on the season and 5 touches. I'm taking the BYU push-up Cougars. I'm going to take Brett's $50. I'm going to go see Jimmy at the window. I'm going to say, Jimmy, BYU, plus 10.5. Lay it down! I don't know what's going to happen in Iowa City this weekend. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. The Oregon Ducks are probably going to win, but they're going to walk out of that joint with a limp. A severe limp. Right? One of their wings is going to be all sideways, busted up, hit with a golf ball. Iowa's getting 5.5 at home, and their defense is awesome. They're giving up 13.5 per game. That's it. And make no mistake about it. Kirk Ferentz may not be a very good coach, but he will.
He's a pretty good coach.
Well, not an exciting coach.
That's true.
He will find a way to make that game as ugly as possible. And his quarterback, Mark Gronowski, that guy's not pretty, but he's had a rushing touchdown in every single game this year. That's 11 total on the season. And Iowa is well rested, coming off a 41-3 spanking of Minnesota back on October 25th. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to walk your dog. You don't have any bread. Walking your dog. You jump. You avoid a big pile of dog do on the side over there, right? But you slip and you look down and you say, oh, my God, inside that is a C note.
Gross.
Yeah. Ben Franklin staring at you. All right, so here's what you're going to do. You're taking that Husky, drive up to Blackhawk. You're going to go like this. Hi, Jimmy. It's me again. He's going to go, dude, what the hell is that? Well, that is a Husky, buddy, that I found in some dog do. And I'm going to take me some Iowa. Plus 5.5 at home. What am I going to do? Lay it down! You want to go with your Brett coin right now?
I'll go with my Brett coin.
All right.
I don't know if you guys know this about a certain guy in college football named Kurt Cignetti, but he wins. Google him.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
There's a whole bunch of question marks about how good is Indiana really. Do you know what Indiana does to teams?
I think they're pretty good.
Especially on offense.
They run up the damn score.
He will not spare any feeling of the opposing team.
That's exactly
right. If he can beat you by 80 points, he's going to beat you by 80 points.
You don't care about your feelings. He's the modern-day Jimmy Johnson.
Fernando Mendoza is arguably the best quarterback in the Big Ten, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. He continues to get better and better.
Handsome son of a gun, too.
They have blown out teams 56-9, 73-0, 63-10, 56-6, 55-10. They have crushed teams. They went on the road in Eugene about a month ago and beat Oregon by 10 points.
Yep.
They're playing against a Penn State team that is 0-5 in the Big Ten Conference. They just played against Ohio State last week, lost by, it was somewhere in the ballpark of 24. It's a 14.5-point spread. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm tired of spending my own money. Baby Jamal Cale's been a little snot lately. She's got a piggy bank.
Yeah,
I'm going to take that piggy bank that rattles around. She always plays with it. She's got some $5 bills in there, but a lot of change.
Yep.
And take all that money. I'm going to go to Coinstar. I'm going to dump all that in there. Once I get that actual cash in my hand, I'm going to walk up. I'm going to do this illegally. I'm going to walk up to some guy. I'm just going to be like, bro, you have no idea how good Penn State actually is. They've been robbed. You should take Penn State. I'll take Indiana at minus 14.5. Well, lay down!
You've got a studly next-door neighbor, do you not? Probably not afraid of too many things in this world, right?
Oh, my neighbor?
Yeah.
You don't mess with my neighbor.
That's exactly right. But
He's Rambo.
But ghosts are a different story, bro. I got a plan. If anybody's got a studly next-door neighbor, ghosts, nobody plays with ghosts. So you create a paranormal hoax in their basement.
Okay.
And you say, hey, by the way, I've been doing some ghost searching with the Rocky Mountain Paranormal Society. Maybe I can take care of your ghost problem for you. Only $1.50. Only costs you $1.50.
The RMPS. We all know that.
It only costs you $1.50. So you cure your neighbor's ghost problem in the basement, corner of the basement, right? You take that $1.50 and you say, oh, my God, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are coming off a bye. And they're hosting the Patriots. Now, this may be counterintuitive, but they're fresh. And they got an underrated defense and a fresh Baker Mayfield. I'll take that all day and all night. By the way, the Buccaneers, they're fifth in the league with 25 sacks, which pales in comparison to the Denver Broncos, but nonetheless, they get to the quarterback. And Drake May has been sacked the second most amount of times in this season behind the rookie Cam Ward. The Patriots have won all 4 road games this year. That's going to end. Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home, minus 2.5 for entertainment purposes against the New England Patriots. You take that paranormal hoax money.
Yeah.
You cured the ghosts. You go to the window. You say, I'll take the Bucs minus 2.5 at home. No problem whatsoever. Lay it down! Finally, there is no way on God's green earth that our Detroit Lions are going to lose 2 in a row. Vic, you realize the Lions have not lost 2 games in a row since October of 2022?
Yeah, they're off kilter. Something's not.
Not now. They ain't.
Something's not clicking there. They're not right.
You want to get on kilter? Go play Marcus Mariota and the Washington Commanders. Now I don't know where you got the Lions at right now, but I got them at -8. Okay. Look, Jared Goff, 17 touches, 3 picks, 4th-rated quarterback in the National Football League at 115.2, and Washington's pass defense stinks. They're 29th in the National Football League. They're giving up almost 9 yards per pass through the air. This is a Jared Goff get-right weekend. Period. End of story. I don't care what you got to do. You scrape together all the bills you have. Your Grammy's little rubber change thing, that you squeeze it and it opens up, right? And you pull a little quarter in there. Find whatever it is you got to find. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, do that hand motion again.
Okay, one of those little squeezy things. Oh, yeah. And you say there ain't no way that Dan Campbell and the Lions are, even on the road, are going to lose this one. Whether you got them at -8, -9, it don't matter. They're going to win by 2 touchdowns. The Detroit Lions this week, -8 at Washington. Lay it down! And then...
there's another.
I've got one extra.
Make it quick.
Oh, my God.
It's because the Citadel is getting 54.5 at Ole Miss. The Citadel.
You're giving me a Citadel? Lay it down?
The Citadel is getting 54.5 at Ole Miss. I mean, is Lane Kiffin a big enough jerk like Cignetti to run it up and win by 80?
Yeah, he is.
You think he is?
I think he is.
I mean, any team that's getting 54.5, I mean, they're going to call off the dogs at some point, are they not? If you feel like taking the Citadel and plus 54.5, plus 54 in the hook, that's important.
Yeah, and the hook.
54 in the hook, then go ahead and lay it down.
I'm going to tell you something right now. The Citadel holds a soft spot in my heart. Because when I was in college, I'm being dead serious. When I was in college, I wanted to take the worst team on EA Sports college football game that I could find and make them a national title or a national champion. Brett Kane, the coach of the Citadel, was just out. I was on pound the pavement on the recruiting trail. And I, in 3 years, made that team a national title contender.
Moj,
3
what
years.
affiliation is the Citadel? Are they? Is that
It's a
Army?
Marines? It's a military school.
I know, but
But they don't. I don't think they have an affiliation with any of the armed services.
So
It's
no
just
specific faction.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct. I guess it would most align with the Army, probably.
One thing real quick before we get to drunk takes and final thoughts on the Broncos game from yesterday. So Saturday, tomorrow, the Nuggets are going to play the Pacers at 7 o'clock. The Avs are going to play the Oilers at 8 o'clock, and that's going to be
Double Dipperoo.
AM 950. So a classic double dipperoo. And if you got the Altitude Plus, you're going to be able to do what we all been pining for, which is this little multi-view action for the first time of the year.
Both at the same time?
Both at the same time. So what you can do is if you have YouTube TV, it's the same sort of concept. So you can switch the audio back and forth to whatever game you want to have the audio on with the other game on the screen. But you finally got that opportunity to have both of the games on the same screen at once, which, God, is it nice.
Moser, Marlowe. Moser.
Yes,
Moser,
exactly
Marlowe.
right.
There's Moser.
There's Marlowe.
That's Hastings. There's Marlowe.
So you can watch both at the same time, click back and forth between the two screens and choose the audio, and the features available on the web desktop version as well as Android and iOS. So you
Dude,
got both
that is so killer. I can't even tell you how killer that is.
I'm glad you brought this up, Moser. You know, you don't need me to tell you how good you do your job. You're one of the best. I think Marlowe's among the best too. I was
Agreed.
watching. What game was this? I was watching the other broadcast, and they're just so vanilla. It's just so.
By the way,
Splendid Serbian hooker.
Shot.
Lineup scene.
We got a whole bunch of football on the station over the weekend. We'll give you some of those games, the lineup of it, get a recap of the Broncos, and then drunk takes next.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
All right, guys, you can listen to us anywhere in the world on that Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So every Thursday, we have a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. And what are you laughing at?
Jeremiah, tell Moser to keep my grandmother's coin purse out of his damn mouth. Okay.
Yeah. And because yesterday was another Nuggets Ticket Thursday, we gave away 5 pairs of tickets to the Nuggets. And that second chance winner is Kyle Evans from Highlands Ranch. He's got the pair of tickets to that game against the Bulls. Come back next week for our Nuggets Ticket Thursday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So,
before we're gone, again, reminding everybody, November, we're in it. Vitality and the Avalanche are fighting cancer all the time, but especially in November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitality Donation Center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates enter to win that autographed Avs jersey. Go to Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer.
What's the feeling right now after the game last night? What would you sum up in a word, your emotion to last night's Broncos win 10-7?
I hate being frustrated, Vic, after a win. In an 8-2 football team, I hate being frustrated.
Bewildered is my word. Bewildered that a team can be 8-2, leading the conference and the league with the best record, and yet be this dysfunctional in 2 phases of the game. I'll take it, but bewildered is my word.
I'd say nervous. They've won 7 straight, and I'm kind of nervous about how that's looked. And I'm nervous about a week from now against Kansas City. And I'm nervous about what that's going to translate to in the postseason if they can't get this figured out. There's a lot of different things that I'm just like, I'm a little bit worried if it's sustainable.
I'm glad Kansas City's next. Doesn't Kansas City, sports fans, doesn't it serve as the barometer here on what to expect and what to think? It's the ultimate evaluator. Because if I give you that same result against Kansas City in 10 days, if I give you a 10-7 result and we're still bickering about the offense and it doesn't matter. If you beat Kansas City the same way you just won last night, you'll take it and you'll run with it.
100%.
I'll tell you, how about this? If they beat Kansas City, no matter how it looks, I'll shut up.
Like, not
Is
even
that fair?
Radio for the whole week.
I mean, the tone that I've had all of this week from last week's game and last night's game, if they beat Kansas City, no matter if it's the same way, I'll just be like, okay, fine. Then I'll just stop. I'll stop doing all of this stuff.
Then the answer would be, this team is so damn good defensively. They've got a world-class defense that it doesn't matter what they trot out there in other phases of the game.
Dude, I'm starting to feel that way. I guess I'm coming around to the fact that, well, is this defense ever going to break? I hope not. But damn, is it good? I just feel like I'm going to get their best every single week, man. I know the Jackson Dart had some moments, and okay, fine, but this defense is so darn good.
You won a football game in which your offense had more penalties than points. They had more penalties than first downs.
Well, thank God you were playing the Raiders because they stink.
But here's, they're so so good
choose your words
everywhere. No. The Broncos defense is so good everywhere. Like, they don't have a weakness, especially with Dre Greenlaw here now, like active, healthy, not suspended in the lineup. The boost that's given to that room. I mean, guys, if I just start listing the people that put their hand in the dirt on that defensive line, Benito's an all-pro. Cooper feels like he could be an all-pro. Zach Allen is an all-pro. Malcolm Roach is really good. JFM is really good. Like, you can just keep going through the list. Dondre Tillman's getting picks for you.
Hufanga's going crazy.
And not to be overlooked, I mean, that's a game last night. We walked into this game saying, oh, my God, what are they going to do? They got a world-class tight end. He had 1 catch. One catch.
By the way,
Vic, you said he was going to be targeted 20 times in that game, and they didn't allow it. They just didn't allow it to happen.
Well, Geno couldn't. He couldn't do anything.
Yeah, see, it's weird how I have a different. Geno Smith would drop back and basically go, "Oh my God, I'm going to die."
Pretty much. That's pretty much it.
You know what I'm saying?
There was a lot of self-preservation going on there. Had to be because
that's what
it
was
terrifying.
like. That's what it was like watching Geno Smith quarterback. It was like he almost lost a leg. I'm going to die here at some point. I felt bad for Geno Smith.
Well, didn't this just happen on Thursday Night Football where Carson Wentz, his arm was like partially severed off, and they're like,
"Hey, you're okay.
Go throw it.
Yeah,
throw it.
It's not your throwing arm. It's the other arm.
Yeah.
You're fine." Hey, the Edmonton Oilers, not a great start for them, man. They've lost 5 of their last 7. They got 2 wins in that span. One against Utah, quality, and they beat Chicago 3-2. Other than that, they've been losing.
Is there a little run over? Is it over?
I don't know, Vic. It's their back end is suspect to me, and McPickles has not gotten off the way that he typically does. But McPickles can go for 5 points on any given night, so watch out.
Is not doing what he usually does still leading the NHL in points?
He's got a boatload of assists.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. He's not leading the league, but he's got a boatload of assists. But he's just not putting the puck in the back of the net. Let's keep it that way.
So a whole bunch more reaction with all the shows today, so stay tuned for that. But it's our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk Takes are...
By the way, Pickles, he's now got 21 total points. The assists are crazy. The goals aren't there, thank goodness.
Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly. The Avs take it Tuesday, and we'll be going to the Avs game Tuesday against the Ducks. Come back next Tuesday for our next Avs Ticket Tuesday. Put Tuesday in here one more time, Kevin. One more time. I want you guys to hear this again. He won our second chance drawing for Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're going to the Avs game next Tuesday against the Ducks. Come back next Tuesday for our Avs Ticket Tuesday. How many Tuesdays am I going to say? That is crazy. Wild copy. What's next? He's going to freeze.
If I had the bread, I'd freeze myself.
For what? What are we going to do with you?
Well, in maybe, 500 years, I can come back and get more buckets.
I would
At
take
5:30 in the morning.
I would take a fistful of hair dryers to wherever you're frozen and just heat that sucker up. I'd set a bonfire right outside there. I would, too. That's a promise, by the way. What's next?
You can say I'm screaming and yelling about nothing. That would piss me off if I'm a Blue Jay fan. I got Joe Davis shaking everybody's hand. Give me a shaking freaking Otani's hand, and he's freaking wacky getting rings.
That's crazy.
That doesn't even sound like the same language.
That's crazy. All right, what's next?
Listen, I have a tea time at 11 o'clock today, and I've eaten something, and I've got it coming out both sides, on the back side and the front side, and I'm not going to be able to make that tea time today. So could you please cancel that at 11 o'clock, please? Yeah, and I don't know what, it just didn't, excuse me. It just didn't agree with me, and I'm not sure I can make it through the round.
Oh, one of the favorite things we do. Cancel Kyle Keefe's tea time. What's next? It sounds like you dropped something in your car and you went to reach for it and you went, That's what it sounded like.
Well, what noise do you make when you get hurt?
So our resident hillbilly Brandon has said that he's now trademarked the and so every time we do it's $2.
Well, you know what? It's $2 money well spent
Yep.
because
Yep.
I want everybody to just try that once in your car. Just go. "Ah!" It feels good.
It does feel good.
All right, what's next?
I'm trying to make that noise and see which makes you feel better. Go ahead. Ew! No!
No.
It's gotta come deep.
I was riding my bike and got stung in the neck by a bee crashed into a mailbox.
Oh, that's great. All right. Much more Broncos reaction throughout the day. Stay tuned to all the different shows here.
Hey, thank God we've got, a week and a half essentially, or whatever it is, to sort of collect our thoughts about this silly football team.
Thank God this team's
silly offense.
8-2.
It's unbelievable.
8-2.
Unprecedented.
8-2.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful weekend. Don't hurt yourself out there. Be careful.
I'm going to Edmonton.
You don't want to say, all right. Have a great weekend. Love you. See you.
You know who else they have on their roster at tight end?
Michael Mayer.
Oguwebignarmana.
Oh, God.
So the Denver Broncos remain on top. That's almost going to be a must game for Kansas City when they come in, at least in terms of the division a week from Sunday.
You know, the Broncos, say whatever you want, they're 8-2. You know, and when you get to these weeks, week 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, you got injuries. You know, Patrick Surtain's down. It's all across the league. If you could find a way to win, even if it's ugly like this, it's a win.
One game in the next 23 days. They have plenty of time to get healthy.
Sean, again, you know, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly, right? So obviously we gotta clean up the penalties. We gotta clean up some of the execution, and that is an ongoing thing that probably never ends.
You gotta clean up the play calling, coach. How about that, Sean?
Well, what we learned right there in another very tense interaction between our friend of the program, Evan, a.k.a. Luca Evans. We learned that Sean Payton's not a butt guy.
No, he's not.
Definitely not a butt guy.
No, not a butt guy.
You a butt guy?
I am a butt guy.
So am I. Sean Payton's not a butt guy, man.
No, he's not.
He comes from that generation that's apparently kind of making a comeback, that where you're kind of the opposite of a butt guy.
Oh, man. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, people. Welcome to the Morning Sprint. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. The Broncos beat the Raiders last night 10-7 in one of the single ugliest football games I've ever seen in my life. I don't know if it's the ugliest one, but it's in the top 5 no matter what. But the Denver Broncos win their 7th straight game. They have the best record in the NFL, Coach Sanford. How's that make you feel?
It feels great. In fact, I got dressed up for the
you're
occasion.
Looking good. You're looking good.
When you're an 8-2 NFL leading record Denver Bronco team and you get to talk on it, you better dress up, man. Put a suit and a tie on.
Doing
Get dapped up, brother. You looking good today yourself, man.
Thanks. I just rolled out of bed. This is how I look naturally.
Does your hair just do that?
No, I put some stuff in it.
It does, guys. You put some dressing in that lettuce and made it some salad right there.
Oh man. So, Coach,
what happened to double nickels last night?
Listen, my double nickel dream died in the first quarter. When they were 3 and out, died in the first quarter, Coach.
There wasn't a first down.
No, there wasn't a first down until win.
How can you score 55 points when you have more penalties than you have first downs? Coach. How can you score 55 points when you lead the National Football League in punt attempts?
Vic Lombardi's tweets showing up on McAfee. Why is Vic Lombardi tweet showing up on McAfee?
In the studio here, we got Pat McAfee live right here on the Worldwide Leader and a Vic Lombardi
tweet. He's breaking
tweet.
down a Lombardi tweet. Basically, it was, I'll ask you the question. Because everybody's talking about it right now. Vic was basically talking about it right there on that tweet. Everybody's has this question asked. Are the Denver Broncos, are they as good as the best record in the NFL should say that they are?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you are what your record is. They've played against National Football League teams. They have a otherworldly defense.
Yeah,
and they have such a good defense that has given up how many touchdowns in the last 2 weeks?
Oh, one touchdown.
One touchdown in 2 weeks. And guess who hasn't played in those 2 weeks?
Yeah, Patrick Surtain.
Who is the reigning what?
Defensive Player of the Year.
In the entire National Football League.
NFL. Yes, indeed.
They're otherworldly on that side of the football. Now, I heard Brett Kane say a quote this morning at 6:11 a.m.
What was it?
As I was making my way over to the 9 News studio. I gave a little shout out to the boys.
Did you?
On 92.5 this morning. Kind of like a little cross pollination happening.
Yeah.
With the 9 News and the 92.5ers. I don't want to be the guy that complains after every win. But yet here we are again. I mean, how can you not be?
No, you're right.
Seriously, how can you not be? Like I get everybody out there like, you're 8-2. Mm-hmm. Everything's great.
Yeah.
You're right. But then why are you at a home game for the NFL leading Denver Broncos at 8-2, where all you hear on the broadcast is the home crowd booing.
Yes, they
mercilessly
booed him. Yeah, they
booed
the
their
offense.
quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
They booed their punter.
Yes, they did.
They booed their wide receivers that drop balls.
Mm-hmm.
They booed their offensive play caller that thinks that a double pass against press coverage on 3rd and 1 is a wise, prudent decision.
Yeah, it's not great.
It sucks.
Not great. Coach, I'm convinced of this. The Denver Broncos, they're talent poor on offense, and that includes the quarterback position. Mm-hmm. How am I still asking myself about Bo?
But are they talent poor on offense, including the quarterback, and are they talent poor, including the current iteration of the play caller?
Ooh, yeah.
They are.
Yeah, yes,
it
they are.
sucks.
Yes.
It's hard to watch.
But how much of it is talent versus coaching? How much of it is Sean versus Bo?
Is this a worse unit than last year?
Yes. Well, statistically,
no.
yes.
I'm saying talent-wise.
Oh, talent-wise?
Who did you lose?
You didn't lose any. Well,
Devon Vele really made a huge. Tell you what, man. Who was your long the guy that's playing for the Giants now? I believe the receiver.
Little Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah, you miss Little Jordan. You miss.
No.
Do you miss? Do you miss Audric Estime?
Well, is that some of the worst offensive football I've ever seen in my life? Yesterday.
Let me ask you this: we're 40 quarters into the 2025 NFL football season in the Broncos' iteration of their offense. How many? We've seen 8 good quarters out of 40.
Yeah.
So 32 quarters have looked a lot like all 4 quarters yesterday.
Yeah.
I would argue.
Yeah. Buns, cheeks. Just bad.
Cakes.
How am I losing faith in Bo Nix when they keep winning games? They keep winning games. They've won 7 damn games in a row, and now I'm starting to lose faith in the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos, and it's stupid. It's ridiculous. It might just be in my brain, but I don't think so.
Tell me this, Shant Maz, the text line. Bring me all of your fury right now. Are you losing more faith after last night's 10-point performance, aided largely by special teams or defense?
Right, because if they don't block that punt, they don't get that field goal. We're in overtime, 7-7.
Yes. Are you losing faith more rapidly in Sean Peyton, the offensive play caller, or are you losing faith more rapidly in Bo Nix, your quarterback, who is going through a sophomore slump of epic proportions?
Right.
Just simply how he's throwing the football and operating.
Coach, what is that? Is it
It's
do
bad.
you think he's hurt? Like literally in the middle of that game, I was like, did he hurt his arm at some point? What are up with these throws? Why are these throws looking so I was questioning like his health before I started just questioning, maybe I don't believe in Bo anymore. But this is insane because they're 8-2 and we're having this conversation like I've lost all faith and they just keep winning. And, I mean, we should be sitting here celebrating that defense, right?
It's so
crazy
But gosh,
good.
Is it not hard in a town that had John frickin' Elway and Peyton Manning and Jake the Snake Plummer was fun, man.
And watching this, yeah. You know what? I hate.
Give me some Brian Greasy right now, Coach, for crying out loud.
There are 2 people that I hate when their stupid little ideas turn out to be correct, and that's Moser and DMac. And I think Moser was correct when he said, this Broncos team's going to have to catch an epic L before the playoffs start because you're not going to fix these tiny little problems. Well, they're not tiny, but you're not going to fix these problems till you catch an L. And I think DMac might have been right when he was saying that, you know what? The Broncos would probably be 8-2 if Stidham was the starting quarterback either. You know what I mean?
I have a hard time arguing with that right now.
That's crazy talk to me, but they both might be right.
And you know what I'd say? I think this team would be 10-0 if Bo Nix was the starting quarterback and Davis Webb was the offensive play caller.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
I said
okay.
it.
That's
and
a
you know
shot
what?
Across the bow.
You know what? I'm gonna put that out into the universe because whatever we've been watching, let's just go back even to year 1 of Sean Payton with Russell Wilson. Mm-hmm. Do you remember that game where Russell Wilson was starting to kind of trend in a good direction? And there was a game where the Broncos had a chance to make the postseason, and they play against the lowly New England Patriots that were awful.
Yeah.
And it felt like Sean was calling a game where he was sabotaging Russell Wilson. Mm-hmm. I called it. I was like, that I've never been around a play caller sabotaging his quarterback. And at the time, I thought it was like, man, Sean is playing 4D chess so that he can set the narrative and end this stupidness that is the Russell Wilson experience, even if Russell's starting to play better football. Last night and many of these quarters have looked identical to that sabotage performance in 2023. Am I right?
No, you're right. You're right. It's crazy to me.
It looks
It's
like
crazy.
Sean's sabotaging Bo at times.
It's wild. It's wild.
And I do bring up this because we're getting great. I mean, I'm talking awesome feedback on the Shot Mazda text line. And here's what I think is important. And this is from the 582 here. I don't think Bo trusts in Sean anymore. And I think the whole offense looks like they are worn down by Sean, making them all go through the motions, not believing what is called. That's in contrast to the defense, who loves VJ and the players respect him.
Mm-hmm.
The very first part of that is I don't think Bo trusts in Sean. I don't think that the two of them have anywhere near a good working relationship today.
Right.
I don't see the camaraderie on the sideline after adversity. I see Bo immediately go to the bench, pulls his iPad out, and convenes with Davis Webb. I know that's normal. That is normal behavior for all quarterbacks. But when it's that bad, you need to talk. You need to get on the same page with the guy that's actually calling the plays, and they don't talk. I mean, they talked once, and it was like awkward. You see, like Bo's like kind of twitching out, and Sean's not looking at him. Bo's not making eye contact.
Several times a hot mic caught Bo screaming at the Broncos sideline.
Did Bo drop an F-bomb?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I thought he didn't
Shout out to Bo, though. Now shout out to Bo. They got that one good. Talk about personnel packages or whatever he was screaming about. But it's crazy,
do you think even hearing Sean Payton's buddy that's been a bit of his mouthpiece in the national media scene in Chase Daniel, don't forget Chase Daniel and Diana Rossini, I love my Q.
Yeah, I love my Q.
I love my Q.
Yeah.
He really likes this guy. He loves this guy. And now all of a sudden Chase Daniel last night's basically saying the plays are there. I watched the film.
Right,
I know this
you had
offense.
receivers
It's open.
Open downfield.
I don't think the Broncos can continue in this way.
And Bo's not finding him. He's not seeing him or he's not hitting him.
You don't think that Sean and Chase Daniel are communicating at all?
Mm-hmm. No, I think you might be right, Coach. I think you might be right. It's so.
And they're 8-2.
Right, they're 8-2. That's the weirdest thing.
But
That's
you know
the
what?
weirdest
This
thing.
is sports. I'm telling you, man. This is sports.
Yeah.
Sports that is the epicenter of big money, massive egos, and dysfunction because of those two aforementioned things. And that's what I think we're watching in real time with the 8-2 NFL leading Denver Broncos. Stupid dysfunction and just finding ways to win football games.
Absolutely insane. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We got the big play replay next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and it's time right now for the big play replay.
Wait, hold on.
Here
Can
the
we
Morning
rename
Spread.
it?
Yeah, which one? The no play replay?
Yeah, the bad play replay?
Yeah, because I'm looking at the highlights we're about to play, man, and it's like...
Are there? Did you... I think you saved money on the ink cartridge, though. Ain't much printing on that sheet,
There
brother.
is not a whole lot of highlights in this game, but that's what happens when you have one of the lowest scoring games in the NFL this season between the Broncos and the Raiders. And let's get it going with the very first touchdown of the game. It came in the first quarter after the Raiders had to punt on their first drive, and then the Broncos went 3 and out on their first drive. The Raiders came down and did this.
3rd and 2. Play clock at 3. Gonna run it. Gonna run it into the end zone. Ashton Genty for the touchdown.
Ashton Genty scores the
What do you think about Ashton?
I liked him. I
He's
always
all right.
like him.
He was all right.
I mean, he got 60 yards on 19 carries. I'd probably like more yardage on that many carries, but...
Did he look like a guy that's having no fun playing for a terrible franchise that doesn't win?
Yes.
He looked so different watching him play for my alma mater last year. He's just kind of there. And it's just... Chip Kelly's not good. Chip Kelly stinks.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean...
Honestly,
the Raiders at the bottom of all those categories, offensively and
but
defensively.
he's always stunk in the NFL as a play caller. Always.
I don't know.
Dude,
I don't
you
know.
remember
What do
him at the
think Pete
Niners? How
Carroll's-
bad that was?
Yes, that's what I mean. Why do you think Pete Carroll's like, this is the guy? He's going to figure this out. Him
I
and
don't get
Gino.
it. I heard that it was actually more the general manager and ownership group that wanted Chip Kelly, and Pete Carroll wasn't sold on him. He won't be there next year.
Yeah, he's going to be gone. You're not going to get rid of Pete.
He'll be the head coach at I don't know, CSU or CU or something. Who knows?
So the Raiders score 7-0, and get used to it, Raiders, because that's the only score they got in the game. That one right there happened in the first quarter. Ashton Genty, 7-0. The Broncos get the ball back and they go 3 and out, and that's the end of the first quarter. So that's not too exciting. The next highlight we got for you is from a second quarter that featured 5 punts combined between the two teams. But how about Brock Bowers?
Steps up, fires over the middle, wide open, making the catch. Bowers, big game.
That's it. You want to talk about the
Jade
Broncos?
Barron got toasted right there. And I think there was more, I saw Jade Barron later in the game, sticky in coverage on Brock Bowers. He had one catch.
You're right. Exactly. He only had that one catch.
I
think when he was so wide open.
I think that Jade Barron was expecting there was going to be a pass in a match principled zone coverage where there was nobody. He looked over. He was getting ready to pass him to the next inside backer. There was nobody there. He's like, oh.
Brock Bowers, 1 reception for 31 yards. That was it. One of the great tight ends in the NFL, and that Broncos defense shut him down. So where are we? We're still a 7-0 Raiders lead. That is until late in the second quarter where Bo Nix shows up with this.
2nd and goal. Under 3 minutes left in the half. Harvey now slips to the outside. Nix looks that way, then over the middle, then to the right, throws, caught into the end zone for the touchdown. Troy
Franklin scores on the touchdown catch. 5 plays, 53 yards, and we've got ourselves a tie game at 7-7.
That was a good drive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the extent of it.
Didn't look right.
That was the only time.
That was the only one.
And Pat Bryant looked like a dude. You know what Bo Nix did on that drive, though?
What?
When he had that big, long completion to Patrick Bryant, he stepped up in the pocket looking like he was a threat to run.
Mm-hmm.
Bo, I know you're a Morning Sprint listener. I've been told this by millions of people.
Take off. Run it.
Use your legs.
Go ahead. He was...
It'll open up everything for you.
Minus 2 yards rushing for Bo Nix yesterday.
Use your legs.
Minus 2
More.
yards.
Hey, I'm a quarterback whisperer. Lean in. You're a dual threat quarterback, not a drop back guy. You will never be Drew Brees, bud.
So it's 7-7, and the Broncos defense does that thing where they're the best in the game, and they force the Raiders to go 3 and out, which means the Broncos get the ball back before the end of the first half. But this happens.
The 4-man rush on in most circumstances. What do they do here? Send an extra guy. Nix all the way downfield into traffic, and it's going to be picked off. Caillou Blue Kelly out past the 30 and then slung down at the 34-yard line on a pass intended for Bryant.
I hated it. And you know what I hated even more about it is on the Altitude After Dark show with DMac, he said, no big deal. It's just an arm punt. Really? Because I'm sure that was 2nd down and 15, and the play was snapped with 40 seconds to go.
Mm-hmm.
You just sail one up into double coverage with a deep safety and throw a post? You want to know what they call a single high safety?
What's that?
They call them a post safety. You want to know why they would call a single high safety a post safety? What route do you think they're trying to take away?
The post route.
Yeah, and so you don't throw a post route into a post safety. And you know what? Big deal. No harm, no foul. Okay. Very next play, what happens? Geno Smith throws a dime on a double move against Riley Moss, and his stupid, whoever the heck, no-name wide receiver just dropped it right off his chest.
Yes.
It would have been 3 points. You probably lose the football game.
You're exactly right. So it is, it's 7-7 at halftime, and the next highlight we have for you is probably one of the ones I've seen most on the text line that made people angry, and it was simply it was a 3rd and 1, and the Denver Broncos decided to go with this.
Trying to adjust to the outside, backwards pass. Now you've got Sutton, and he gets taken down. So a play that frankly looked badly designed and certainly badly executed. So here's a 59-yard field goal attempt for Will Lutz, who is handling this with ease in pregame. See what he does here to try to give him the lead. From 59 away, the kick is no good, just short.
No, that's not true. Al.
So we
Al, shut up.
At 7.
Al. Did you not know that it was Trick Shot Tuesday on a Thursday?
Right, he bounced that.
And it bounced in, and that counts in the Birdo world of sport. It counts as a 45-point field goal.
That's right.
Which gets you to
55.
Double nickels,
Double
baby.
nickels, baby. Big Nut Lutz knocking him through and with weird stuff. But so
it was like Jock Jams back in the day. Or what was MTV? What was the one where you used to have like the 30?
Jock Jam? No, you're right.
It was like
the
30-point three-pointer.
Come on, you're right. It was Rockin' Jock.
Rockin'
right?
Jock, baby.
Jock, yeah.
That's what Will Lutz was doing last night. Why the heck did Sean Payton go for a field goal there with like a 90-mile-an-hour wind?
I don't know.
Is he just trying to? Is he trying to freaking harpoon his own kicker that he brought from New Orleans?
No idea what he was thinking. No idea what he was thinking.
And then the next time there's a shorter field goal and he punts it.
And he passes
after you got the ball in the 33.
Yeah. He just punts it. So you get sacked on that one. Matter of fact, the Raiders had 2 sacks on the game, but only one of them against Bo Nix because the other one was against Cortland Sutton on that weird play. So we got ourselves a tie game still. But once again, the Denver Broncos defense showing up.
The Raiders now on a first down with Schmidt over the middle, in the air, deflected and intercepted. And into Raider territory comes Andre Tillman. And look at him gallop all the way inside the 35 with another flag down.
Yeah. KJ, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Who looks like a better run after catch player today? DeAndre Tillman and his 2 interceptions and thick 6 near opportunities. Who looks better, DeAndre Tillman or Adam Troutman with the ball in their hands?
Oh, DeAndre Tillman.
Okay.
Tillman.
Who looks better with the ball in their hands today? DeAndre Tillman or Lucas Kroll?
Mr. Tillman.
Who looks better today? Mr. Joker himself, Evan Ingram, or DeAndre Tillman with the ball in his hands?
Tillman, because he can actually get a stiff arm.
Make
got
Tillman
that thick
the
a
Joker,
sixer.
baby. Make Tillman the Joker. Just throw him out there. See how that works out.
Hey, that's what I say, man. When you got one side of the ball that's just lame and boring and awful, just bring all them mugs over. Hey, come on over, PS2.
The Broncos.
You could run a route better and catch it better than freaking Troy Franklin does right now.
Broncos pick off Geno Smith. They hit that. They sacked him 6 times last night, but it feels like a billion because they pressured him 29 times. You know what I mean? They got to that dude 29. Geno Smith was running for his life last night, but you were still in a tight tie game until, once again, the Raiders with the ball, and the Broncos defense shows up.
Well, A.J. Cole's punt, they tell us right now. Blocked. Kick is blocked. And Denver's going to get the ball in great position.
Yeah.
Boise.
Skinner with the...
Boise. State.
Skinner with
Boise.
that basically won you the game right there.
State.
This right here won you the game, basically.
You know why? Because the
block
Denver
punt.
Broncos decided to have the correct color of blue, royal blue, to be able to go with their orange, and J.L. Skinner, to match his multiple special teams penalties that he's had on the year, he decides to block a punt right off his chin.
Yeah, that one was right into his face. They kicked it right into his face. So,
did
Broncos,
you see the special teams coordinator's reaction from?
No.
Remember, so that's the old Broncos special teams coordinator,
Tom
McMahon.
Tom McMahon.
Tom McMahon had those eyes, like those coach eyes that just have the
It's like, we just
bags.
lost the game
His
right there.
bags have bags. And the bags that have bags have other bags, and he looks like a miserable special teams coordinator.
Yeah.
Rizzy was living his best life for about 15 seconds. He was like hanging out on the sideline
Special
with
teams
his guy
was so
JL
weird
Skinner.
last night. I think
They
a lot of it had to do with the weather, though, right?
Dude,
I
but
mean,
the penalties
Crawshaw's cranking punts.
The penalties are bad.
Like,
you can't have multiple penalties in any game at special teams.
The penalties have been killing the Broncos all year.
It's inexcusable on special teams.
All right, so what we have here is a blocked punt. The Broncos get the ball, and they kick a field goal, and that's basically it. That's the game right there. But we do have one more. The fourth quarter of the game last night was absolutely stupid and dumb and ridiculous, but we do have one more highlight for you.
Today is in the backfield. Protection's good. Pass is intercepted.
That was Bo throwing his second pick of the game that came in the fourth quarter.
Okay, so
that led to the Raiders.
Tell me what your theory was.
My theory is something's wrong with his arm. Is his arm hurt?
Who is he throwing that to?
Oh, who was he? He's throwing it to Franklin, right?
I think he was throwing it to Patrick Bryant.
Oh, and you think Frank? Oh,
and I think it was such a unbelievable misthrow and nearly got tipped by a outstretched Patrick Bryant that Troy Franklin's like, whoa, that's not my not my hump. That's not my hump.
Not my hump.
Not my hump. That was Patrick Bryant's hump. And then it became the Raiders' hump. And
You
it
know
was
what?
wild because inexplicably after the football gods smiled down on the Denver Broncos with an Ashton Genty volleyball tip, Ashton Genty playing libero.
No, you're right.
My man Troy Franklin said,
yeah.
hold my beer. I'm going to be in the Shasta State Championship volleyball tournament. I'm going to be the setter of all setters. First team all state. I'm going to prop this up for you, LA.
You're right. He was
Whatever
not throwing
LV,
that thing to Franklin.
Las
was he?
Vegas.
It just bounced off him. So the Raiders get the ball back with a chance. They get a ball back with a chance, and then they just missed the field goal, and the Denver Broncos win their 7th straight game, longest winning streak since 2015. Denver over Las Vegas 10-7.
Hey, you won.
Despite the fact, how many times did Broncos country boo their own team last night?
As much as possible. It started. Did it not start in the first drive of the game?
Yes. There was some boos in the first quarter. In the second quarter, there was one of those. Was it the first drive of the third quarter when they went 3 and out, and the boos just rained down, just coming down on them?
Yeah. What did Bo Nix have to say about being booed? You like it?
No, probably not.
I don't think he was too fond of that one.
And then Sean Peyton got a bunch of questions about the offense in the postgame, and he was cranky about it.
Okay, so let's be honest about that, right? So the Denver Broncos mercilessly booed their NFL leading 8-2 football team at home on prime time.
Yes, they did.
Is that a bad look?
No. Listen, I've been saying it for years now. The football fans in this city are smart and they're perceptive and they know the game of football. They've been here. They've been watching the sport for 50 years, man. They know what was going on last night. They know that it was like they should believe your eyes. When you see what you know what I mean? Everybody could see how wonky the Broncos offense was last night. No, it doesn't matter. You can boo them. You got to let them know. What you can't just be like, we'll accept whatever is from the no.
I'd love to know on the Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. If you were at the game,
yeah, were you booing?
Give me the power ranking of what you personally were booing.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Bo Nix? Was it Sean Payton?
I think it was Sean Payton.
Was it Crossshank Redemption? Because the punter was getting some too now.
No, I know. But that is true. Man, I think I'm going to say it was Sean. I'm going to say it was Sean. More so than Bo. Like,
dude, can you just imagine?
I'm still not a Bo-liever right now, though.
I know. So we're talking about this whole narrative of being a Bo-liever or not being a Bo-liever. Same thing kind of holds true with Coach Prime. And do you believe now? You didn't believe. Now you believe.
You don't believe.
Dude, both of these have been such a dang roller coaster.
Yeah.
The Bo-lievers and the Believers, the Prime believers, right?
You know what?
It has been a roller coaster of epic proportions for Colorado football between the Denver Broncos and the Buffaloes. Am I right?
No, you're right.
And they're very polarizing. It's like, if you don't believe, like
Right.
I love all these idiot freaking radio show hosts across the way. Like, oh, I was a believer. I believed from the beginning. I'm going to live on Receipt Street. And now they're taking an absolute dump on Bo Nix.
Right.
The truth always lies somewhere in between.
Yes, I believe that. You know what? We're going to take a break, but I have a question for you and a question for the text line. Matter of fact, somebody on the text line proposed this question, and I think it's fascinating. And that's simply this: who gets a second contract first, Sean Payton or Bo Nix? Because I think there might be some discussions in the Broncos front office about the disconnect between the head coach and your starting quarterback, and the fact that here in 2 years, just 2 seasons, you might have to pick one or the other. So the text line, I want to, because I think you have a good response to this, and I want to see what the text line has to say as well. High school football and Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Andy Lindahl and Tyler Polumbus call the action between Evergreen High School and Conifer on 9:50 a.m. at 7 p.m. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHASA. We'll tell you who's in the groove next. Oh, who's in the groove? Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, coming to you live from the Baxter Schenker Studios. Mark Britnelli, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, and we got to decide who is in the groove, Coach.
Well, the fun thing is that we can omit an entire side of the ball. Can we not?
We're not talking about the offense.
Yeah, you know what?
We're not
It's
talking
good.
about
We
special teams either.
We haven't even talked about how good this defense
No,
was.
I know. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Honestly, what's our
7
problem?
wins in a row, and
What is
we're
our
on here
problem?
just screaming at Sean Payton today.
Just yelling at Bo Nix. Just screaming at Troy Franklin's face.
Listen.
Just destroying a Riz King.
This is the best season the Broncos have had in a decade, and I'm about to start screaming for Sean Payton's job. Like, you know what I mean? That's where we are right now. I'm like, what is going on here?
You want to know who the who's in the groove?
Who's in the groove, Coach?
The guy that's in the groove right now is somebody that we haven't talked about a lot on these airwaves.
Okay.
Big number 97, Malcolm Roach.
Oh, you got
predominantly
Malcolm Roach?
known as a run stuffer and very,
Yeah.
very good on that. Got himself a sack. And Malcolm Roach, when he gets to Selly, I love watching all of Malcolm Roach just move around. Shaking around.
Shaking that groove thing.
There's a lot of movement.
I thought you were going to go Zach Allen because that's your
He's-
dude, and he was a monster last
It's
night
almost
again.
it's too much low-hanging
Yeah,
fruit.
too easy.
The point being for this defense is there's so many guys that are joining in on the destruction of actual bodies of quarterbacks falling apart in real time. Geno Smith started the game looking like a guy that was healthy.
Yeah.
He ended the game looking like a guy that probably never wants to play a professional football game ever again.
Beat down. They sacked him 6 times, but they hit him a
22?
lot. 29 pressures.
22 hits.
Dang. So, yeah, we can celebrate that entire defense. It might very well turn out to be one of the top 5 defenses in the history of the NFL. It might pass the Orange Crush and the 2015 no-fly. He's great, man. It was such a great signing. Listen, George Payton, I love you, man. We're going to complain a lot about the other Payton, but George Payton, you're square, man. You're good. That was a great
we love you,
signing.
George.
Yeah, we love you, George.
George, you're the man.
You're the best, Peyton.
Vance, you're the man.
We love you, Vance.
Could George Payton be the head coach?
Listen, I was thinking this.
Davis Webb be the play caller?
I was thinking this. I'd almost trust VJ more as a play caller on the other side of the ball than I do Sean Payton right now.
No, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that.
But that's how much I love Vance Joseph in that defense right now.
You know what? Maybe Sean Payton was playing legitimate chess when he hired Vance Joseph, a recently fired head coach from the same franchise that he's returning to.
Yeah.
In the sense that even if the defense goes absolutely ham.
Yeah, you can't make him head coach.
Yeah,
he already failed as the head coach here, right?
He did that. How'd that go? Did you have fun with that?
I tell you what, though, he's going to be coaching somebody else next season, right? He's going to get a job after this defense turns into one of the greatest defenses in the history of this sport. Yeah, he's going to be coaching the. Okay,
who's your groove guy?
You know who my groove guy is? It's got to be. You know what? How about this? I'm going to go chalk. I'm going to go Nick Bonito. It's
good to see him back on that sack stat sheet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Got a sack and a half.
Yeah, he had 4 solo tackles. He had a sack and a half. He hit the quarterback 3 times.
He's almost at 10 already.
Yeah, Nick.
He's a half a sack away from 10 games in.
The Broncos as a team, they're sitting on 46 now, right? 46, the most through 9 games in NFL history or something.
They got more than that, don't they?
I think it's 40 because they had 40 coming into this game, and then they got Geno 6 times.
We're talking positive, right?
Yeah.
I think your 46 number was actually how many punts the Denver Broncos had. Remember I read that to you yesterday?
Did you see? You're the one who sent me that crazy stat.
The Broncos lead the National Football League in punts. Before the game, they were at 46, and they're in the same ballpark as the Titans, the Browns, and I believe the other team was the Joe Burrow-less Cincinnati Bengals.
Is that what it is?
Just add a cool 7 to that. Now you're up to 53 punts on the year.
Yeah, KJ sent us to us last night. Broncos and Raiders each had, this is from Bill Smith on Twitter, each had more penalties than first downs tonight. It's only 11. The second time since 1950 this has happened. And it's the first was a battle of 0-5 expansion teams in 1976. And then Broncos Raiders last night. more penalties than first downs between the two. That's man. No. Do you think? Listen,
that there's not good.
We never really dwell on the penalty problem for the Broncos because it hasn't really cost them a game yet.
Yeah. Before we talk about the penalty problem, because the penalties, to me, the bigger problem with penalties has been special teams because of field position battle.
Okay.
Because when you're relying so heavily upon your defense and your offense is absolutely buns, which it has been for 32 out of 40 quarters of football this year, you can't have your starting field position impacted by special teams penalties. But Darren Rizzi's boys love holding. They love running out of bounds. They love personal foul. They love an illegal block in the back. You name it. They've hit for the cycle in special teams penalties 10 games in. But while we're still on the defense, while we're talking positive, it's Friday, man. You ain't got no job.
Right. You ain't got nothing to do.
You know that it's first of the month. It's like, you want to hear a crazy statistic?
Yeah.
Most sacks in the National Football League since the start of last football season.
All right.
Cowboys, Vikings, Chargers, Seahawks are all tied for second with 72 sacks since the start of last year. The Denver Broncos are at 109.
Dang, man.
They have 37 more sacks than the next teams.
This team will hit your quarterback so much. That's why. Listen, I mean, Geno had no time to do anything yesterday. Bo did. There was a couple of times where Bo sat there in the pocket, but Geno had no time, nowhere, no how. I don't care what quarterback the Raiders would have put back there. They were not winning that game. Well, that's a lie.
Want to hear another crazy stat?
Yeah.
While we're on wild stats?
Yeah.
This season in the AFC, the win-loss record for teams that scored fewer than 20 points, okay? In the AFC, teams that have scored fewer than 20 points are 3 wins and 41 losses.
Really?
You want to know what the Denver Broncos record is when they've scored fewer than 20 points?
I think they've got 3 wins.
3-0.
That's that defense. But, I mean, it says
every
something
other
about the
team
offense
that was
with
sub
defense,
20
man.
lost.
That's
in
ridiculous.
the AFC. 41 losses.
And you can win a Super Bowl doing this, right? You can. Like, I can still feel like this is a Super Bowl team. Like, you can, with this defense, there is no game you can't win, right? Is there a team out here in this NFL or in the AFC that can beat this Denver Broncos defense? Like, how many points have the Broncos had over the last couple weeks? Because, like, if you take that Cowboy game out of the equation, whoo, man, you know what I mean? If you take out the Broncos offense against the worst defense in the NFL.
The scarier part about it all is that you haven't necessarily played a bunch of great defenses.
You're right. And
the Cowboys are historically bad. The Raiders are a bad defense. The Jets are a bad defense. The Giants are a bad defense. The Titans are a historically bad defense. The Bengals are a historically bad defense. You've played, 7 of the bottom 10 defenses in the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders are they a bottom 10?
They're the third worst defense in the NFL.
And you scored 10?
Matter of fact,
3 of them were gifts.
I bet you their defense improved last night because they held the Broncos to 10 points, right?
They loved last night.
Their defense went up.
So we talk about Sean Peyton being the offensive genius, right? And it feels like there's even been some texts and some twitches just about that Sean Payton at times almost looks like he's calling a game to live up to the moniker offensive genius. Yeah, offensive Do you
genius.
Feel that sometimes?
Yes, I do.
Not just
that
run
Cortland
good plays.
Sutton, double pass thing.
That's
was certainly.
I'm smarter than you.
Yeah, him overthinking
Wait till you
it.
see this. I'm Sean freaking Payton. There's movies about me. Look me up. Check me out.
You better Google me.
You better check out my IMDb account there, Chief. So the Denver Broncos with Sean Payton at the helm offensively. Points in a season. His first year, the Denver Broncos with Russell Wilson, a player that he clearly couldn't stand and made it very clear at every step along the way, and still does. He'll probably talk about Russell Wilson randomly this week in a press conference.
Yeah. 10 years from now, he's going to still keep taking shots at Russell Wilson.
When he's got warts all over his face for this offense right now, he'd still talk about Russell Wilson and how it's impacting the Broncos even today. The Broncos were 19th in points per game, 26th in yards per game. Last season in 2024, the offensive genius had an offense that was, with a rookie quarterback, ended up being 10th in the National Football League.
Okay, that's not bad. I'd take that every day and twice on
in
Sunday.
Points, and then 19th in yards.
Yeah, that's not it.
And now the Broncos are 17th as the best record in the National Football League with a defense that is strangling opponents' offenses.
It was JK last night. I think it was JK who was like, we can't, they're out there for so many plays. We can't leave. We're failing the other side of the ball because they're just out there constantly because we can't get it figured out on offense. Like right now, the Denver Broncos with the best record in the NFL, they get that first round bye. They'll be sitting there waiting for the winner of the Buffalo Bills Pittsburgh Steelers game. But guess what? I don't trust the Broncos offense to score more points than Buffalo if they showed up here and, once the playoffs roll around.
So for all intents and purposes, Sean Payton's 3 years of being the offensive coordinator in Denver, really there is no clear trend of better year after year.
Really?
But the average in terms of NFL standing out of 32 teams for points per game is roughly 16th in the NFL. You are dead dog average.
Yeah, that's not great.
And then yards, it's closer to about 18 to 20 in yards per game. You're on the wrong side of mediocre.
You know what? KJ put this question down here, and it's, could Sean Payton be losing his QB right now, right before our eyes? Like, is Bo like wobbling off the, you know what I mean? Like if it felt like he was on an upward trajectory. Now it does not.
I think it's their relationship.
Okay.
Their relationship seems strained to me.
It's just weird. Yeah, it's just.
Do you think it looks like it's off?
Yeah, but it doesn't. Right, but it doesn't have that like whatever that like that mental connection that most QB coaches have. That little whatever that is. You know what I mean? Like Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are like telepathy or something that's working between the two, and they're both on the same page. It feels like Bo's trying to do whatever Sean wants, but Sean doesn't know what the hell he wants.
And then it seems like Sean likes to shift the blame towards Bo.
He does. I mean, at
when
the end
it
of all these,
isn't the offensive genius that we all see. Even Chase Daniel said that. I'm going to send this clip right here from last night. This is Chase Daniel, former New Orleans Saints quarterback, a backup, did start a couple games for Sean Payton, knows the system. They're buddies. His immediate reaction was, I know this offense. I've watched Sean Payton get guys open, and guys are open right now.
And Bo's just not finding him.
He's not finding him.
Yeah, that was the criticism.
And that, to me, is very telling about where Sean Payton's mindset is about his quarterback.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll get into that discussion. We'll actually give this Broncos defense the love that they so richly deserve. That's next right here on the Morning Spread.
Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos can no longer play like this. All right, let me explain. Bo Nix has people open downfield. It's open. It might not be the best play calling in the world. It might not be all this, but I'm telling you right now, when I'm watching the game and I know Sean Payton's offense, there's stuff open and he's just not seeing it. And that's fine. He saw it all last year. He's seen it for a lot of games, but it's been a little troublesome. It's sort of carried over to this year and it hasn't gotten any better. I don't think he's on a second-year slump, but he just seems to be in a hurry in the pocket. I'm not going to say go as far as he's seeing ghosts, but every single throw, whether it's mechanically or maybe his arms hurt or something, every ball is just dying. And that's a little concerning.
That's Chase Daniels. He's talking about Bo Nix and that game last night. Welcome back to a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. And Coach, I cannot believe I'm saying this. Like, he's correct in that. Like, you don't disagree with anything that Chase just said, right? Or do you?
I don't particularly think that there is as much of just wide open, really good stuff in the scheme right now as Chase Daniel was making sure that his guy Sean Payton was getting credit for.
Ooh.
When I watch the film, like there are certain open throws, but he painted the picture like Sean's doing great work.
Right.
Bo's
and his quarterback's
ass.
just not good. He pulled, like, is Sean Payton going Aaron Glenn on us? Where he's like,
That's what it feels like to me.
I can't win with these aren't my guys.
Feels,
I can't
it feels
win
like
without
it's got this.
You know, I was just having this
beginning stages
conversation
of that.
with Dan Tanner, of all people.
As my boys call him Tanner Dan.
Tanner Dan. And Tanner Dan was like, I don't think Bo
Lou
Nix and
Tanner
Sean
Dan.
Payton. He's like, I don't think Bo Nix and Sean Payton like each other. And I was like, you know what? You might not be wrong, man. I don't know. I think
they're at a bad place right now.
They're at a weird crossroads right now.
I don't know. I don't know how this thing's gonna end.
Bo was defensive last night. Sean was defensive last night. J.K. Dobbins was not. J.K. Dobbins actually had, like, he had some honest things to say to the media. I want you to hear some of this. KJ, play a little J.K. for me, please.
The defense is winning us the games, and we're not helping them. We're not doing them any justice. We're not, like, I feel bad the way we play on offense and the way they play on defense because they're doing so great and then we're doing so bad. And they're our brothers too, so like it just sucks because they're out there, so many plays, playing their butts off. We can't keep doing that to them, you know. And we'll figure it out as offense. We will.
There you go. Love what he had to say.
Big J.K. Dobbins guy.
Yeah,
he had something. He had like a mole on his mustache or something.
I don't know. Did
he
get hit?
Pull that video up.
Did he get popped?
He has like some kind of big there's like a circle on his mustache last night in the post-game press conference.
Maybe it's one of those beauty marks,
KJ,
like Sidney Crawford.
I don't know, but it's like over the. It's like on
J.K.
top.
Dobbins.
It's like on top of a mustache.
Oh, maybe he
It could be like
maybe piece of his sandwich from last night just staying in the stash or something.
It was. I mean, it was like looked. I don't know, man.
Like, I get why
KJ, pull that up.
I get why Sean Payton would be defensive. Because, you know, it's Sean Payton and you've won 7 straight games. So I can get you being a little bit defensive. But the way J.K. is
Look at
handling
my guy here. Tell me something. What's going on here? What is that?
I bet you that's a little Band-Aid, right? A little Band-Aid, right? I bet you got popped in the mouth or something, right?
That's not a birthmark, right? Because that's over the
right?
top of the mustache,
You're right. You're right. That's what I mean. I think
somebody said it's like a pimple remover.
Oh, yeah, that must be what it is. Something like that.
You ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper?
No, I'm anti.
Ooh, it gets wild, man.
No. What are you? Nah, that's
You don't
freaky.
like Dr. Pimple Popper?
No. Just no, that ain't my bag, man. If that's your bag, go ahead. Do what makes you happy, people. But that's freaky to me.
Dr. Pimple Popper's wild. Hey, go down that dark hole.
Freaky deaky for me. Okay, so listen. Well, I want to be. Let's try to be a little bit positive.
Oh man, KJ. Read the text. Read the text message, man. A little play on our Friday tradition here with Glorilla. What does that say right there? The 621, KJ.
All right, here we go.
You gotta
it's 11 a.m. on Friday.
Yep.
It's 56 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
ain't got no quarterback, and no quarterback ain't got me.
You got to stay tuned till about 11:55. You're gonna hear some Glorilla on a Friday. Denver Broncos 8-2. Glorilla.
Yeah, best record in the NFL, and I'm sure we're not the only team. Oh, the only show that's gonna be jumping up and down on that offense.
Okay, so we keep getting this question here from Wando and Missoula, one of our very loyal listeners. Who is better, the Broncos O coordinator or D coordinator?
Well, that's.
I mean,
I
close,
get what
right?
you say. I get what you're saying.
What are you saying?
Well, they're calling Sean Peyton the O coordinator, right?
He is.
Because
he
Lombardi
calls
ain't
it, he
doing
runs,
nothing,
yeah,
right?
Lombardi's just kicking it. Who knows what he
But
does?
see, that was also the text line was also like, well, who do I blame if Bo Nix is regressing? Is it Sean Payton? Is it Davis Webb? Is it Joe Lombardi? Is it all of them? Who's in charge of making sure Bo doesn't regress the way it feels like he has?
The answer is yes.
Okay. Yeah,
but the problem is that I feel like there's some type of disconnect right now between the camp of Sean Payton and Joe Lombardi, because they're in a camp, right?
Yes.
Where were they together at?
They're attached at the hip.
Where were they together at?
Nolans.
He's part of the Saints Mafia, is he not?
Yes.
And then
well,
I
so
think
is the Resonator.
Resonator's definitely a Saints Mafia guy. You knew who's not a Saints Mafia guy?
Who?
Vance Joseph.
I know. He's the only one doing his job.
You know who else is not a Saints Mafia guy?
Who?
Davis Webb.
Let him call the play.
But that's where I think there's a disconnect right now between the camps. I think there's a Lombardi Peyton camp, and I think there's a Bo Nix Webb camp with Jarrett Stidham and Ellinger. Like those guys they're tight.
Because do you believe, as DMac has suggested, that you could have any number of quarterbacks being QB1 for the Denver Broncos right now, and they'd still be 8-2?
I disagree with DMac on that. The one thing that Bo Nix has in terms of the feather in his cap, and you and I have already talked about this, if there ever becomes a power struggle between the Bo Nix world and the Sean Payton world for why in the world are we wasting a legendary performance by a defense in a season?
Right.
If you lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Oh, with this defense?
With this defense? Because your Resonator special teams are horrible and you can't get anything going offensively, just like last year against the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs, minus the one throw down the field.
Very first drive.
There's going to be some conversations, some chatter that's going to get to the top of this organization.
Right. But doesn't it feel like if the Walton Penner group has to side with either Sean Payton or Bo, because listen, you have 2.5 years to figure, you probably less than that, to figure out whether or not you want to hand Bo Nix $300 million. Because that's what the going price tag of a quarterback is going to be in this league come 2.5 years from right now. So you have to have that decision made. So if who's the Walton Penner group going to side with? Sean Payton? Bo Nix?
Let me ask you the question. What would you say that the Walton Penner ownership group, what are some of the characteristics of who they are?
Well, listen, I mean, they probably don't like all the shenanigans that surround Sean Payton sometimes.
But what are they all about? Class?
They're class and style and
They're
just like right down the middle of the
buttoned
road.
Up?
Yes, very buttoned up. They're not loosey-goose. You're right.
Like, I would say that they are professed in their faith and the involvement in the community and serving their community. I mean, I know that because 25 of my players are wearing helmets that have the Broncos logo on the back, and those helmets are like $1,200 per.
Expensive.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And they did that.
And they donated for everybody in the
and they do a lot of stuff
right?
like that. That's not like the only thing they do. It just hit me because it's my kids, and it meant a lot to kids at our program. And I see it when we play other teams. I'm like, that's really cool. They are I would say, high character, high care factor, high class, buttoned up organization.
Right.
George Payton, what do you think he's like?
Just like that. He
exactly
seems to
like
fit
that.
in well.
I'd say he's very regimented.
Yeah.
Dang near almost militaristic in his approach. But he's not loosey-goosey. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of loose.
No, right. He's buttoned up. Yeah, he's
a lot of loose. Right.
He's
what
not
am I right now?
Right. You're buttoned up right now.
Okay.
Right.
Is my tie?
Your tie is tight.
It's up
all
there.
the way up there.
Where are my buttons at?
Yeah, they're buttoned.
So I look like which part of this all?
You look like the Walton Penner group
and
George Payton.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good. Give me the
what am I
Sean
doing
Payton.
right here?
Go Sean Payton on me. Yeah. Do we have? Hey, KJ, can you get some booze from the kitchen, please? Because we're gonna have to finish up this whole.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Drop.
Come on,
yeah.
man. Come on, man.
Well, that's a lot of buttons, Coach. That's an
Is
Eric
that some
Johnson
taco meat
amount
right
of
there?
buttons you
Is
unbuttoned.
that some taco meat?
That's some John Michael
So
Lyles buttons.
am I buttoned up now?
No, you're full Sean Payton now, man.
Yeah.
Let it loose, let it fly.
Okay.
Let the wind hit the hair on your chest.
Yeah, you think Sean's high character, but big time buttoned up, or do you think?
No, he's the opposite of that.
You think that man's ever gone hard in the paint?
Yes, he's doing it right now. Right now, after that win last night, are you kidding? He's right now. He's going hard.
He might be
middle fingers.
He might be in Cozumel. He might be down in Cabo again.
Yes, exactly.
We might be getting them BTs. We might be getting them bong totes.
You're right. I mean, but it seems to have been a good marriage so far.
Okay. Now, you're 8-2.
Speed bumps, man. They're coming on.
We're talking hypothetically. If you had to make the decision, so Bo Nix, where does he fit?
Oh, Bo Nix is especially buttoned up too. He's
because
he's just like George Payton.
Bo Nix is especial.
Yeah, that's right.
So Bo Nix is buttoned up. What would you say his brand is?
Buttoned up. His brand is very.
Well, what's the brand that I've given him?
What? I mean, Bobot. The Bobot.
Not a good performance yesterday. Time to respond. Go to work. Work on my footwork.
You're exactly right.
Which
you think
fits
about
in
more with the Walton Penner
yes,
group than Sean does, and George Payton.
Yep.
Is Sean Payton out there on an island now?
If this ever comes out to an impasse, well, why do you think Sean Payton might be getting a little bit wild out there in the media with his national members of the media starting to maybe?
You're right. He might be like You're right. There might be
There's
some
like this little thing happening.
Right,
it's the beginning of it all. It's this little thing.
You're right. He might be thinking ahead of us.
Have we been through this before though?
Have we? Yes.
With who?
Wait. You're talking about like with you.
With Sean Payton.
Oh, with Sean Payton.
Here in Denver, where he was using the national media as
I get what you're saying.
As his mouthpiece.
Yes. This is exactly what happened when he was throwing Russell Wilson under the bus. Mm-hmm. He was doing it with his national guys. Was it? No, it was the national.
Him.
He was giving, he was talking to his homies in the national media, and then they were carrying out his business.
Just something to keep your eye on. I'm not saying we're there yet. We're not fully there, but just something to keep your eye out. If this offensive ineptitude does continue, we're going to be watching a real power struggle play out before our eyes. And here's what I would tell you, Broncos country that's listening. Bo Nix has done something that very few quarterbacks can do. Prove that you can win a game in the fourth quarter with just pure moxie, pure response mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing right now that Bo Nix has as the ultimate feather in his cap, regardless of how awful last night was, regardless of how concerning so much of this season has been. He's done the one thing that I had not seen him do at Oregon, nor had I seen him do as a Denver Bronco quarterback, and that's to be the dadgum reason that your team finds a way to come from behind in the fourth quarter in a National Football League game. Therefore, Bo Nix is your franchise quarterback.
Wow.
And I am putting my on the table right there.
Listen, you've convinced me. You convinced me. If they had to decide with somebody, either Sean or Bo, it's probably Bo. It's going to be Bo.
I'm going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
Yeah,
my man Austin here said instead of the morning sprint, I'm going to call you the morning overreaction.
Listen, that's my middle name is overreaction. 2 weeks ago, I was like, Bo Nix, I'm a Bo lever. And then today I was like, what the hell?
And then I just convinced you
that I'm back to being a Bo lever.
Yeah,
and
let's go.
And I'm anti-Sean Payton.
And I was
just like that. Just absolutely insane. All right. We're going to take a quick time out right here on the Morning Sprint. When we come back, it's KJ's NFL Notes.
Colorado and all you powderheads out there, and I'm not talking about the white hair on top of Mark Bertinoli's head, the silver fox. I'm talking about the snow underneath your feet that you hear crunching, and that corduroy after a fresh groom. And yes, good news is Loveland ski area is open. And that to me is the best news that I've heard all day. So Loveland Ski Area, as we know now, is open for the season. It's the perfect time to get your family on the snow. My family of 5 will be up in Loveland. I've already talked to my wife. That's what we're giving the kids for their Christmas presents is Loveland ski passes. And here's why. There's a great dedicated beginner area, and Loveland offers some of the best, if not the best, affordable ski school program in Colorado, and learning or relearning to ski or snowboard has never been easier. So check out Loveland's 3-class pass. Take 3 lessons and earn a free season pass for the rest of the winter. Group lessons include rentals and lift tickets, so getting started is simple and stress-free. Loveland Ski Area, it's affordable, it's approachable, and it's fun for the whole family. Learn more today at skiloveland.com.
It's KJ Granderson. And he's going to tell you what's going on in the NFL. He's also...
Man, some serious accusations about you here on the Sean Miles.
I saw him. Listen, man.
I don't think anybody calls Berto a powderhead because of his hair color.
Man, I wish I was making enough money to have a coke
Yeah,
problem.
that's not it.
Right,
not it. That ain't it.
All right. Kate, you know what? KJ's so popular with the NFL news and notes, you can also hear him for an hour and a half tonight talking sports talk with me on the Blitz, baby. KJ, you ready for that? Are you ready?
I'm
you got
ready.
some serious sports takes to give me tonight?
I got you, man.
All right.
I'm ready. We're going to fire it
But
up.
what happened to Spring?
He's got a date.
What?
I think he's got a date. Spring's on a date tonight.
Mm-hmm. Do we know anything about said date?
No, but I'm going to bother him about it later. I'll tell you that.
I hope their date isn't running 60 miles
to a
and
Taco Bell.
eating Taco Bell and just dripping out of every orifice of your body, all types of bad things.
Man. All right, KJ, what do you got?
Well, as we've been talking about all day, the Broncos won last night on Thursday Night Football.
Wait, did they?
Well, did it?
It doesn't
I don't
sound
know.
like it, man.
It didn't feel like it. I mean, it's like Berto said to open the show, it's one of the top 5 most hard to watch games
that was an
you'll
ugly
ever
game.
see
That was
for
an
sure.
ugly game to watch.
We've been talking about what's going on with Sean Peyton, what's going on with Bo. Are they on the same page? What's going on with the offense? Here's Sean having a chance to talk about why isn't the offense able to get things going more consistently?
I would say, I think we had 8 penalties. Let's start there. And then when you take those penalties and you say, all right, I felt like it was a night where when it was third down, I was looking on the wrong section of the third down sheet. And when you get over there too much, it becomes difficult. They did some things in their defensive scheme base, versus some of our sub that maybe created some minus runs, but I was pleased that we closed it out. They knew we were going to run, we were going to run, and we were able to finish the game. So we'll look at that tape. We'll enjoy the win, and then be back at it Monday.
10 first downs, Coach. That's what 10 first downs. 10.
I feel like you weren't going to get one in the first half.
Oh, you got lucky. You got that one. You're right. That was it was just ugly football.
Yeah, you know what I hate about that is when this is very typical in football. You have a game plan, and like Mike Tyson used to say, everybody's got a plan until you get hit in the mouth. Mm-hmm. The Denver Broncos got hit in the mouth with a varied look from the Raiders defense. So what he's talking about in his sub-run package, that's either 10 or 11 personnel, meaning there's an absence of 2 tight ends or a tight end and a fullback. That's called base. And so in a base package, a lot of people call that regular personnel. It'd be a fullback and a tight end, 2 receivers, or 2 tight ends and 2 receivers. A lot of people call that, 12 personnel or fins personnel, fins to the left, fins to the right, and Sean Payton was rolling out there with 10 and 11 personnel looks, meaning just 1 tight end, no fullback, no second tight end. And they were expecting to see sub packages from the Raiders. Well, guess what they left on there? They left their base package, meaning they left their big Sam linebacker as opposed to a Jahdae Barron, Jaquan McMillan looking nickel. Mm-hmm. So Jonah Ellis was out there playing Sam. As a result, their run stuff didn't look good. It was something that they hadn't seen on film. Well, what I've learned, that happens every single week to me in high school. I haven't seen a defense that I've game planned for the entire season. The first 5 weeks of the season, I'm like spending 50 hours on a game plan. And I get to the game, and I'm like, I can't wait to see this look against this formation. That nickel's in a major bind right there. We're going to make him commit to the run, and we're going to throw the glance RPO right behind his head. And then these chuckleheads come out in a completely different defensive structure, and I go, you know what? I'm just going to adjust. That's what you got to be able to do in the National Football League.
Well, it doesn't feel like Sean is doing it.
This is the highest level of football, man.
I get it.
And I'm not trying to say that I'm good at it. I suck at it. I'm a high school coach that used to coach Division I football. You've got to be able to adjust to those types of things. That can't be the reason that a team that's a bottom 3 defense in the National Football League almost beats you in your home building when you get a perfect performance from your own defensive unit.
Yes.
So you're telling us any team could just roll the dice and do something different, and then a terrible team could beat you. solely because of that. That's your job. Sean, last time I checked, you make $18 to $20 million annually.
Second highest paid coach in North American sports.
And it's because the sub package was different than you expected, that you scored freaking 10 points, and 3 of those points came because of a blocked field goal where the drive netted negative 2 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Get the heck out of here with that chucklehead stuff.
All right, KJ, what's next?
But are you going to say but?
Yeah, I'm going to say but.
I'm with you, Coach. Coach, you like a good butt?
Yes.
I love my wife Anne Marie.
There you go.
20 coming up on 21 years.
Hey, that's a good long marriage, man.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good show. I mean, that's a long marriage.
I'm getting it, man. For kind of a semi-young looking dude.
Yeah,
you know?
no, it's congratulations,
Yeah.
Coach.
How many years you got, man?
I I think one time I went 9 months.
Of marriage?
No, just dating.
Okay. That's good. I'm proud of you, man.
I'm a great boyfriend for the first half of the year. And then the other half, they're like, is this all you do? Yeah, this is what I do.
What is it that you do?
I drink and smoke and play video games and then go do an Abs and Nugs game, man. Like,
Oh my
you know
God.
what I mean? And they're like, this is it.
I just found out that you and I live very different lives, man.
All right,
but yet, we can get along so well.
yeah, we're on the same wavelength here, man.
We're getting our thing.
We're vibing. All right, KJ, what you got next?
We're the opposite of Bo and Sean.
That's exactly right.
They have 2 very different
Right.
lifestyles, but
You're
they can't
Bo,
vibe.
And I'm Sean.
Yeah.
All right, what you got, KJ?
6 sacks, 1 interception, and a gajillion quarterback pressures by your Broncos defense last night. But they also understand is they've got to turn the page quickly because they do have a little bit of a witch of the West coming up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you want to win the West, it goes through Kansas City respectfully, man. I mean, they've done a great job over there for multiple years now. So, I mean, if we want to win the West, we got to go beat them. So it's going to be a good one for sure.
Who was that being interviewed?
Nick Bonito.
Dude, Nick Bonito's he's a well-spoken dude, man.
Love him.
Golly.
Love him. Bronco for life. Bonito. So, listen.
Don't be scared of the witch, man. The witch has a Denver Bronco problem.
21-4, Coach, when Andy Reid has a bye before he plays you. Andy Reid is 21-4.
Yeah, but do you realize how scorching hot this Denver Broncos offense and passing game is right now? You imagine Sean Peyton with a couple extra days of prep?
You know what? I don't even know. Where's Kansas City's offense right now statistically in the league? I'll tell you. Offensive team leaders. I bet you, you'll be shocked to hear that Buffalo and Indianapolis are 1-2. Kansas City is the 6th best offense in the NFL. Right now, they are averaging 370 yards per game, and they are putting up, let's see, I don't want to get this wrong, 26 a game. Wait, hold on. You know what? That might not be right. Now, they're a little bit lower than that, but they are putting up 26 a game. They're in the top 10, but, I mean, if you ask me right now, can the Denver Broncos offense score 27 points against the Kansas City Chiefs to be 1 point better than their season average? My answer would probably be no. No, what makes you think that this offense can score 27 points against a halfway decent football team? If it's not the Dallas Cowboys, I'm not sure you can do it. But you're going to have to against Kansas City, right? They're going to have all kinds of time to game plan for you. They got 2 weeks to do it. But at least you got 10 days, I guess, to let Sean Payton do that offensive genius
I
thing.
do think that after all the crazy stuff I've spewed into a mic today about the dysfunction that exists right now between Sean Payton and Bo Nix and just the feel of it, the look of it, the optics of it.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that the Broncos needed 3 extra days of rest badly. They look like a team that is, I would say, on the offensive side of the ball, I would say because of a lack of performance with any form of consistency for 10 straight weeks. Coming off a short week, coming off a weird week to London, and then another kind of weird week in an East Coast swing, and then going down to the Central Time Zone. I actually think the Broncos just need to get the hell away from each other for about 3-4 days.
Yeah.
I think Sean and Bo need to not see each other till Monday.
I'm with you. Yeah. That sounds like a great idea. I mean, at this point, do anything. Do anything to shake it up.
And I think it'll be better. The Broncos offense is going to play better against the Chiefs.
They almost have to, right?
Well,
Because they can't
you
play
honestly
worse
can't
than
play
last
worse.
night,
You can't
right?
play worse. You can't play worse.
It's almost impossible to play worse. All right, KJ, what you got next?
But are you going to say but? No.
All right, Coach, that is a no. But I do have a yes on a Jaden Daniels update. He will not go on IR, and his injury in regards to his dislocated elbow does not require surgery because there was no ligament damage in his dislocated elbow. So now they're just going to monitor him week to week, and they're just kind of keep an eye on him. And Dan Quinn said it's a good deal with no surgery. Obviously, that makes a big difference. And he was talking, obviously, in regards to what they saw in the x-rays combined with all of the specialists that he was able to see this week. So with that being said, obviously, we know the Commanders are coming up on the schedule here in a couple of weeks. Do we expect to see Jaden? What do you guys think?
Nah, I don't think he'll be
No, that
ready
dude's
by
elbow
then.
was going.
It was going the wrong way.
It was
right?
not. It was not a natural position for any arm to be.
No.
And you don't just be like, I'm good.
No. And none of that. They're 3 and 6.
Exercise my elbow demons.
They got to play Detroit this weekend. That's an L for the Commanders. So they're going to be 3 and 7.
The Commanders stink. Right now.
Yeah, it's clear. So I'm not expecting that to be a difficult game in 3 weeks' time. Is that when you play them? Because the Commanders go Detroit, Miami, Denver. Man, wait. The Miami Dolphins Washington Commanders game is the Sunday night game next week. Oh no, it's not. They're flexing that bad boy. There's no way the Sunday night game is going to be the Dolphins and the 3 and 7 Dolphins and the 2 and 8 Dolphins.
It's crazy how much
whatever it's going to be.
The Dolphins have been in primetime already.
Yeah, were they expecting? I guess was national TV expecting Miami to be good this year? Is that why
they were just waiting for the next T-Rex moment?
Yeah. People hate you when you do that. People are like, stop making fun of head injuries, coach. But that's exactly what he did. Little T-Rex arms. All right, KJ, wait, I don't even know if we answered your question. What's next? Oh, yeah, Jaden, we did answer your question. So what's next?
But are you going to say but? No.
But.
All right, it's time for what I would call the awkward NFL story of the day here as Antonio Brown was arrested yesterday in Dubai and brought to a jail in nearby New Jersey as he was obviously up for attempted murder charge in Florida. And he is deciding not to contest his extradition. So with that being the case, it appears that he's going to try to see if he can negotiate or potentially play ball with the court system here. In regards to Antonio Brown, man, because obviously this is such a unique situation here. Berto, I come to you on this one. Yeah, how do you protect a player like this, though, man?
I mean, yeah, you can't. Not without taking away his civil liberties and, putting him in a padded room because, right? Like, I think it's a brain issue problem, right? It's a brain injury problem because Antonio Brown wasn't doing weird stuff like this, like in the middle of his career. It was later.
It started kind of.
Or do you think it was pretty early?
He had a lot going on, man. You can't attribute every bit of Antonio Brown to
just head injuries and CT and stuff like that.
No, sir.
So KJ, he got into an argument with his jewelry guy, right? His jewelry guy's like, you owe me money for all that jewelry. And then they got into an argument with it. And the next thing you know, he's throwing shots at the guy, right?
But what was this at? There was some type of deal that happened on a major YouTube stream, right?
Oh, was it?
You remember that? You remember that?
Yes, and that's essentially what we're kind of leading to with the celebrity boxing match.
That's right.
They were streaming after the boxing match. They were streaming, and Antonio Brown got to fight.
That's when the episode went down.
Yeah, because they also got into an altercation involving guns that was not caught on camera that was led to the attempted murder charge here.
Right, because supposedly Antonio Brown threw a shot that hit the dude in the neck, like grazed his neck or something like that.
AB just tweeted out that he handed over the keys to the social media of CTESPN to my team while I go through the fight for my innocence. My word.
Such a weird. I mean, we have the Mark Sanchez thing. We got the Antonio Brown thing.
Which we just got an update on that.
Is that a New York Jet thing? Because, I mean.
It may be. Mark Sanchez just said he's not going back to Fox.
Oh, but he's just like, I'm right. Well, maybe it's probably listen, I love you, Mark Sanchez. It was probably the other way around where Fox Sports is like, no, man, we don't want you back. Sorry, brother. Instead of him just being like, you know what? I'm just not going to return to broadcasting. But Sanchez has made enough money to go sit on a beach, man, and stop getting stabbed by DoorDash drivers or whatever it is. I can't remember who it was that stabbed old Sanchez, but such a weird story, man. All right, KG, you got anything else for you?
Well, all I want to say is this segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. They are Colorado's most complete appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
All right, KJ, good work. At halftime at tonight's Evergreen Conifer game on 950, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. We'll be right back. coverage of tonight's Nugget game against Golden State on 92.5 will begin at 7:30 p.m. with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. It is NBA Cup excitement tonight, except I don't know. I mean, Steph Curry is not playing for the Warriors. Matter of fact, he didn't even make the trip because he is sick. Jimmy Butler is listed as questionable tonight for the Golden State Warriors.
Is he emo Jimmy Butler right now, or is he normal?
No, I think
he
he's
doesn't have the flat pressed hair going.
Yeah, no, he's just normal Jimmy Butler right now. You got to wait till we get closer to the playoffs for him to go super crazy, Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
So Nuggets and Warriors in NBA Cup group stage. Game 2 for the Nuggets. This is the first NBA Cup game for the Warriors, but as I mentioned, no Steph, probably no Jimmy, but we will see come game time. Tomorrow, we got our first of many conflicts. As the Nuggets play again, they will play the Pacers, while the Avalanche will be in Edmonton to take on the Oilers, and that brings us to Altitude Plus and their brand new multi-view. Look at what we got here, guys. So Altitude Plus can now you can watch both games at the same time and just switch from whichever audio you want. So like right now we're listening to the Avs game, and if you're like I'm sick of hearing Moj, you just click over here like where's Marlo and Hastings? Let me hear Katie, and so you can watch both games at the same time on Altitude Plus now, and then just pick whichever one you want to listen to.
All I can say is how do it know? How do it know? You can watch two things at once?
Yeah, the magic of Altitude Plus.
I think we should patent this and call it PIP. Picture in picture.
Oh. I see that's not what I thought you were going with PIP.
That happened like 25 years ago. But on Altitude Plus, it's clean. It's not like YouTube TV. I hate their split screen personally.
Yeah.
This is clean.
Yeah, this looks pretty clean. So, yeah.
I'm really mad at YouTube TV, by the way.
Why? Because of the ESPN disputes?
Bro, the ESPN app on Apple TV is horrific.
Is it?
It kicks you out. I had to go re-sign up for it. They charged me a second time for that bad boy.
Did they
because
really?
they knew that everybody on YouTube TV was going to be messed up.
Mm-hmm.
So then I go do it again, and then it kicks me out every day. I hate everything with ESPN, Disney, Hulu, YouTube TV. Yeah, all I want to do is just watch Altitude Plus.
Just let me watch what I want to watch, please. That's all I'm asking. Let me watch my sports, and I'll be happy with it.
Do you think the
Crockies
could just buy all of the rights to every NFL game, and then they can just throw it on Altitude Plus?
No, because that's probably a $50 billion purchase price, right?
It might be $100 trillion.
I'm sure it's a good chunk.
$1 million.
It's a good chunk. I'll tell you that much. We got KJ. We got all the games this weekend here on this. What are we playing? We got the NBA Cup game tonight. We got high school football over on AM 950 with Andy and Tyler. Tomorrow, both the Avs, Nugs, and play at night. The Nugs host the Pacers. The Avs are in Edmonton. We have 4 college games on the station tomorrow.
Hey, you see that first one we leading off with?
No, is it one of those? Is it the double?
Number 8 BYU at number 9 Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's one of the games of the day.
I want to make that trip. I'm gonna just get in my car and get down to Lubbock.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. See, but I think Texas Tech is gonna do your BYU Cougars dirty.
No,
but
sir. You know why?
Why?
Because the BYU Cougars they clearly have Cougars. Then they got a quarterback named Bear and a receiver named Tiger.
Oh, do they really?
They're brothers.
I didn't know that.
Bear Bachmeyer and Tiger Bachmeyer.
I knew about Bear. Guess I never even heard of Tiger.
When do you think the last time a
do they
Cougar,
have like
a
sister
Tiger,
named Squirrel,
and a Bear were all in Lubbock at the same time?
Oh, it's been, I don't know, when's the last time
Never.
Circus came to town? Right, never.
Never.
So, but you're going to get it tomorrow.
You are. And tortillas.
And then Sunday, we have the Avs are right back at it on Sunday. They play Saturday night and Sunday night. The Avs will be in
CU Buffs tomorrow.
In Vancouver. Oh, who is C's playing?
At West Virginia.
Oh, that's right. I mean, it can't be as bad as the last 2 games, right? Can't be as bad as the last 2 games.
The Juju show begins.
I'm here for it. I mean, might as well. Let's go.
Do you know West Virginia just scored 45 points on Houston?
Did they?
West Virginia beat Houston at Houston 45-35.
West Virginia's going to put up a lot of points this weekend, I do believe, but maybe.
West Virginia is 3-6.
And in the 2 NFL games we're carrying here on the station on Sunday is Steelers, Chargers, Eagles, Packers.
That's Monday night.
Oh, you're right. That's Monday Night Football. It's Eagles, Packers. So what's the? Oh, it's Rams-Niners. We got Patriots. It's the Patriots.
We got them Patriots.
It's them Patriots playing the Buccaneers, man. I'll tell you what. And then the Rams at the Niners. Rams at Niners should be a fun one. Although, like right now, you know what? What's crazy is that would be the play. That would in the first round of the NFL playoffs. That is the current matchup. The Rams hosting the Niners. That is the 3-6 matchup over there in the NFC. So it goes Green Bay hosting Seattle. The LA Rams hosting the San Francisco 49ers, Tampa Bay hosting Detroit, and the Eagles with the bye. And over here in the AFC, the Broncos would have the bye. Buffalo and Pittsburgh are the 4-5. New England will host the Chargers, and Jacksonville will go to Indianapolis. So that's your current NFL playoff picture, which is, going to change here in 2 days' time when those games go down. But, all right, Coach, you know what it is. It's time to pop some tops. Woo! You already popped the top today. You're all the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado football is back, and there's nothing more refreshing than a nice cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Buffaloes. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes, sold in-stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. All right, Coach, what's your Papa Tops to?
Well, when the Big Ten Conference and all of its Big Ten West football that resembles last night's Denver Bronco victory over the Oakland, Las Vegas
Raiders.
Los Angeles Raiders. I was dreaming about days like this because I'm going to be popping a top to the Hawkeye State.
Oh.
The great state of Iowa is hosting what once was the high-flying Oregon Ducks, and the Iowa Hawkeyes, 20th ranked Iowa Hawkeyes, hosting 9th ranked Oregon, and Iowa's going to say, come over here.
Oh, really?
Play some Ferentz ball.
Oh.
You want to get used to a 9-6 contest? Then you better come over here and play in one of the best venues in all of college football.
All right.
I'm
here for it.
I got the Fighting Ferentzes.
All right.
Beating the Oregon Ducks. There's going to be a lot of Busch Light consumed there.
Listen.
At Kinner Stadium.
I'm always here for the Fighting Dan Lannings to catch an L, and I would love to see that happen tomorrow. I will go with, you know what, once again, I don't need an excuse to get up at 7 in the morning and start drinking, but we do have another international game on Sunday. Kickoff is at 7:30 in Berlin. So get on up and start pre-gaming for the Colts hosting the Falcons there at Olympic Stadium, Berlin in Germany.
Kinnick Stadium.
Is that what it is?
Not Kinner, like
Kinner?
I said.
Kinner?
I don't know. It's hard to keep.
In Iowa?
It's hard to keep track of 5,000 stadiums. I got high school ones in my mind now.
I know. And are high school stadiums sponsored too? Like, do you play in the Totitos Valor Christian Bowl or whatever?
No, you don't know this, but we play in the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 FM Valor Stadium.
Whoa! I did not.
Just playing.
Yeah, that was,
just playing. No, we're not sponsored. But there are some, like, there are some stadiums that have sponsorships.
Full-on sponsorships in high school.
Down in Castle Rock, Douglas County High School shares a stadium with Castleview High School, and it's a sponsored stadium.
Interesting. Yeah, listen, man. Go ahead, make you some money. So anyway, Falcons-Colts on Sunday morning. KJ, who you popping tops to this weekend?
This weekend, I am popping tops to Georgia, Mississippi State. Yeah,
upset special.
Hey, come on now. Come on.
What you know about
You
them?
think Mississippi State? No,
What you know about them Bulldogs?
No, Mississippi State ain't doing nothing after that loss to Texas, man.
Hey,
No
man.
way.
All I can tell you is that we got some bulldog crime about to take
That's
place.
exactly what's about to go down this weekend, and it's about to happen up in Stark Vegas, baby.
You better get to the Vegas.
Man, you better get there.
Georgia's favored by
they've been
2
waiting
scores,
on this
man.
all weekend, baby. All
I'm here
You
for
heard it here first from the SIP master, Mr. KJ Grandison.
SIP boys over
And
Georgia.
the wannabe SIP resident, Coach Sanford, who thinks he's from the SIP because his late great-grandmother, not great-grandmother, but late grandmother.
She grew up there in Kosciuszko, Mississippi.
Really? I don't have no idea where that is. Right there in the.
What you know about Kosciuszko?
I mean, I know exactly where it is, man. It's 25 minutes from where my dad grew up in a little small town called Durant, Mississippi.
Ooh, all right. Well, for the coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Britton, for Alex Ryan. Thanks for tuning in for the morning sprint. PH, enjoy your weekend. PhD and Dan Tanner.
Take us home, Glorilla.
Yeah, do it.
Steps up. Fires over the middle. Wide open. Making the catch. Bowers. Big gain. 2nd and goal. Under 3 minutes left in the half. Harvey now slips to the outside. Nix looks that way. Then over the middle. Then to the right. Throws. Caught. Into the end zone for the touchdown. Troy Franklin. The 4-man rush on. In most circumstances, what do they do here? Send an extra guy. Nix all the way downfield into traffic, and it's going to be picked off. Caillou Blue Kelly out past the 30 and then slung down at the 34-yard line on a pass intended for Bryant. Trying to adjust to the outside, backwards pass. Now you've got Sutton, and he gets taken down. So a play that frankly looked badly designed and certainly badly executed. So here's a 59-yard field goal attempt for Will Lutz, who is handling this with ease in pregame. See what he does here to try to give him the lead. From 59 away, the kick is no good, just short. So we remain locked at 7. The Raiders now on a first down with Smith over the middle, in the air, deflected and intercepted. And into Raider territory comes Dondre Tillman. And look at him gallop all the way inside the 35 with another flag down. A.J. Cole's punt, they tell us right now. Blocked. Kick is blocked. And Denver's going to get the ball. In great position. Today is in the backfield.
Way to use your head.
Protection's good. Pass is intercepted.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
no, are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly.
My name is Luca, damn it. And you will pay me my respect. My name is Luca, damn it.
Oh, is that who that was again?
Of course. We thought it was Leggy and Sean.
Luca has taken up the mantle.
Oh, my God. It's the Luca and Sean show this year.
Did you say but?
Put your yoke upon me.
But what?
But, I dare you to finish your question, Luca. But
I wanted to shoot my, never mind.
No buts. Oh, my God. Hey, guys, what's going on? I do have some good news about the Broncos offense after painfully.
Yeah, you can shut up.
Painfully rewatching that game.
Oh, my gosh.
They had a good 4-minute drive to wrap things up. They converted and ran the ball.
Well, they ran the ball and ran the ball.
They did do that. I mean, they killed 4 minutes off the clock.
They had 4 straight runs, and then they had a play action for a wide open pass, which
was a pretty sweet pass.
Yeah,
and Troy Franklin ran out of bounds like a dum-dum. He was trying to tiptoe it, but dude, fall inside. Okay, whatever. That's all right.
That was funny.
We're 8-2. We're 8-2. We're 8-2.
But there's no buts.
No,
but God dang, do we suck at offense?
Oh my God!
I mean, God dang, we are just. I mean, we suck. We suck at offense.
But there's no buts.
And way to prove me wrong that if we can only score 13 points a game the rest of the year, can they win?
Yeah, there you go, Scotty.
We got one.
Do you want a streamer for your victory
parade?
Do you want?
No, listen. People take some of the things I say as criticism, and it's just usually fact and just perception and knowledge.
Do you have a donut shop at the top of I Told You So Mountain?
No. I don't need to name that. I'm a Bronco fan. I'm 8-2. It scares me because I think Brett Kane said it in the morning show, the show before the rush. Is that what it's called?
I'm not.
What's the show before it's called?
The morning sprint.
The morning donuts.
So the morning rush. We could call that one the rush, the sprint, and hey, we're just falling over in chairs on this show. That's what this one is. But Brett Kane brought this stat out. Do you realize 7 of the 8 wins are against teams that have 3 or less wins?
Yeah. There we go. I mean, that was the storyline last year. Whatever. You are 8-2, and
beating who you're supposed to.
But
No, it's the type of thing that you dream about. I mean, it is. This is what you dream about. You're an 8-2 football team. But god dang, I'm glad there wasn't anything that I could shoot myself with in my house last night. I mean, that was just. Bo Nix just had his 6th career quarterback win with a passer rating below 70. That is twice as many as any other player since the start of 2024. He has had 6 wins with the passer rating below 70. This is beyond Tebow stuff, boys. This is beyond Tebow.
Oh, wow.
Tebow makes this look boring.
Wow.
Tebow at least had the fun.
Wow. We're below Tebow.
That's what that was. Yeah.
Damn.
Bo Nix, here's what's sad.
Damn.
Okay, if I asked you, was that Bo Nix's worst game of his career, you would say
no.
Probably not.
Okay. The fact that we could even have an argument about whether that's the worst game of his career.
That's true.
Can we just talk about that for a second?
How about that perspective?
Yeah.
Wow.
His QBR out of 100 was 27.2. Gino's was 13.
Gino, listen.
Hey,
Gino got killed.
Hey, I'm going to give Gino a hug if I see him after that last night.
Really?
By the way, how bad is Kenny Pickett? That Kenny Pickett's not better than Gino.
Gino, who can't walk. Yeah.
I mean, how much does Pickett suck?
And listen, even Hurt, he got away from the pass rush one time, sprinted his butt off, and I'm like, how you running that way? You can't even walk on the field.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Bo was bad. Sean was bad. We're running a freaking trick play on 3rd and 1.
Oh
good Lord, what are we doing? And by the way,
not just a trick play, a double pass screen trick play.
Hell of a grab from Cortland Sutton, by the way. Like thank God he caught that ball because Bo Nix threw a freaking rocket ship to him. I mean, that was like a miracle grab that Cortland caught. Had he bobbled it, that's a live football. They probably scoop and score for 6.
Did you hear Sean's explanation for it?
No.
We'll play it later, but it was essentially like, yeah, when they don't work, they look bad. Okay. Nelly had a great example. There's some cartoonist that does making the easy look impossible, like wiping your mouth, and you need a whole contraption. And Nelly was like, sometimes you just got to wipe your mouth. It's 3rd and 1. Just, run the ball. You don't really have to overthink this.
I don't disagree.
All right. Could you guys on TV...
Which they did in that last set twice.
Yeah. Could you tell on TV how windy it was?
Yeah, but DMac, I'm going to fight with you on this today. I know I'm going to fight with you.
I'm just asking the question.
No, I know I'm going to fight with you because I saw you tweeting and I saw your text to us excusing all the bad play out there because how windy it was.
Right.
Dude, it wasn't that bad. And I don't know if you noticed there because you're sitting in the press box, right?
Yeah.
But by the time they got into the 3rd and the 4th quarter, that wind died. It died.
It came and it went.
Okay, it came and it went. But there were the moments that they're showing those flags, and it's dead.
That field goal they missed. You go right now. The wind's down.
It came
and they were moving,
wind.
and he still pushed it.
Yeah, there was 0 wind on that.
It came and it went all night.
Do you have a feeling had he made that field goal, that game would have ended in a tie?
Dude, I knew he was going to miss that field goal. The second he was going up for that thing, I'm like, he's either going to miss it, there's going to be a block, because this Denver Broncos team has got all the luck this year. There's no freaking way he's going to make this thing. I don't mean to sound grumpy when I say that. That's awesome.
No, you sound like Captain Sunshine right now.
I really don't mean to sound grumpy when I say that. This team has got all the luck. I've been there, done that. I won a Super Bowl with it. So sometimes you got to have those sorts of things. But I truly knew that he was going to miss that thing. It was just in the depth of my soul.
Just felt like that kind of game.
There's no way he's going to make it.
There was a great graphic on Amazon on Prime last night. They flashed Vegas Raiders. This is late in the game. 1 interception, 1 punt block, 9 penalties, 1 missed field goal, 1 touchdown negated by penalty. There's a picture of lovely Pete Carroll with that stats. The time of possession was bizarrely in favor of the Raiders in the first half. Do you know the Broncos actually at the end of the game won time of possession?
Yeah.
I think we had 6 reps of offensive football in the first quarter.
Well, you went
6 total reps.
You went 3 and out your first 4 possessions.
Correct.
Yeah.
You didn't have a first down till 6 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Yeah. At home.
But somehow the Raiders were like, hey, Broncos, hold my beer. We'll show you how to suck.
Well, listen, and I know we say a lot about it, but that defense was unbelievable.
Sublime. They're amazing.
Yeah. They played great. Gino didn't have time to breathe. I mean, he was sacked 6 times. somebody probably has a stat. He's probably hurried another 5 or 6 times.
Probably more.
And he was probably hit 15 times total at least.
Yep.
So, I mean, he had a deflected pass. I think Allen got a deflected pass, like on the first or second pass he threw of the game. That defense was outstanding.
They're incredible.
And including, listen, and now we get into Crawshank, who is back to Crawshank, which is what you saw all preseason. The first half, their punters put it out to the 1 yard line. Our punters giving him the ball on the plus 50.
All right.
Don't let DMac talk right now. Don't let him do it.
Don't
let him do it. He's about to defend Crawshank here. And that win, that was not the problem with Crawshank.
Here's what I think happened with Crawshaw. Sullying my guy's name. The first punt, no doubt, was impacted by the win. No doubt about it. And then I think he got the yips after that.
Yeah.
I think it got
that
into
one,
his
he
head.
almost missed his
Well,
foot.
Here's what happened on the first one. If you didn't notice, the ball, when they set it down to snap it, was being blown sideways multiple times. And I went back and watched it on TV. They showed it once on TV. It actually happened 3 times. That's how windy it was, and the ball literally got pushed back into like his shin. So the drop was messed up. Now, that being said, it wasn't like that the entire night. And I think this guy just got in his head after that.
And he actually punted better in the second.
He did.
And the punt for the was out of the half-yard line. That ball was definitely pushed by the wind. It was insane. It took a bounce that went 10 yards on a 90-degree angle to the right.
But if you see how it lands with the points.
I actually don't think the wind had anything to do with it.
I think it had everything to do with it.
I mean, it might have given it a little bit of an extra push, but that bounce was the most majestic bounce I've ever seen in my life. That ball took a hard right and zero movement.
When it landed, the points were facing east-west. Now, in the air, the wind may have moved it so the ball is pointing that way. But when it once it hit the ground, the wind didn't have anything to do with it.
There was a combination of luck and wind with that ball, okay? So, fine. All right, cool. But the wind definitely had an impact last night, guys,
whatever.
okay?
Their punter put him on the 1 yard line twice.
Yeah, but then look at what the Raiders
Are
do.
we sure that first one, by the way, like can you review that? I don't even know the
You
rules
want to
on
review
that.
review what?
I'm talking about the first punt of the game where it looked like it went through the end zone and they gave it to him on the yard and a half line.
That was literally right in front of me.
Yes, I did want to review that because on TV, I don't know, they didn't give us a better angle, but on TV, that did not look like that ball went out of bounds.
I thought it was clearly out of bounds.
Okay.
I thought that was a really – I mean, I could not have literally been closer to any play in the game.
And New York does review that. That, they go back and review that and see where it was.
I think that was a good call. I do think that was a good call.
The one angle they gave us, you couldn't tell, but it seemed worthy of some form of challenge.
I think they didn't challenge it because they got it right. They knew it. I mean, it was like that. Plus, they have a review assist. They review that automatically anyways. Yeah, you don't have to. They look at that like.
The only one I think I would have reviewed is the one run by Dobbins that he landed. He was on a guy's leg. He landed clearly over the little yellow first down line. And they moved it a yard short, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, you got to look at that one.
All right, we got plenty to talk about.
But listen, we're begging for inches. By the end of the game and first downs and stuff we're begging for inches.
All right, let's talk about Bo and Sean. What's going on here, man? Because it ain't sweet. And you got to read some tea leaves. We'll hear from Chase Daniel. He's in Sean's camp. We'll hear from Colin Cowherd. He's in Sean's camp.
Just know who are in the Sean Mafia and watch what is said over these next 10 days.
All right, we'll hear some of it next.
got to do better. At some point, 10 points ain't going to be enough. We got to score more.
Bo, the ability to earn these wins kind of in different ways. I think I asked you this last week, but just what does it tell you about when you are able to start clicking a little more on offense about what the potential can be here?
Well, we just have a tough and resilient football team. We find ways to win. Usually right now it's the defense leading the charge. They just continue to get us the ball back. A bunch of sacks tonight, a few that were in field goal range that knocked them out. And you'll win a lot of games with the defense playing like that. And then tonight we had a little spark with some special teams plays. And then, we just, at some point, we got to start moving the football and scoring points.
All right, guys. What's going on with Sean and Bo? What is happening here? And we'll hear from Colin Cowherd and Chase Daniel from the Sean Mafia in a second. But what is happening with these two guys?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, are you referring to not being on the same page with play calling, or are you referring to lack of success? I mean, what specifically do you mean by
all
that?
of it? Everything.
What's all of it?
Everything. They're not connected. They're clearly disconnected on what they're doing. The play calls are brutally bad. The mechanics for Bo are terrible. The relationship with these two guys, you'd be blind not to see that this thing ain't working right now.
Well, speaking of the play calls and the frustrations there was a great moment on TV, and dang it, I was so mad I didn't mark the specific time so Dan could go back and get it for us. It'd be impossible to find.
Do you know ish when it is?
It was. I don't.
I got the old NFL thing. I mean, first quarter, second quarter.
I really don't know. I lost track of it. But
all right.
But there was a great moment when actually, you know what I think it was before? I think it was before I want to say it was right before when they acted like they were going to go for it on the fourth down, and they went up there and they did the no call, the no play. I believe it was right shortly before that.
All right.
And
find it. That's second
somebody
quarter.
in the huddle, I believe it was Bo Nix, somebody in the huddle yells out, "The effing personnel packages again."
It was in the third quarter, for sure. No, 100% when it was.
Okay.
There was like 6 minutes to go in the third quarter, and it was Bo. 100%. Went back and watched it like 5 times today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you know what I'm talking about.
Know exactly what you're talking about because it stood out to me, and I rewound it like a bunch
personnel.
of times. Yeah. Yes.
Get the effing personnel in.
That was 100%. It was Bo. But went back and watched it a bunch of times today. It was Bo.
Oh, okay, I believe you.
What does that mean?
Well, it means they're frustrated with the personnel groupings. I'll tell you that much.
Do you want to walk us through the mechanics of like how that works? Like there's a play call and the personnel have to be there for the play call, correct?
Well, personnel's got to be the very first thing that's called. So you can't call the play call until you've got the personnel in there because you got to get the subs in and out of the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
So once you get the subs on the field, now you can get the play call out and you can actually relay it to the 11 dudes that are on the field or the 10 other guys that are on the field.
I'll find it during the break. It's just going to take a little bit to get to, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, that too. All of that. Everything with Bo and what's going on. Kirk Herbstreit laughed it off. He was just like, well, there's some
well, what are you supposed to do?
Some issues there.
They definitely didn't bleep that one out.
Nope. Do you got to bleep things on Prime? I mean, are we bleeping things on Amazon Prime?
That's a good question.
I think
I don't know. With this big commercials, you're placating the families and
dude
and stuff like that.
Did that not feel like there was an absurd amount of commercials in that game?
How many commercials Kevin Hart have to be in on Prime?
Right,
guys, with 22 penalties with both teams, with the broadcast the way it was, I do not know if you were just a football fan or a human being. How you watch that boring-ass game.
I sent you guys this. Second time since 1950, the other game was 1976, that there was more penalties called in the game than there were first downs by the two teams.
I mean, it's the it's clearly the Broncos when we're all watching because it's the Broncos, but let's be a little objective here. That game was horrible to watch.
Well, yes. But they continue to want to put teams on short weeks and Thursdays.
Oh, it's terrible.
And it was just not a good game. You know, there was something I read today. I don't know if I sent it to you guys or not, that they've played however many games in like 83 days or something like that. I mean, it's been a quick boom, boom, boom. Let's go get done. And this, I'll be honest with you, this probably 10 days before they play the Chiefs, probably needed by this team.
Dude, I'm in the locker room last night. They're not happy. They're not sad. They were tired. They're just like, this has been a lot, man, in this stretch. And they've really performed overall extraordinarily well. And I'm not feeling sorry for professional athletes or anything. I'm just telling you the way it was. There wasn't any. First of all, every single offensive guy, every single one of them knows it's not acceptable. They all talked about it.
Well, I was telling Tyler, and I don't ever read the comments or anything stuff like that. But Andy and I did that little thing at halftime yesterday.
Yeah, that was.
He said, there was one jerky guy, he must be a Bo lever, and he said he started on me real hard because I was critical of Bo in the first half. You're going to be critical.
They barely had the ball.
And then he got on you a little bit, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Bo said in the post-game interview, by the way, player of the game on Prime.
Yeah, how was that?
How was that? The interview.
I have no idea.
He said, we were terrible. We got to be better. Dobbins said in the locker room, we were terrible. We got to be better. McGlinchey said, we are terrible. We got to be better.
Bull said it.
And yet you got
Everybody
people that are upset if you get critical
Yep.
On the quarterback who's in charge of it all. Well, listen, I've said a million times that the coach and the quarterback get way too much credit and way too much blame. This is part of the blame game, but in a win. But you got to win. But that was not good football.
Bo post-game and Sean Payton were like people ran over their dog. It was, and they won the game. They won the game. And they did have a good 4-minute drive but guys, it was everything you think it was.
Well, let me ask Tyler. The best thing they did, sans a touchdown drive, I guess is what he's talking about. When you get a lead late in the game with 4 minutes, you want to be able to run the game out and run the clock out.
Yeah.
They did that.
They did do that. They did do that.
But would you not say that's the best thing they did in that game?
Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't much, so sure, I'll give you that.
I mean, they got down, wore them out of timeouts, kept picking up first downs, and finally
I can only think of 2 good situations in the whole game, so if that was the best, then sure.
I mean, think about it.
Wait,
You're able to take a victory snap after getting the ball with 4:23.
Yeah.
And you're able to take a victory snap twice.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the end of the game and win 10-7.
They gave the ball back to the Texans twice in a 4-minute span last week. So they did do that.
The other one, not the touchdown drive. That's not what I'm talking about. We got another Tillman pick. That was another good moment.
Holy
of the game.
cow!
Dude.
Yeah, we got another DeAndre Tillman pick.
And the return.
Go ahead and put that man at tight end. Let's just go.
My Lord.
Can I say something? Could you not find a package where maybe he does line up as the extra lineman / maybe receiver?
We keep checking in. Frank Crum is the eligible eligible tight end. Put him in there.
Put him in there.
Yeah.
Because when he catches it, he caught an Oski. Yesterday was an Oski. That was a tip. Boom, boom. And then the moves again.
Yeah.
They got depleted on
By
the
the way,
tackle.
did you see Alex Singleton? He was pretty funny. Tillman starts running to the right, and Singleton's on the left side of the field, and he starts pulling him over. He's like, come over this way. Come over this way.
He's waving at him.
And then right as Tillman starts running that way, Singleton does blow someone up. It was fun to watch.
All right.
He can run, though.
Yeah.
Dude, he's athletic. And listen, that's an interior guy, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And he runs like that.
But he was quick to tell everybody he played tight end in high school.
Well, you know what? I would find a package or two where I'd put him in a tight end.
Okay. Well, we'll do our player to get in the groove, so if you want to circle back to that, fine. But we do have some audio from the Sean Mafia in the media. And I don't know who.
Hey, here they come, boys and girls. Just wait.
Here they come. Let's start with Chase Daniel, and then we'll go to Colin Cowherd. Now, you have to understand, Chase Daniel does a podcast with Diana Rossini, and Sean was dialing Diana late at night to brag about his Q in the offseason. We all remember that, right? So here we go with Chase.
Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos can no longer play like this. All right, let me explain. Bo Nix has people open downfield. It's open. It might not be the best play calling in the world. It might not be all this, but I'm telling you right now, when I'm watching the game and I know Sean Payton's offense, there's stuff open and he's just not seeing it. And that's fine. He saw it all last year. He's seen it for a lot of games, but it's been a little troublesome. It's sort of carried over to this year and it hasn't gotten any better. I don't think he's on a second-year slump, but he just seems to be in a hurry in the pocket. I'm not going to say go as far as he's seeing ghosts, but every single throw, whether it's mechanically or maybe his arms hurt or something, every ball is just dying. And that's a little concerning.
He went on and on and on and on and on. He went on for another minute.
Last point that he made there has got to be the most frustrating part of the Bo Nix experience of late. Dude, every ball has got the point of the ball diving towards the ground as it's getting to the wide receiver. Almost every single ball, even the balls that he's throwing on swing routes to his wide receivers. RJ had to make a tough catch out of the backfield with that ball's landing but below your knees. Like when the ball is coming on a downward trajectory below your waist, that just makes for an unnatural catch for your wide receiver.
Yes, this is Darren. I want to just take a sidebar. Sidebar, Your Honor. Sidebar.
Sidebar, granted. Approach the bench.
Baseball question.
Okay.
A good pitcher, you want movement on your ball, and if it can drop down out of the zone, you're loving it,
It's
right?
called tunneling. If you can tunnel, the ball looks like one thing and does the different thing in the last 20 feet. Yes.
Yeah. Who did Bo work out with in the offseason?
Tom House?
A baseball throwing dude?
That's got nothing to do. He's not trying to.
Did you see
he's not
before,
trying to throw breaking
Did you see
pitches.
before the game he was still doing that little ball thing with the thing? I mean,
Hey, that's just an arm
I'm
strengthening
just throwing it out there as a sidebar.
He's not gripping the football different.
Tyler just said every ball's nose down coming down.
All right, he's not doing it on purpose.
Well, the Rockies ought to look at him then.
Well, we'll tell Paul DePodesta, the new president of baseball operations for the Rockies, about that, who Jonah Hill was fashioned about in Moneyball.
No dumb question. Will he be able to fashion his own staff, or is it already picked out?
Well, when you want to think about how the Cleveland Browns strategically have done what they've done for the past 6 years, that's the guy in charge
You
of it.
want to go there instead of what he did for Oakland.
And getting fired from the Dodgers? Yeah.
Well, that's because they made
Perhaps.
him a GM at 31.
We'll get to the Rockies.
What were you at 31? You're immature at 55. What were you at 31?
Next Thursday at 10 a.m., they have the Rockies press conference welcoming him to town. So perhaps next
I'm actually
Thursday.
excited about it.
Well, we could get to it next Thursday. But that is, and I know all about it. All about it.
You just dismissed me.
Sidebar dismissed. Let's go to Colin Cowherd. Another talking head shill for Sean Payton.
So the Broncos have one touchdown in their last 17 drives. They have more 3-and-outs than the Titans. Yeah. So I'm dead serious here. Sean Payton is a very impatient guy. He also understands the urgency at quarterback, unlike a lot of coaches in this league. I wonder, because the roster, the O-line set, the D-line set, the pass rush, the receivers, would Sean Payton draft another quarterback? I'm dead serious. Bo Nix has regressed badly. His completion percentage is now towing that backup quarterback line from 66.5 to 60. His passer rating has plummeted, mid-90s to mid-80s. He's going to have more turnovers this year. Again, he is a significantly worse quarterback this year than last. And I understand, quarterback development is not linear. I think it was Peyton Manning who suddenly had a really bad fourth year in the league. I get it. You lose a coordinator, you lose an offensive lineman, but this O-line's great. And we thought with Bo Nix, he was one of these high floor, low ceiling guys. We knew he didn't have like Caleb Williams horsepower, but he was a high floor guy. At worst, he'd be like B-ish. This is D-ish.
Wow, it's nice to have friends in the media, isn't it?
Oh, he's going to go full court press and make sure it's not his fault.
What's your take on that, Tyler?
He's not wrong about anything. So start with that, right?
Right.
So I mean, if we want to go the more fun route of the conspiracy theories, and is Sean Payton already trying to deflect the blame off himself, put it onto Bo Nix, calling up his buddies? Well, yeah, I don't think it's a secret that Colin is certainly on the end with Sean Payton. That could be true. The problem is the rest of it's true also. And if Bo Nix were to, and let's hope that that's not the case, but if he were to continue out the season the way he is playing right now, you will be looking for a new quarterback. Now, I don't want anybody to hear me say, is that a prediction? Because I think that Bo Nix is still at an appropriate level for a second-year quarterback. And it's normal to have ebbs and flows. It's not going to be a stock chart that goes straight up, man. Like stock charts go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. So it's normal to have this regression. And I think that Bo Nix is capable enough to bounce back from it. But if he does not you will be looking for a new quarterback.
Do you think Colin Cowherd's opinion is shaped by conversations he's had with Sean Payton?
Yes. I do, yeah. I think the same way I thought it was last year when it was when he was selected, it was the greatest steal of the draft because he had those comments too 2 years ago. So yes.
Yeah, I'm sure he gets influenced by conversations with Sean. Now, if you were to ask me, did Sean Payton have a conversation with Colin Cowherd between the end of Thursday Night Football and the time Colin woke up this morning and did his show? I would say that seems pretty unlikely. I doubt if there was a conversation post Raiders game.
But do you think it happened between the who I don't even know they played last Houston in this game? Because he wasn't good in Houston game either.
Mm-hmm.
You think there was a conversation last week sometime?
There's certainly potential.
Chase Daniels have a conversation?
Certainly potential.
Listen, if you get a piece of information from a coach or a player or whatever, if you want to support your argument with some factoids and stats, do you know how easy that is to take almost any opinion and find convincing evidence so you don't have to say, the coach told me this? What happens is when you're a guy like Colin Cowherd or maybe Chase Daniel, you know what direction to look.
Yeah.
And you know when you say what you say, you know what the deep background of your information is. Very, very common tool in opinion-based talk. Just let you know that's how it works. You take the information you know and you think of other ways to support it while not directly pointing the finger at your ultimate source.
Oh, yeah.
Happens all the time.
How many times have you done that?
Thousands of times over the 38 years of broadcasting.
Yep.
Tons of time. And by the way, that's fine. That is actually an effective journalistic way of doing things. But that's way better because at least it's based on something rather than just shooting from the hip and having no information whatsoever. So you think that's a coincidence? Colin Cowherd saying that? Come on. And no, I don't think he had a conversation last night. He didn't need to because he's been talking to Sean already, in my opinion.
So with that being said, if that's the case, is there trouble brewing in River City?
We'll get to it coming up. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A reminder, though, they did win. It's 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Well, there you go, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Have a spectacular weekend. Or if not, let's get to it. All you have to do is contact the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments, hour or more. Come on now, let's go. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. The $99 visit, medical consult, a T and a PSA test if advised, a test dose. Listen, if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Great location in Castle Rock. 4 others up and down the Front Range in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The Raiders now on a first down with Smith over the middle, in the air, deflected and intercepted. And into Raider territory comes Dondre Tillman. And look at him gallop all the way inside the 35 with another flag down.
All right, it's time to In the Groove. What Broncos players who's in the groove? Thank you to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. All right, who's in the groove? Scott, who you got in the groove?
I'll still go with Tillman.
Guy Tillman?
I mean, with 2 games in a row with an interception? And is he not tied for the lead or lead the Broncos in interceptions?
You know
he
what?
He joked about it after the game. He did claim that he has more interceptions than any defensive back.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. He leads defensive. Yes, he leads the team in interceptions.
Yeah.
They don't have many interceptions. It's actually one of the things they don't do well. They're 20th in the league in interceptions. But yes, with 2, he leads the entire team in interceptions.
Yeah. And probably leads the league in defensive linemen with interceptions.
Probably.
Right?
Tyler, who's in the groove for you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God!
What's our
Crawshaw's in the groove, man.
He's in the groove.
Crawshaw's in the groove.
It's a fine line between a groove and a rut.
I've never seen a dude be able to punt the ball with his shin. That was impressive. I've just never seen a dude punt a ball with the shin.
He punted with his shin and his ankle.
And you know what? He still was averaging 41.6 yards per kick in the first half.
I'll say jokes aside, I honestly was feeling bad for him.
I did too.
Because as an athlete that's been there and you understand when you lose confidence, that's a mentally scary place to be.
I think the first one was impacted by the wind, and I think the others were up in the dome. It was tricky though. There were a lot of things that were impacted by the wind last night. That's for sure.
What's the guy that blocked the field goal with his head?
J.L. Skinner.
Skinner.
Yeah.
Also
Skinner's
impressive
in the
feat.
groove.
That was impressive. Way to use your noggin,
You
buddy.
should use your head more often to block.
He goes,
and
I thought I
deflect
hit
things.
with my hand, then I noticed there was a smudge mark on my windscreen on my helmet. Okay.
I mean, hey, thank God that moment happened because our boy, the Rizzler, was having a rough night, okay? I mean, we're multiple penalties on special teams.
Yep.
Multiple penalties on special teams. We're having your punters just, sideways. We're having, how about the decision to go for a 60-yard field goal with all the wind and everything going on? And Sean was like, this will be a good idea.
Well, they must have thought the wind was at his back on that one.
Dude, that ball was 10 yards short. You know what's funny? I don't know if you could tell on TV. It took one hop, and then it bounced over the post.
Well, it was straight on. I mean,
honestly, on TV at the beginning, I was like, "Oh, he got that sucker." It looked good. It was right down the pipe. Then it lands 10 yards short. So I was like, "Oh, I'm an idiot."
Listen, he easily kicks that distance. That definitely was impacted by the wind too.
Must have.
Well, they claimed the wind was behind his back.
I'm telling you, the wind was swirling all over the place. It was unpredictable. There was no just it's going in one direction. The wind was insane last night. It was crazy. It was up, it was down, it was left, it was right. It was all over the place.
Just in Carissa Thompson's hair at halftime, it was going like nuts.
I'm glad you're focused on Carissa Thompson's hair.
Well, I mean, she was on there, and her hair was like straight out to the side, facing everybody.
Dude, I'm telling you, it was a thing. It was a dumb decision, period, based on the weather of the night, for Sean to even try that, guys.
Well, dude, we just talked about Tillman's great interception. You realize, and gave you great field position. You realize you had to punt that because you went backwards on that series.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, and by the way, after the blocked punt, we went -1 yard.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we gained 1 yard, so technically you didn't lose a yard on the full series, but you gained 1 yard after a blocked punt, and you settled for 3 points. Which
was the difference in the game?
On the 10-yard line.
The 58-yarder or whatever it was they went for. The only reason why I didn't mind it, and I agree with you, based off the wind, it probably was idiotic. The only reason I didn't mind it was because the Raiders' offense was so garbage that you believed in your defense to get a stop if you missed it.
You want to hear Sean's explanation for 3rd and 1? This is a beauty explanation.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, listen, it's a play we've had up, and it's short yardage. So, it's a misdirect. We've called this before. They did a good job peeling on the running back, and so, when it works, it looks great. Cortland was smart not throwing it. That's exactly what happened. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. See ya. That was it. That was his walk-off moment.
Yeah, how about a handoff?
Dude, it was...
I would have taken a fullback dive.
Scott Tyler, again, based on the unpredictability, at least, of the weather there, what are you doing?
That play, though, as dumb as the play call was, and I'm just not even bringing it up because what are we doing? It's 3rd and 1. Like, there's a million things you could do. Go
whatever.
Halfback dive up the A gap.
Right.
That play was such a good example of how rushed Bo Nix was the whole night. That's as easy of a pitch and a throw as you get, a pitch and a catch as you get. I mean, you're just throwing a lateral ball about, probably 12, 15 yards total. And he rushed that ball so much, and he put every ounce of effort he had into that throw. I mean, he threw an absolute rocket ship. It was a miracle Cortland Sutton was able to catch that football because that would have been a live ball.
Then, the ball hits Ashton Genty in the hands, and that's Tillman gets it. And then we got Franklin hits him. And was that for Brian or Franklin? Who's that ball for? I don't know. Who knows?
Think Brian dove in front. May have threw Franklin off a little bit, so I'm not sure you want 2 receivers.
I actually thought it was. I went back and watched that today. It was not tipped, but like you said, I thought it was tipped, or there was something going on.
No, I just think as you're the back receiver and a guy dives in front of you with his arm stretched, he might be looking at that guy, and then all of a sudden the ball's on your shoulder. That could have been huge. That could have been nasty.
That game was bizarro land. It was unpredictable. It was wild. It wasn't necessarily exciting because it was just like, what is going on here? And you won. The Broncos won.
Yeah, you're 8-2. Beat 7 teams that's got 3 wins or less, but that means you're beating who you're supposed to.
But we come away with the game so unsatisfied, and the vibe of everything. Talk about a team that just needs some time away from each other. Oh, my God. And now they have 1 game in the next 23 days. And Andy Reid is ridiculously successful coming off a bye week with the Chiefs have this week.
So would you say last night?
I don't know if I like having a mini bye week and a bye week. Like, that's a lot of time off, dude.
It is. And this schedule's been really compacted, and they've been doing a lot. It's been an insane schedule. I can't believe Sean, just out of common sense, didn't take a bye week after London. I seriously can't believe that because he could have.
Yeah.
But
would you call last night's performance a trap game performance? Or
no.
Or are they just pathetic?
No. I think there's a disconnect between Bo and Sean. I think this team is really I don't think it's a trap game at all. And I think they're tired. They're a tired team. The fact they won and the defense played so well is actually incredible based on everything else. So I don't think it's a trap game. And I think the weather did have a factor in things. I think it was a bunch of different things. I don't think it had anything to do with a trap game. I don't think they overlooked the Raiders. I don't think they underestimated them.
Well, but part of that trap game is you're fatigued. They look like a tired team.
All right, fine. If that's one of your parameters of a trap game, fine.
Listen, I hate short weeks anyway. I loathe Thursday night games. And if you remember the first 2 or 3 years of Thursday night games, there wasn't one good game.
Right.
In fact, it got so ugly they just started putting bad teams on Thursdays.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want their Chiefs or their whoever to look bad. That was an ugly game. That looked like the beginning of the Thursday night football. Remember, seriously, for 2 or 3 years, every Thursday night game was just horrid. We used to make fun of Thursday night games.
By the way, they're putting a new field in. Remember we said that field? They're putting a new field in.
They do that every year.
Yeah, so that's coming soon. It started this morning at 6 a.m., I was told. New field. So the presentation of the game was great. But you know what? When you go from one game to another so quick, you kind of...
What does that mean, by the way, the presentation of the game?
What the stadium, what they put into it, how it looked.
That's true. I mean, the throwbacks always look great. They do a great job of
everything.
They redo the entire stadium.
The glow show at halftime was cool. Like the experience of Thursday Night Football was cool. It just feels rushed. Like everything just feels like it's just we're just vomiting everything. You need a little time to make things feel a little more special, in my opinion. But. I don't know. See Shanny having a cocktail with Penner up in the booth, and a little A little drinky drink. What do you think they were talking about?
Hey, if Sean can't get this done, you interested? Gary said he'll come back and be offensive coordinator.
Let's get the band back together, baby.
Some gas still left in that tank?
I'd be happy to be an assistant offensive line coach.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question after the break, and the question's going to be, who has more leverage, Sean or Bo? Hang on to your thoughts. We'll get into it in a little bit. But high school football tonight, super cool. Andy on the play-by-play. Tyler on the color commentary. Evergreen against Conifer on 9:50 a.m. at 7 o'clock. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of Chas. And at halftime on 9:50, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. And we have, of course, the Nuggets on tonight. That's an 8 o'clock start. Tyler, give me something cool about the game tonight as you're prepping for it.
Well, it's a big rivalry game. Evergreen's a good football team, and Evergreen versus Conifer, it's like when I was in high school, Cherry Creek versus Bowling. So a lot on the line. This was a rescheduled football game because of what happened earlier in the year with Evergreen. And last game of the regular season before you get to the playoffs. So I'm looking forward to calling it, man. I've never been up to the Evergreen Stadium.
Nice.
I've never called the game with Andy either, and that'll be fun.
All right. Well, we look forward to that tonight. Scott's on. Oh, you're not on TV tonight. That's a prime game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Are you doing radio tonight, or are you just kind of no, just chilling? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
What was that?
No. I may go to see the new Predator movie.
Oh,
there's a new Predator movie?
Badlands, right?
Badlands.
Yeah.
Looks good, doesn't it?
All right, we'll get to the leverage question coming up next.
I think you guys stay level-headed. You got to understand that it is the NFL, and 7 wins in a row is hard to come by. So you're doing something right, but at the same time, you're also doing something wrong because there's plenty left on the table, I think. And
I felt like it was a night where, when it was third down, I was looking on the wrong section of the third down sheet. And when you get over there too much, it becomes difficult.
All right. How's everybody doing? We all good?
I'm assuming he means the third down side of the sheet when it's third and long. So maybe he accidentally looked at the third and long sheet when he looked at double pass on that 3rd and 6 inches call. Maybe he meant that literally, that he was looking at the wrong side of the sheet.
That could make sense.
Instead of blaming the team for having long third downs. That being said, you're calling the plays. We can talk about that. You're calling the plays on first and second that put you on that third down.
Who's got more leverage in this relationship, Sean Payton or Bo Nix?
That's an easy answer.
I feel like we're going really extreme. I feel like we're building a divorce that I'm not sure we're even in therapy
I don't think
yet.
we're close either. But
I don't think the boys are even in therapy.
But that's what talk radio does. That you got to find villains.
Well, I know, but the whole theme of the day feels like what's going on between Sean and Bo Nix, and I'm like, you guys might know something I don't know. I don't have any evidence that looks like these guys are like hating each other. I don't have any evidence that looks like these guys are.
Do you know there's a USA Today mock draft? I was hesitant to bring it up because it was so stupid. It had the Broncos with the 28th pick, which, by the way, nice finish in the season, taking a quarterback. And I looked at it like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Can I answer your question?
Yeah.
Before you get into a stupid mock draft that's going to kill us?
No, I'm already done with it.
I'm going to give you some numbers to help your argument.
Okay.
18 million.
That's Sean.
960,000.
Okay. I'll have some numbers for you in a second, but go ahead.
18 million.
Uh-huh.
960,000.
Yeah, that's today.
Well, at the end of the year, it'll be 36 million versus about 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me.
What's it going to be in 3 years from now?
You might not have that problem.
Okay. Well, hey, there you go.
So,
sure.
3 years from now, you may have to worry about, are you going to pay the coach 20 and the quarterback 50? That's your discussion in 3 years.
Fine. Sean signed a 4-year deal.
Yeah, but
or 5-year deal.
If we get to the point where we're considering giving Bo Nix $50 million per year, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
We got there. Things are going to have to change to get there.
Like San Francisco may have a quarterback.
Things are going to have to change to get there. What do you mean?
Bo Nix is going to have to learn how to play quarterback.
According to who?
Well, I think I just was the one that said it.
No, but according who gets to make that decision if he's playing quarterback or not?
Well, I mean, it'll be obvious, man. I mean, you know when you see good quarterback play, you know when you're seeing bad quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what you're getting at, and Sean does. He's the coach. As long as he's the coach, that he's the one that gets to make that decision.
Because when it comes to a contract you're getting 70 average per year, Sean ain't made that the decision. He can give a recommendation. The decision is made by Greg Penner. That's who makes that decision.
Okay, fine. Greg's signing the check, and Greg's got final approval, but Sean's got pretty strong influence over that.
Who made the decision between Belichick and Brady? At the end of the day, who made that decision? Kraft. And he chose Belichick. He made the wrong decision. I think, in my opinion, Tom goes down to Tampa and he wins the Super Bowl. At some point in the near future, you're going to have a decision to make. Sean's contract's going to be up. Bo's going to be due that. What is it going to be? I mean, it's going to be 70 per, right? The everything's going to go up. And here we go. At some point, it came down to Dan Reeves or John Elway, didn't it?
Eventually.
It definitely came down to.
But they played with it for a while.
It definitely came down to Troy Aikman or Barry Switzer. Ain't no doubt about that. And we know in that documentary now, Troy was trying to get Barry fired the entire year they were winning the Super Bowl. And the other players loved Barry Switzer. He was loved by the other players on the team.
Can I tell you what usually changes after a year like this? Nothing. Quarterbacks don't change. Coordinators don't change. We've got a special year that's going on. That's why I'm like, I just feel like we're getting a little bit dramatic here. Even with it feeling as bad as it is, believe me, I'm not ignoring that. I'm not. You heard me. I was frustrated when the show started. I could barely handle myself last night. I was so frustrated. But I know how football works, and when the season's said and done, they're looking at wins and losses. And there's going to be nobody fired after a year like this.
Well, there were plenty of good wins with Tebow's year, and they certainly were looking for change, weren't they? They weren't convinced he was the guy, and they won a playoff game. They won one of the most 3 exciting games in the history of Denver, Colorado.
Yeah.
And they were looking for change.
Well, let's hope we're not getting to that point. It does feel like we're getting dangerously close, though.
How much closer do we have to be? Come on, man. If you don't see the Tebow similarities now, I'm lost. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we're getting dangerously close to it.
We're winning games by miracles at the last second. We're having completely horrible games with terrible offensive statistics where you can't hit the side door of a barn. We have issues with perhaps the coach and the quarterback not being on the same page. What bell do I have to ring to remind everybody we've been through this before? And at the end of the day, it leans on ownership to make a decision. What are we doing?
What makes it difficult is if the Broncos were 2-8, it'd be an easy decision.
Easy decision.
Yeah,
this would be a no-brainer. Stidham would already be playing.
Listen, and I'll go back, John, while you brought in Tebow. I think it was a tough decision for him for a while because the fans all loved him. The fans loved the emotional of winning all those games in a row and miracle games, be it. They loved that Pittsburgh game that all of a sudden we just learned a new rule and I mean, everything's good. And he still said,
dude, the Nuggets wanted to fire Malone, and he went on an 8-game heater before the All-Star break. Sean had already warned Russell Wilson, we got to change your contract if you're going to be with us. After the bye week, he beats Buffalo. Come on, guys. This has happened many times before where there's a disconnect, but you win, and you just, it's okay? Everything's fine? Okay. All right.
I mean, no is the answer, but it does cover up a lot of warts for a long time, for longer than you think. Jacksonville Jaguars got put in this position one time, and they ended up giving Blake Bortles a new contract after a special season. Because special seasons, you're afraid of change.
They committed to Trevor Lawrence, not Doug Peterson, didn't they, down there in Jacksonville? At the end of the day, sometimes, now they weren't winning. I got you. They weren't winning. Different factor.
Well, let's go more recent. Didn't a Super Bowl competing team trade their quarterback after 1 year after that? Rams?
Oh.
When Goff lost, yeah. That's when
lost to the Super Bowl.
That's when Sean was
I think he was here the next year, and it was just ugly between them. And he said, I'm enough.
All right, let's hope it gets better. But this offense is, I mean, it is, guys, come on. It is terrible.
No, real fast. I mean, they're 8-2, so I don't want to ever get beside that. For all of us spoiled, let's remember that 8-year stretch where we would have killed for 8-2 any way we could get it in the desert of the NFL that we were in. Okay, so let's keep that perspective. 8-2, still fixable, still want to win games when you're not playing good, because if they can turn it around, they got a chance to be dominant because this defense is fabulous. That being said, did we not see a lot of this in training camp?
Yep.
I mean, will we get with skinny arms killing me all the time on X? I mean, this is what we saw in training camp.
Just for fun. Just for shizzles and gizzles.
And I got a big question to you.
Oh, well, I don't want to stand in the way of that.
Why don't you give me the shizzles first and giggles?
If you're Greg Penner and you had to make a choice today, you choosing Bo, you choosing Sean? Shizzles and gizzles.
You're winning ball games. And you've got one dude that's frustrating. One dude that's in charge of it all. At the end of the day, Sean Peyton is in charge of the defense, too. At the end of the day, Sean Peyton is in charge of special teams. At the end of the day, Sean Peyton's in charge of the wins and losses.
So he's winning 1 of 3. The one he's in charge of, but the less hands-on of.
He's 1 to 8 out of 10. And,
I'm talking about the three
I
positions.
understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is 8 out of 10, you know who the choice is. The head coach.
Okay.
Even though I don't like that I just participated in your game because I think we're way crazy land talking about this game.
Shizzles and gizzles.
It's said two different ways, depending on whether you're in America or London.
Okay.
It's neither or neither.
Okay. I mean, you could do what the Nuggets did, fellas, and just we'll see you later, both of you.
Hey, Davis Webb, are you ready?
Yeah,
Ding,
yeah.
ding.
There's that.
Ding, ding, ding.
There's that.
We'll keep Bo one more year.
That's what the Nuggets did.
Want to prove it, and
maybe we should rehire Vance.
You could do that. You could do a lot of different things.
Only if you let him have his people this time. I got a question. I want a question. What you contemplate during the break, because I think you can explain to me better. And you saw it because Prime, especially the replays, were right behind the quarterback, so you could kind of see the whole field and really see the defense they were playing in. And Kreckman brought a statistic up, I think, yesterday or with Coach or one of the two. Bo is a better quarterback-rated quarterback against man defense than he is zone.
Okay.
Why is there such a struggle for Bo against the zone, which it looked like in coverage? That's what the Raiders played a lot of last night.
You want me to answer on the other side?
No, answer right now. Yeah.
You and I like to hit the brakes on that.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, we can answer on the other side. We'll answer on the other side.
Is that a good question, though?
It's a great question. Plus, we'll have a really cool deal with Altitude Plus that we get to test out for the first time. We'll tell you that. And no Steph Curry for Golden State. Ooh, I like that. So if you're an 8-year-old from Erie, forget about your sign. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What's your question?
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call my good friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, before we get to your question, Tyler Scott, real quick, I want to point out on Saturday, it's the first double dip of both games on Altitude TV. For the Nuggets, it's on 92.5. For the Avs, it's on 950. But I really love what the multi-view feature is on Altitude Plus. We got it up on the screen behind. I'll put it up here a little bit. So it's pretty cool. If you've got Altitude Plus, you can watch both games at the same time and click back and forth between the two screens. So choose whatever you want to do. Do we have an example of that, Dan? Can we just hit play? Oh, there's Moj. We talked to Moj a little bit. There you go.
They waved it off.
And then you board of Moj. You want to hear Scott Hastings, Chris Marlowe.
Let it rip. Oh, yeah. His 2 field goals have been transitioned through. Shoots, it's deflected wide.
Oh, I mean, you cut Scott off.
Landeskog on the move. He's got
Dan, that was very rude of Dan to cut you off.
Tipped it for Nelson, but he doesn't have a stick.
How many marking in the promo?
Oh, now he's back.
I think he's not doing it.
Long lead. CB. Yes.
Anyways, you get what my point is. It's really cool. That feature is available on web desktop as well as for Android and iOS. So that's really, really cool on Altitude Plus that you can go back and forth so easily. So keep it in mind. Download the app.
And the games stay up there. You know, there's certain league rules, but I think the games, like you can watch for like 72 hours or something, the games stay on the thing if you missed it live or something.
So we can
There's
see
some sort of league rule that
I'm going to go with the something.
We could see you and Marlo talk to each other. And
well, like if you missed a game Wednesday,
days.
say you had a recital like Tyler goes to a lot, and then you want to come back on Thursday evening and watch it, you could go back and see the
skipped
game.
one last night, actually.
See, there you go.
Oh,
Bad dad.
Nope. Uncle.
Oh, well, that's.
They got the replay of Nuggets and Heat right on the app there, Scotty.
Oh, there
you can
you go.
replay it.
A nephew or niece recital that's a coin flip.
Yeah.
You know, it
was at Denver University.
And they're always someplace, dude. They're listen. I've been through it. There's nice places they do that crap in. I mean, that incredible, amazing performances by a group of like 60, right? Something like that.
I'm sure it was great.
I'm sure it was incredible. What's your question there, Scott, for Tyler?
Oh,
What's your question?
No. Okay. And I don't know if it was Nate or if it was Coach yesterday on the show that they had a statistic out there that so far this season, Bo's rating or accuracy is much better against man defenses versus zone.
Yeah.
And last night when they showed a lot of the replay, they'd show from behind the quarterback so you could kind of see, and it sure looked like Oakland was in coverage and a lot of zone. Why would that be? And is that true? And is it easier to face a zone or easier to face a man, usually?
So I don't know about the stat itself, if that's true or not, but I'll take it on the surface that it is. Why would that be? Well, in the most simplistic terms, man coverage is like you start drooling as a quarterback, right? Like, honestly, really good quarterbacks, the best quarterbacks, when they see teams are about to blitz them, they're like, hell yeah, let's go. Because I know what I'm supposed to do here. I know where my hot read's going to go. I know where the deficiency is. I've identified this blitz pre-snap. I see that corner stacked with the safety. I know it's coming from the field. I've got answers before this ball is ever snapped, right? Man coverage, a lot of times if you bring somebody in motion, you can identify it pre-snap, and it's as simple. You don't even have to really read the field because you already know the matchup that you want before the ball is ever snapped, and you just got to trust that you're going to the receiver that you like. More times than not, you can at least trust the guy to bat the ball down. Now, zone is different, right? And it's different for a number of reasons. Number one, there's a lot of things that teams can do to disguise what coverage they're in. Okay, that looks like a too high shell. Everybody's like, oh, well, it's in cover two, right? They got two safeties. No, that's not the way it works, right? I mean, there's a million things we can do out of cover two. Out of two high safeties. We can go cover two. We can turn that into cover three. We can turn that into quarters coverage. I mean, there's a million things that when you see two high safeties, that does not just immediately indicate a cover two defense. So there's much more to read as the ball is snapped. And then there's an added component to it. Now you got to trust your receiver to do the right thing. Because if it's man, well, we're gonna go all the way through the zone and we're gonna keep running. If it's zone coverage, well, I got to trust my receiver to sit down at the right spot in the zone. So it takes two minds to be on the same page when you're going up against zone coverage, and it just leads to a lot more problems.
So Real
They
fast.
can.
Then two questions out of that. One, does motion and more motion in the offense pre-snap help a quarterback read coverage better?
Yeah.
Two, does Denver do a lot of motion?
No.
And three, is Bo struggling, his struggles related to not understanding coverage?
It's a good question. I guess I don't know the answer to the third part of it, but I mean, to the first two, yes, pre-snap motion absolutely can help a quarterback identify the coverage. To the second question, what was the second one?
Do the Nuggets run a lot of motion?
Nuggets don't.
I mean, the Broncos.
Nuggets are running more zone defense than they've ever run before,
they are,
which
and-
I think is good. It's going to help Jokic manage his minutes.
And they are in a lot of motion.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah,
good. But do
yeah.
the Broncos
do they?
pre-snap a
No,
lot
the
of
Broncos
motion?
are not a big pre-snap motion team. They're not.
But that would help Bo or a quarterback identify.
Sure.
Huh.
All right, so wait a second. Is Sean just serving himself and making Bo fit into his plan, or is he doing the best by Bo? Which would be the best for the team?
Does Denver's offense run a lot of motion in pre-snap motion, Tyler?
I mean, that's where you're going, right?
Is
That's
getting
where the Nuggets
comfortable in the zone. No, I'm just kidding. You didn't.
Okay. Do the Broncos run a lot of pre-snap motion?
Generally speaking, they're relatively light in comparison to a lot of teams.
Does pre-snap motion help a quarterback read a defense better at times?
Yes.
So what was your question now, Darren?
Something about the Joker.
I can also make the argument for a young quarterback, you're taking things off his plate. You don't have to worry about the motions. You don't have to worry about the delay of games. You can be helping a quarterback out as well by taking those motions off the plate. I don't know. DMac went. I don't know. I feel like you're being pretty extreme today, DMac.
Okay.
I think you're being pretty extreme.
All right. I don't
like is Sean serving himself or serving Bo? I don't know. I don't think that's the way to look at it.
Why does this offense suck?
Number one,
they're not identifying coverage well enough.
Well, Bo's been bad. I mean, honestly, if you're asking me to blame one guy more than the other, I honestly would blame Bo more than I'd blame Sean Payton. But Sean's not innocent here. I mean, J.K. Dobbins at halftime, I think he had 4 touches. I don't know what he ended up with, but what did he end up with? 8, and then another 4 or 5 came on the last drive of the game.
Quarter, I think, before that last drive.
J.K. Dobbins, 18 carries, 77 yards in the game.
Okay, well, that means he got about 14 of them in the second half, 13 or 14 in the second half.
Well, yeah, and they did do a good job in that 4-minute offense to run out the game. And I think he got it most of the time on that. So, yeah, he piled some up late.
I mean, wouldn't you think Sean Payton's just doing what's best for the Denver Broncos? I don't think that he's trying to make himself look better than Bo Nix. He needs Bo Nix to look good.
I think when you're
By
pretty.
the way, Dobbins had 6 carries in the last drive.
Oh, okay, wow. So he had 18, so he had 12 going into 4 minutes to go in the game. So, to your point. Well, that's actually pretty significant. So pretty good in the last 4 minutes. Hey, guys, listen, we can say something good about the offense. Do not take 4-minute drives at the end of games to win the games for granted. A lot of times that goes sideways. And the Raiders had timeouts to use and a 2-minute warning. And the Broncos were able to, I don't know, they figured it out then. They wore the Raiders down enough then. The Broncos gave up 1 sack. Geno Smith, I think he was given body parts for donations.
I think he was asking for donations.
Dude, the defensive numbers for the Broncos are sick. 6 sacks, 5 tackles for a loss, 3 passes defended, 11 quarterback hits, and a get well card to Geno's family for what they did to him. And it does go to show you how much Kenny Pickett must suck that he didn't go in. I mean, he went in the game for a little bit, and it came back out. Geno Smith looked like he was one of the walking wounded from the Civil War. I mean, it was bad. But that's the Broncos defense, which is just genius. Absolute genius. The Broncos also lead the league in punts, guys.
Can you believe we're actually 4th in penalties? How are we not first? This might be the most undisciplined football team I've seen in the history of mankind.
That is a damn good
How
question.
the hell we could have won 8 football games with the amount?
Fourth?
That's what they said during the broadcast. I don't know what we are after the game, but during the game, we were 4th.
And Oakland was like 29th. I mean, they didn't hardly get penalized at all.
I'll tell you this, going into the week, I don't know how 31st, we're 2nd in penalties committed.
Well, I'm just saying what they said on the broadcast.
Well, it's worse. It didn't get any better. You think anybody's catching them now? There's 72 penalties. Throw on another 11. 83 penalties. How in the world is this team 8-2? And then that's the big question. I see it on the text line. You guys are missing the point. You keep rationalizing by saying we're still 8-2, but the point is we are a quarterback away from being legit Super Bowl contenders. We are a Sam Darnold away.
Okay, counterpoint to that texter who then says you need to go out and get a Sam Darnold. Counterpoint. Think Cleveland regrets giving up on Baker? You think maybe the Giants potentially even regret giving up on Daniel Jones? You think the Patriots? I mean, I know the Patriots and I know those two teams happen to get good quarterbacks in Jackson Dart, and now you got Drake May. But Mac Jones now going to San Francisco. All these teams, the counter argument to all of that is that if you had Bo Nix, you got to let the young man grow because all those quarterbacks, they needed time.
That's a great argument.
Well, but all those quarterbacks you mentioned did get 4 years in their respective drafted teams. And it came down to, okay, are we ready? And in Daniel Jones, they did pay him a nice big contract.
Tyler, you bring up a great point. And when it comes down to the last thing you want to do as an organization is give up on a potential great quarterback too soon.
But
you never want to do that.
You're absolutely correct. But let's be honest too. And I've been around the NBA for 40 years. Tyler, you've been around the NFL now for 15 years, counting the 8 year played, closer to 20. Dude, sometimes coaches don't make players better. There are coaches out there that are great X's and O's that do not develop players well. And I would argue that Drew Brees was developed before Sean Payton got him.
Oh, I was just going to ask you that question.
Listen, go back and look at the last year Drew Brees had at San Diego. Pretty good.
Okay.
Now, the offense fit him, and he was great, and he got healthy. He had a lot to prove. It was fine. I'm not saying he didn't help him. I'm not going to say that.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't going to say he developed Drew Brees.
Yeah, and Drew Brees and Bo Nix are really two
different.
Yeah, man. Drew Brees, at the end of the day, was a pocket passer who didn't really run around. Just because you're short doesn't mean you have to be a scramble around running sort of guy. Brees wasn't. He was a pocket guy. He didn't run. Bo has to run. Got to run. I thought he should have ran more last night, actually. What are we looking at here? What, Drew Brees numbers? Drew Brees had a hell of a career, though. Hall of Famer. All right. So when we have Adam Schefter on, we ask him, Bo Nix reminds you of who or whatever, and, Adam thinks about it for 10 minutes and can't answer the question. You got to be able to project something, guys. Like, where are we going here? So I don't know, man. I don't know. We're getting close though to some sticky, weird decisions, and most likely they won't come till next year, actually. But you cannot waste this defense. This is McKinnon and McCarr. This is Jokic and Murray. You got it. You got what it takes to win a Super Bowl right now with this defense. You
defensively,
do. Yeah. And defenses do not stick around forever. Their windows are way shorter than offenses. Because usually great offenses come with a great quarterback.
I'll tell you the thing that concerns you the most if you want to go on the negative side with Bo Nix right now. Like C.J. Stroud had a sophomore year slump, regression, whatever you want to call it. But there were a lot of reasons why he had a slump. That O-line was a problem city last year for Houston. Those wide receivers in Houston could not stay healthy. I mean, he was fighting an uphill battle based off the personnel he was surrounded with. Bo Nix has got one of the best offensive lines in the NFL.
Well, and here's a similarity, except for the offensive line. Houston's had a good defense the last 3 years, too.
Yeah.
Their defense has been pretty good.
On the text line, Scotty, Bo Nix has thrown a touchdown in 18 games in a row.
That's pretty good.
That's a great.
I think it's the second highest.
You could be right.
It is. He's only behind Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson.
For the second longest streak.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good.
It is good.
Drew is the most accurate passer in the NFL. Bo is, well, not. I don't know what Bo is right now. Where is he? I can look that up pretty easily. But where he sits in terms of accuracy, we're all racing towards it. See if we can get who's got it first. What we got here on percentage-wise? You got it, Tyler?
No, I wasn't looking it up.
Oh, all right. I've got a completion percentage.
Drew Brees, they say, is the all-time most accurate, by the way.
Yes. Bo Nix, beep, beep, burp, burp, burp. 60.9% this year. I don't know where that ranks. 60.9, that's pretty good. It's all right.
You know what Drake May is right now?
No. What?
Going to StatMuse, 74-1.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
So where does 60.9 put Bo in the league? Where does that rank him?
Well, let's see. That's arm strength.
I'll tell you this. Tebow was like 47% or less. So it was terrible.
I thought I saw the Bo is 30th out of 34 qualifying quarterbacks.
For completion percentage?
It's either accuracy or QBR.
So 60 is actually not good at all.
Okay.
League average is 66, 67.
So he's significantly below league average. Okay. Well, that's where we're at.
What is
29th in the league.
StatMuse only allows me to see the top 25, and I got to pay for the rest.
Can we all come to a universal agreement on one thing in the playbook? Like universal agreement. All fans listening, everybody out there that's in your car, anybody that's at home, everybody in this room. Can we all make an agreement that we're going to sign a pact, we're going to hand it to Sean Peyton, and this pact is specifically states Bo Nix is never, ever, 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 ever allowed to throw another deep ball to Troy Franklin. Because them two buddies that came out of the same college that were supposed to be on the same page, them two dudes can't get on the same page.
Which one are you talking about? I'm
talking about all of them.
The punterception?
I am talking about all of them.
Or the one that Franklin thought was short and it went like 10 feet over his head?
No, that one actually was short. That one was confusing. I know why you felt that way. But his only chance to catch that ball was to break it off. And then the problem was it went short and inside. So it made it look like it was sailing. Yeah. But Troy did have to break that route off.
It always looks funny when a fielder goes for a fly ball and then it goes over his head.
Bo was 66% last year. He's 60 right now.
He's down. He's down. It's obviously not acceptable. It's not great.
How can Troy Franklin and Bo Nix be so awful in their connection?
I don't know.
They're not on intermediate and short.
You're right. Yeah.
Because Franklin caught the touchdown, didn't he?
He did catch the 9-yard pass in his stomach. Yes, he did. He caught that ball that was thrown right at him.
Then he ran out of bounds in a 4-minute situation.
He ran out of bounds in a 4-minute situation.
I think he was off balance, but I was saying the same thing. Dude, you've got to find a way to
fall down.
Just fall inside.
Fall down. That's all you got to do.
Or get your balance and run. If he gains his balance, he might even score.
I mean, he goes out of bounds with 3 minutes ago. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But whatever, you're kind of rolling your eyes at that point. Because why? Because it's not like the Raiders were doing anything. This is amazing, guys. The Raiders, 7 consecutive drives without a first down. That happened. It's the longest streak in the NFL this season, and it's the longest by the Raiders in more than 10 years. So the Raiders, as bad as the Broncos offense were, the Raiders offense was even arguably more incompetent. Do you know they didn't, this is mind-blowing, they didn't target Brock Bowers at all in the second half? They didn't target him.
Pete Carroll talked about it after the game. He said that they called multiple plays back to back to back, that it was designed to go to Brock Bowers, but Denver just took it away.
Hey, man, VJ, so you shut down, really impressive. You want to talk about something unbelievably impressive? Look what he did to Ferguson Cowboys and Bowers Raiders.
That is, which I will say
is,
in the past, Denver's been one of the worst teams in the NFL defending a tight end.
Pete specifically said it wasn't like we were just looking for him as a part of the progression. We called back-to-back plays multiple times that was specifically called to get him the football.
Yeah, man, it might feel like we're just kind of, everybody's just dumping and being so negative. We really should spend time significantly praising the Broncos defense, man, and what they've done. All those guys and VJ, it is unreal.
I noticed you did Have you had it on game all day, the Bo Lever hat?
Yeah, I've had it all day. I like being snarky and sarcastic and cynical.
Well, if you were part of the debate of
he'll be back by
Bowers
tomorrow.
or Bo, that game wasn't one that gave you much argument for either side, was it?
Don't stop believing. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Plenty of dumb questions.
I've got a third category.
Of dumb questions?
No, of the Bo thing.
A third category for Bo. Look at you with the teases.
Oh,
I'm writing it down. No. I'm writing it down. But, and we should play some more of Luca Evans.
Did you just say but?
But.
But what?
No, but. Are you going to say but?
What?
No.
Nope.
What's your question?
Don't do that.
Luca Evans and Sean Payton. We should have Luca on sometime, man.
We got to.
All right.
Are you going to say but?
Yeah. It's PhD on 92.5. Dealing with low testosterone can mean terrible workouts, kind of a little depressed, a little brain fog. The energy ain't the same. It's low T. If that sounds like something you're going through, there's something you can do about it. And that's contact the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take their low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. They're going to draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you make the decision together with their medical team. It's only $99. You get the consult and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. That is it. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, just feeling better, period. Don't wait. Most men wait a year or longer. You don't need to. Contact them today, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Man, we appreciate you watching on the Safeway Twitch stream. You can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deal. Start at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. My Safeway, just there at Yosemite and Lincoln. Yeah, that's where it is. Use it all the time. Thank you, Safeway. We got this. No dumb question from Greg in Castle Pines. Does a potential Bo Nix extension have to be done next year? There are clearly some very big franchise decisions around the corner. Thank you and have a great weekend. Well, thank you. But talking about your neighbor there in Castle Pines, Greg.
No, it definitely does not have to happen next year. Matter of fact, that would be a little bit early for it to happen. It usually happens in the fourth season. That's when you start having those discussions because you want to get ahead of the fifth-year option. You got to make a decision. Do we want to go fifth-year option or do we want to go ahead and extend this guy?
Right.
So good news is Broncos got plenty of time before they got to start thinking about an extension with Bo Nix.
Okay, that's true. It's all true.
Yeah.
Scott had something before the break.
I wouldn't rush it.
Didn't Scott have something before the break?
Yes, he did.
What did you write down?
Third quarter. Third Q.
Oh!
Pretty good. I took a note, huh? Pretty damn good. I took a note.
I was completely.
I got
What's your question?
But I took a note, but.
There's probably a fourth, and I don't know what it is yet. It maybe, and I'll maybe think of it while we're doing it. But we got the hobos.
Right.
Hopeful for Bo. Right?
Are you going to say Bud?
Kind of where I said. There might be something before that.
Like some sort of Bo purgatory?
Yeah, there's got to be a one before hobo. I'm Bo hopeful. There's Bo leavers. DMac and those guys staying there. And then there's turned into some bohos.
Bohos?
There's bohos too.
I know what bohos are.
Yeah.
I'm coming across them now.
Yeah, absolutely. You read a text.
Yeah. It's like people that this is the Tebow thing. This is, I can admit it, and I was a Tebow guy, but I can admit what the Tebow thing was. There are people that are just going to they don't even use their brains, and they just defend him because he's their guy.
Right.
Very commonly found trend with hockey fans.
Well, there you go.
It's a non-critical approach to support who you love just because they're the guy on your team, and that's the bottom line. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
A boho.
Yeah, and you read a guy a while ago, probably a boho.
Well, we saw a lot of bohos when we put out that video the other day on YouTube, and in the comments it was like, whoa, wow. Like we're not allowed to have any critical thinking about this at all, huh? Like it's just, this is our guy, that's it, how dare you bring anything up? Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I think everything in this world of pro sports and can be critically analyzed. I don't think there's any sacred cows here until you demonstrate your ability, as Sean has said about confidence. Being critical about Nikola Jokic right now, you'd be an idiot. You'd seriously be an idiot if you're going to cast aspersions on this guy who's proven things repeatedly.
His 3-point percentage isn't high enough.
Like, it's dumb stuff like that. But if you want to have some critical thoughts about Cam Johnson and the trade with Michael Porter Jr., we can have a conversation. If you want to have a conversation about even with Jamal, like if Jamal ain't feeling it, should he be in the last 5 minutes when Tim Hardaway's filling it up? That's a conversation.
Mm-hmm. I got one piece of breaking news, and then I got a serious no dumb question that I seriously had me thinking last night. Okay, breaking news, just small little piece of information here because it's relevant to the game last night. Raiders have fired special teams coordinator Tom McMahon.
Oh, my God.
Former Denver Bronco.
Dude, I was looking at him on the replay today because he was on TV over and over and over again. They fired him. Wow.
So the Raiders have a little bit of accountability with their special teams.
What was their worst special team stuff?
But was he the coach's guy?
The block?
Well, they gave up the blocked punt. That was the only bad one last night.
Yeah, right? That was pretty bad though.
But they must have been having a bunch of stuff going on all year.
Man, I'm looking at him on the side.
As have we.
They had some good returns. Didn't they?
No.
It's a good punt.
The Broncos did something actually really smart. On their kickoffs, they just kicked it through the end zone. I don't know if you guys noticed that, because the Raiders had been killing teams with their kickoff returns, and the Broncos stunk at it. They had a couple of incredible punts that were out the 1.5 yard line. Boy, Tom McMahon, I was like thinking about how terrible he was here. And I'm like, I actually had that thought, Tyler, like, man, you get in the boys' club of coaches, you just kind of stay there.
Yep. It's very incestuous. You just go from city to city.
Wow, he must have got fired because of that block punt.
Yep. So
Wow.
there you go, Broncos fans. You got a Raiders coach fired. All right, here's my no dumb question.
That's wild.
And I want you to actually think about this. Like don't just rapid fire answer this. I'm being dead serious. I tweeted this out last night. I was thinking about it during the game. All these comparisons to 2015 that's going on this year, right?
Yeah.
We're winning ball games with defense. Offense is bad. We're sneaking through games you don't think you're going to win, so on and so forth. I know what the numbers were for Peyton Manning. I know he threw 17 interceptions or whatever it was. It was not good.
Mm-hmm.
Are you seriously telling me that in 2015, you, the fans, Scott, DMac, you as a whole, felt as frustrated by our offense in 2015 as you do right now? Because I do not recall it being that bad. I just don't recall it being this bad.
I was not. I end up on the shows I was doing almost a Manning apologist more times than not. I said, yeah, he was terrible. Yeah, he threw the 3 picks. He also led that fourth quarter drive that got that big score in Kansas City. You know, I was the guy. I tended to be the apologist. I didn't feel the offense. It was more turnover prone than this one, but it felt like there were times they still moved the football.
But we still had a decent running game. Like, I know it wasn't great all year long, but CJ had a pretty damn good year. Ronnie Hillman had some big runs. I
know exactly how I felt. And the answer to your question is no, I wasn't as frustrated. I was concerned about Peyton Manning's health because of how banged up he was the year before in the playoffs. So no, I wasn't nearly as concerned about it because he's still Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
I was just more concerned, like, we need the best of Peyton Manning at the end, not in the middle of the season, because you guys were so good making the playoffs. You got to understand, it was a wild time. It was like making the playoffs for the Broncos back then was like never in question. In fact, winning the AFC West wasn't really in question, despite all the problems they were having. And don't forget, you guys started 7-0. I mean, you're like, we're doing this, and Peyton's not even playing that great.
Well, I believe we were 8-2, the exact same record, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so we were right around the.
Does that sound right? I'm pretty sure we were 8-2.
I think you started 7-0, and you must have lost. Well, I think that's what was happening. Peyton was getting a little, whatever, and it wasn't. There was a couple. You lost 2 out of 3 games.
Okay,
something like that.
Yeah,
but it was right around the time. This time in 2015 was right around the time Peyton was losing some juice and got hurt, and the foot thing, and Brock came, to the rescue. So it wasn't as much concerns about the offense, Tyler, as it was concerns about Peyton's health. It was more like that. But I'll tell you, it was pretty bad. It was bad. In that Chiefs game when you guys got booed off the field, and that did happen last night too. The boos were loud.
You know what?
Loud.
And you know what? Normally I'm kind of the guy that's like, hey, relax on the boos. Those boos were well-deserved.
They were coming. Bo was asked about it after the game.
I thought he actually had a very good response.
Yeah, I've been booed before. I'll be booed again. I'm fine with it. It was like that. It's sad,
defense.
Too. You're asking a quarterback who just won a game, has won 7 in a row. How did it feel to be booed by your home fans? I mean, that's not a great moment.
Here's what's interesting of that year. Your offense was middle of the road or below, and your defense was outstanding. I'll give you some examples. The points you scored, your offense was 19th, so a little below the second half. But your yards was 16, right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Your defense was 4th in the league in giving up points and 1st in giving up yards.
A lot of similarities here.
The defense was phenomenal. You were in turnovers 29th. There's actually 3 teams worse, but your defense was 8th in forcing turnovers.
Right.
Pretty good.
Yeah, the Broncos are 22nd in takeaways, by the way.
Let's go passing
this
yards. The Broncos offense that year was 14th. Defense was 1.
Well, they're 17th, and Actually, 6th in that department.
So 14th and 1 in the year you won the thing. Let's go rushing yards per game. Your offense was 17th. Again, middle of the road. Your defense was 3rd.
Yeah, not like this.
So you were first in.
So you're saying the
third.
stats actually prove that it was not like this.
The stats are proving you were a middle of the road offense.
Yeah.
Except for the turnovers where you're 29.
And we moved the ball well between the 20s because I remember all the conversation that year was about the red zone. We would end practice, defense would get to go inside, and offense had to stay out there, and we had to work on our red zone problems. And that went on for about 8 straight weeks. But it was never we couldn't move the ball. It was just that we didn't finish in the red zone.
All right, well, let's take a quick break. Come back with the big question of the day next.
steps up, fires over the middle, wide open, making the catch. Bowers, big gain. 2nd and goal. Under 3 minutes left in the half. Harvey now slips to the outside. Nix looks that way, then over the middle, then to the right, throws, caught into the end zone for the touchdown. Troy Franklin, the 4-man rush on in most circumstances. What do they do here? Send an extra guy. Nix all the way downfield into traffic, and it's going to be picked off. Caillou Blue Kelly out past the 30 and then slung down at the 34-yard line on a pass intended for Bryant. Trying to adjust to the outside, backwards pass. Now you've got Sutton, and he gets taken down. So a play that frankly looked badly designed and certainly badly executed. So here's a 59-yard field goal attempt for Will Lutz, who is handling this with ease in pregame. See what he does here to try to give him the lead. From 59 away, the kick is no good, just short. So we remain locked at 7. The Raiders now on a first down with Schmidt over the middle, in the air, deflected and intercepted. And into Raider territory comes Dondre Tillman. And look at him gallop all the way inside the 35 with another flag down. A.J. Cole's punt may tell us right now. Blocked. Kick is blocked. And Denver's going to get the ball in great position. Today is in the backfield. Protection's good. Pass is intercepted.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
no, are you going to say but?
What,
no. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly.
Let me play J.K. Dobbins after the game before I ask the big question. Because to think that, you can get the music here, Dan, to think that the players aren't aware of what's going on is silly. They are. Here's J.K. Dobbins.
Seems crazy to me that here you guys are on a 7-game winning streak. You're 8-2 after 10 games, most wins in the NFL, yet there's a dissatisfied fan base right now. Is that insane?
No, it's not insane because we how do I say this good? We're much better than what we're doing. Our defense is constantly each week holding us in the game, and we just got to do better. That's like I'm with the fan base. Like Broncos country, I feel y'all because I'm feeling the same way, and we have the team that we shouldn't be in games like that.
You're 8-2. Are you frustrated?
Yeah, I am. I am frustrated, but we're going to get it together as an offense. We're going to get it together. Defense, they're doing an amazing job. They're winning us games, so we got to help those guys.
That leads to the big question. J.K. Dobbins said it. Are you more frustrated by what you're seeing with the offense, or are you fired up because the team itself is 8-2 and the defense is so good? What is it? 303-504-0925. I ask you guys.
Yeah, full disclosure, it feels like there's too many buts, right? It's despite whatever Sean Peyton
is
going to say, there's a lot of buts, right? So it's
Are you going to say but?
We're 8-2. We're 8-2. We're 8-2. But gosh dang, does our offense suck. Like the frustration is so loud and vocal and just physical. Like I can feel it in my body how frustrating it was to watch that offense. That to answer your question very directly, there are far more frustrations than there are excitement right now about the 8-2 record.
You're frustrated because of what we just talked about last segment. The defense is good. In fact, there will be a debate if they can continue to do this the next 7 games. Are they or were they as good as the no-fly zone? No-fly zone has a silver trophy and these big rings on their fingers that say, well, let's see, right? and you're thinking, can you just get this offense? And everybody's saying, listen, I'd like to have this offense a top 8 offense. We just showed you with the stats of 2015. Just get up to the middle of the pack. Just get to the middle of the pack. Go from 8 punts a game to 4. I think it changes things. And I don't think that's as big of a step and as big as an ask as to say, hey, we need you to be the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Or the Buffalo Bills, somebody that's scoring a lot of points. No. We need you middle of the pack, or just a little above middle of the pack. Get to 15.
So where are you at?
Just be average, man.
I think they can. I'm glad they're 8-2. I'm a Bronco fan, but I'm also honest enough, and I've done enough sports watching in my life that you can see areas that is not good, and yet you're 8-2. But I've seen this in every sport I've ever watched or done. There's a cliff somewhere or a speed bump or something somewhere, and maybe 2 Sundays from now, that you trip over, and then it takes you a while to get back going. So listen, they're 8-2. If they get that offense, like I said, middle of the pack, they can win a Super Bowl.
Here's the problem. Like the old phrase, like, you play with fire, you're going to get burned, right? These boys aren't playing with fire. There's a freaking fire in the living room. Like you're not playing with the fire in the fireplace right now.
Yeah, they're living with it, not playing with it.
You are living in a real life fire. Yeah. And you're just trying to find some water. That's it. This is a real fire going on.
The expectations, the bar is raised. It's not enough to make the playoffs now.
No.
Not now.
And if you're being honest, keep it real. Does it not feel like just a first-round ass-whooping coming our way as it sits today?
Yeah, but the defense is an ass-whooping. It's hard to imagine this defense getting their ass whooped.
But that's the problem. But hold on, that's the problem. Is that all it takes is a singular bad day from the defense. Defense could be balling all freaking year. I mean, fantastic. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you got one bad day at the wrong time. And that turns into an ass whooping.
Here's how it turns into ass whooping. Through the first half, or at least deep in the second quarter, they were averaging almost like at halftime, like near the 40-yard line was their starting position. Today, and I know last night was windy. Let's go 2 Sundays from now. You want to give the Chiefs a starting position of the 40-yard line in that game with Patrick Mahomes?
I do not.
Is there a possibility of an ass whooping then?
I mean, possibly if you turn the ball over, but the Broncos aren't great in giveaway takeaway. What they are great in is avoiding sacks. However, they take that and they say hold my beer penalties, and they'll do the same thing with penalties that virtually you would do with a sack.
Listen,
right?
A good team. When Tillman got the interception, that's an automatic, especially where it is. That's an automatic 3 points. You punt it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
to take it a step further.
That's a 3-pointer.
Okay, you got a blocked punt. You get the ball on the 14-yard line.
You went backwards.
Yeah, and
that's got to be 7.
That needs to be 7.
Got to be 7.
You got to score, and they did, but they scored. They went backwards. So 2 big turnovers. And against the Chiefs, against the Bills, against whomever's coming up on your schedule.
They did stop them on 4th down, which was kind of an insane decision by Pete Carroll. But, okay, they stopped them on 4th down, and they did turn that into 7 points, though, on that drive. They did do that.
Yep, their only scoring drive.
I'm blacking that out. What was the situation?
It was, they stopped the Raiders on 4th down, and then they
What point of the game? I'm sorry.
Second quarter.
Oh!
They had the long completion of Harvey.
Yeah.
To Pat Bryant, rather. Yeah. And then they got
they had like the 43-yarder to Pat Bryant.
Yeah. That was when the Raiders decided to sneak their quarterback, and as soon as he took the snap, he stood up. I'm like,
and before the snap,
and lost a yard.
Before the snap, he got so low. I was like, well, there's a QB sneak coming. That was one of the worst QB sneaks I've ever seen.
Yeah. Ever seen. Bo had one late in the game. It was awesome.
I think it's a good time to take a breath.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's a good time to just chill.
Put your CPAP on, get some oxygen flowing.
Sure. It's a good thing that Sean was just like, we'll be back on Monday. Like, I hope all the guys, I don't know, you got 4 days, Tyler. Where are you getting on? Well, 3 days. You getting on a jet somewhere?
No.
You're not?
No,
I'm not sitting in the sand someplace?
Not for this. For the actual bye week, yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
the week after the
Okay.
Kansas City game.
Not for the Thursday night.
No?
I mean, some guys might.
I'm not
but
in a pool in Vegas this afternoon?
No.
Okay.
No, you know what I am? I'm to quote Joe Dumars years ago, I'm sleeping for 12 hours, waking up and taking a nap.
Sounds good.
Hey, Dan, I need you to look up Mercedes Lewis snap count because
I got it for you.
Okay. Well, in
got
my
it for
head,
you.
I got him about 4 snaps and 2 penalties.
He did have 2 penalties. He also, if you really want to go back on it, had a key block where Dobbins went around the edge there and got the first down that sealed the game. He was the key block. Well, I don't know if he's the key block, but he had a very significant block on that play. But you are correct. I'll get you the numbers.
But they even announced it on the one where he grabbed Crosby. He goes, or this might have even been the other tight end because the other tight end got a penalty. You don't block Crosby with the tight end.
You're going to be shocked. Well, I'm kind of giving it away.
So he played a lot?
20 snaps.
Okay.
I mean, he had 6 in the last
game. I'm really not shocked by it because you need him to play that amount. You don't have an extra tight end. All you've got is Evan Ingram, and you got to actually have a blocking tight end in there. So that is about the number I would expect. I just didn't notice it.
I got a question. How many plays did Ingram get?
Ingram got 27 plays. He was there a lot. He had a couple of drops, big drops.
Yeah, one was egregious. The other one was a good receiver comes down with it.
Yeah. But still, I mean, he's our joker, theoretically.
Again, training camp, I thought the second week of training camp, he had a lot of drops.
You guys realize that Throckmorton substituted for Quinn Miners for 23 plays.
Yeah, I thought about that after Scott and I were mocking, who was it the week before? Oh, Palczewski played through illness, and I'm like, cool, big whoop. And then all of a sudden, Quinn is out with an illness in the middle of the game.
It was weird because it was the middle, but he did come back in at the
he
end.
Clearly went, got some IVs, got some liquids in him.
Threw up in a bucket. Hey, again, 3 games now. Palczewski.
He must have been deathly ill because I'm telling you, football players do not miss games for illness.
I guess, but yeah.
But 3 games now. We, as you say, how you qualify a good offensive lineman.
Didn't call his name.
Don't mention his name.
No.
Palczewski, 3 games. They may have found. That'll be interesting to see what happens when the other guy comes back. Who was it? Powers? Powers Booth?
Ben Powers. You think we got a little Wedgwood, Blackwood situation there? You think we got a little something there?
No. But credit to Alex.
I don't even know when Powers is coming back to you. I have no,
Well,
I have no idea.
I'll tell you this.
I think it's season ending.
Palczewski.
Oh, it is?
Well, I don't think they declared that, but I know what a bicep injury is, and that's usually season ending.
Okay.
Palczewski submitted himself as an offensive lineman here, though.
Oh, he's
for a while.
Yeah.
Even if you bring Powers back, he comes back and he's healthy and can play next year. Palczewski's still your next guy, isn't he?
Yep, and you'll pay him healthy as a backup.
Well, Throckmorton went in there, did the best he could. Crum was, he's like their extra guy. He's doing all right. Yeah, the offensive line, actually, 1 sack.
Seriously, though.
You know who's playing good?
Not that Frank Crum's doing anything wrong. He's not. But enough with checking these other dudes in. Just make Tillman that guy and let him actually run a route or 3.
I agree 100%.
Would you really? Are you being serious?
Yeah.
He can definitely run with the ball. He's athletic.
I don't know if he can block. I mean, most defensive linemen can't because it's just you do different things with your body.
Yeah, they got Mercedes Lewis for 20 snaps. That's quite a bit. But when the penalties were called on him, it was like, oh my God.
Coach, how do I block?
I would use him in goal line situations, though. Yes,
DeAndre Tillman.
I absolutely would
because it's a possibility.
Yeah.
Coach, how do you block? Then like you're rushing a quarterback with a power rush and blow him back into the quarterback.
There you go.
You know who's quietly playing pretty good this year, and I don't think
we're
we've talked
finding
about
some
him.
positive things here.
Is it Franklin Myers, D lineman?
Yep.
Jonathan Franklin Myers has been fantastic.
I think he's been fantastic. And
yes.
In fact, he gets a half a sack. He's gotten 2 or 3 half sacks that basically the sack doesn't happen unless it's him. I mean, he was fantastic. I think he's been good. I think he's been good against the run, too.
Mm-hmm. He's a good football player. He was the only dude that wanted a new contract and did not get it before the season began.
Hey, just for fun, do you want to hear the whole exchange with Sean Payton and Luka Evans? My name is Luka.
Do we still have that song on the button board?
Oh my God, Dan! Do you still have some of the Luka songs? I saw Luka last night. I just gave him. I've smiled. I gave him a big high five. Like, dude.
I couldn't pick him out of the lineup.
Yeah.
Although I met your boy. I met your boy the other day.
Who's that?
Our hockey guy from Guerrilla Sports.
Jesse.
I met Jesse.
Jesse's fan. Oh, you did the Tom Green stuff.
I did the Tom Green stuff, and Jesse,
yeah.
I want to introduce myself.
Jesse's my man. I love Jesse.
Yeah.
Love him. All right, let's hear some of the Luka thing.
My name is Luka. My name is
Evan.
My name is
Evan.
My name is
Luka.
My name is
Evan.
My name is
Luka. Okay, perfect.
My name is
Evan.
Excuse me.
Luka.
My name is
Evan.
All right, so this is last night between the two of them. There's something going on.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games
We're never
continue to be
comfortable
won?
as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach?
All right, it just kind of goes from there.
He was a little testy.
Who, Sean?
Yeah.
You think? He was in a mood last night. If you're going to ask a question, spit it out, because you knew he interrupted everybody with a question.
Now,
Everybody.
is he also not going to have a presser today? We got to wait till Monday.
We got to wait till Monday. No, everybody's off.
By the way, did you
they're
ever
gone.
notice? I don't know if he still got it too. His presser Monday. Did he not sound a little rough?
Ooh.
Well, let me tell you some facts about Monday.
Last Monday or this Monday?
This Monday. It was scheduled to be at 11 a.m.
This coming Monday.
No.
Last Monday.
DMac got confused. It was last Monday.
Okay, thank you. It's Friday today.
Yeah, no, I know.
Bro
This
take-
was
bro-
no. This is after the Houston game.
Bro take Friday.
So this Monday would imply the upcoming.
Today's Friday.
The Monday after the Houston game. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
or not?
last Monday.
Okay. Lord Almighty.
Dude,
We're talking about the same thing.
Are you brain dead today a little bit?
No, I am not. Maybe a little. It's been a long week.
What time did you get home last night?
It's no, I got home early, actually. It's funny. It's a long day. It's football, but the game starts at 6. These Nuggets and Avs games are for the birds.
Yeah,
That start at 7,
you go tonight,
7:30.
you're not getting home after
No,
midnight.
I got home by 10:45 or whatever. Really, not bad. Not bad at all.
Mom asleep by then?
Are you okay? It's just like that. It's like asleep, not asleep.
Glad you're home.
I'm not getting anything anyways. Doesn't matter. It's all good. On Monday, Sean was supposed to speak at 11 a.m. and at the last minute, it was moved to 8 a.m. around 7:55. So there was some reason why his media session was moved up 3 hours in a very quick amount of time without much notice. To the degree I didn't even get the email. I looked at my email, 8:01. The press conference was 8 o'clock, and I just didn't see it. There were some muggles that got on the press conference, including Luka, obviously. Hi, my name is
Evan.
But something went on this week. Something happened, guys, where they moved media for whatever reason. Something was going on behind the scenes that happened. So I have no idea exactly what it is and what's going on, but I don't think things are great behind the scenes. I guess is where I'm going.
Listen, they're not stupid either. They're frustrated. Sean's an offensive guy. He can't be happy with what's going on. Rizzy's his boy. He can't be happy with the special teams overall.
Right.
And listen, when you're the head coach, it's Harry Truman. The buck stops with you. And you can get to your minions and blame everybody else on it. But listen, still comes down to you, doesn't it? What'd you say about Vance? We talked about Vance getting another job. And you said, well, listen, Sean's still in charge of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, I guess it's frustrating. But so it was 8 o'clock. He sounded like he just rolled out of bed in that 8 o'clock presser.
He was grumpy. Hi, my name is
Grumpy G.
Grumpy.
I didn't know if he said G. Are you?
I don't know, man. Listen, everybody needs a break. Seriously, there's no team. There's no 8-2 team in history
that's been this grumpy.
This is the grumpiest 8-2 team of all time
in the history of football.
I got to be honest. We were pretty grumpy in 2015.
Were you really?
You guys start off 7-0.
We were grumpy.
Well, every game was like, you got to be kidding me with every game that you guys played. It was stressful. I mean, it was fun. It was exciting. And then Here's Brock. All right, let me ask you a weird question. When Brock came in, was it a little, not to say anything bad about Peyton, but was there some just like it wasn't as tense? Was it a little easier going?
No, we were terrified.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean? You think we were taking a deep breath that Peyton Manning wasn't the quarterback?
What game did
Maybe because the offense was struggling. That's all.
I'm going to give Brock Osweiler a lot of credit. He very quickly diffused our concerns with that game in Chicago and the pregame speech and all that. But no, that nobody's taking a deep breath. The Peyton was out.
Hey, you know what you were when you beat Chicago, by the way?
8-2.
8-2.
They were 8-2.
So
wow.
Did Peyton get
That's
knocked out
crazy.
in the Packer game?
No, he was really hurt in the Colts game, but he was 6 yards away from throwing for an NFL record. So he started against the Chiefs to get the record, which was the least satisfying record of all time. It was a 6-yard pass, I think, to CJ. But the team was playing terrible. It happened early in the game. Gary Kubiak said later he regrets that he even put Peyton out there because Peyton just wasn't himself. He went out there to set the record, but the result was they were down 20-0 at halftime. Peyton had a zero quarterback rating, which is stunning to imagine, and was booed off the field. That you've talked about a million different times. They put Brock in at the second half, and actually you guys bounced back a little bit.
Is that the
there's
Colts
a little bit
game?
of life. No, that was the Chiefs game.
Yeah,
the Colts game they lost. They had a 6-minute drive, the Colts did, that resulted in nothing. It was a 6-minute, 50-yard drive that resulted in a kneel down. Think about how weird that is because the key poked a dude in the eye and got like a 15-yard, first down sort of thing. And the Colts just milked the clock. Peyton never got the ball back, so Peyton didn't have a chance to throw the 6-yard pass to set the record. All the dominoes sort of went from there. Remember, it's incredible how well you remember that sequence.
So his first starting game was Chicago.
Brock.
And he said he gave a
I'll
great...
never forget it because we had a weird travel schedule.
And you know what the score was in that game?
They won.
17-15.
Whatever.
Right? To make you 8-2.
Yep.
17-15.
All right, we got to
tell me there were some people concerned.
I remember. Well, okay, maybe, but listen, you just got to win with Brock Osweiler as your starting quarterback. I was pretty excited.
I just want to apologize to Kevin for being 12 minutes over our break.
Nah, it's all good.
12 minutes.
Well,
we'll do a video about it. Dan has Let's Football Go coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think the relationships matter in life, and that's why I recommend Phil Long Ford. I've been going there since my rookie year in the NFL. Every time I need a new vehicle, I go to Phil Long Ford. It's the only dealership I ever need to deal with. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. And I send all my family and friends to Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shopping when you go to Phil Long. You don't have to drive all over the state. I know it's the weekend, and it might be time to look for a new vehicle. Don't waste your weekend at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, thank you to Maverick Convenience Stores. Maverick brings you Let's Football Go today, and we're giving away a $50 gift card. Text FREE, F-R-E-E, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's free, 303-504-0925 for $50, courtesy of Maverick. Dan, first story.
All right, guys. The crowd was booing a lot last night. By the way, just real quick note on question. Are the Amazon Prime field mics louder than normal mics? It seemed like it was picking up everything on the field.
Well, they replaced them at halftime, and you see little helicopter things came in.
I mean, you can hear everything out there.
That's funny.
I know you were at the game, DMac, but Tyler and Scott, I wasn't sure if you guys picked up on that as well. I was just curious.
I don't know.
Anyways,
they do a good job. They do a good job of production. It's just a P in the A.
So you could hear the boos pretty loud because of those
for
field
sure
mics.
you could.
Oh, yeah.
And here is Bo Nix after the game talking about the home crowd booing the team.
Well, I've been booed before and I'll be booed again, so not going to be the last time. It's obviously unfortunate. You don't want your own fans booing you, but, it's part.
How'd you guys like the response there from Bo Nix about the fans booing the offense?
It's just kind of depressing. I suppose he handled it well. It's just a depressing question to answer, I guess.
It's a depressing happening because I don't remember when they were going through 8 years of that we had as many boos in one game as we did last night.
There were some moments, man. I mean, holding 72. There was,
yeah.
There were definitely some moments along the way. I think the Bo handled it very well. You know, what are you supposed to say? Nothing. Last thing you can do is criticize the fan base for booing. That's for sure.
Hey, they paid their money. They got liquored up. You know, they're ready to go. I mean, listen, man, you had no first downs in your first 4 drives. How about when they got their first down? Could you tell on TV the Bronx cheer that went up, the snark? I mean, Michaels and Herbstreit pointed it out, but that happened too. That's insulting. I don't think it's as insulting as getting into a big group, taking your shirt off and waving it around like at Folsom Field. And we weren't quite there, but it wasn't great. They did win the game, though. Dan, here we go. Wear your black and gold Buffs gear on CU game day. That is tomorrow, 10 a.m. kickoff, y'all. All you need to do for a free fountain drink of any size is to walk into any Maverick convenience store location. That's it. No catch. Wear CU gear. Walk into a Maverick convenience store. Get your free drinks. Go Buffs. Dan, story number 2.
All right, let's hear this cut from Chase Daniel. What did you call him, Scott? A Sean Peyton mafia?
Part of the mafia.
Part of the Sean Peyton mafia.
Yep.
Here's Chase Daniel on Bo Nix's performance last night.
Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos can no longer play like this. All right, let me explain. Bo Nix has people open downfield. It's open. It might not be the best play calling in the world. It might not be all this, but I'm telling you right now, when I'm watching the game and I know Sean Payton's offense, there's stuff open and he's just not seeing it. And that's fine. He saw it all last year. He's seen it for a lot of games, but it's been a little troublesome. It's sort of carried over to this year and it hasn't gotten any better. I don't think he's on a second-year slump, but he just seems to be in a hurry in the pocket. I'm not going to say go as far as he's seeing ghosts, but every single throw, whether it's mechanically or maybe his arms hurt or something, every ball is just dying.
Do you guys think that Bo Nix is fixable? Can he turn it around?
Yes, I think so. He's not Tim Tebow. He's a real quarterback. I'm a real boy. So yes, I think he can.
I got no strings to tie me down.
A little Christmas thing.
Although he does have some strings,
I think he can. Guys, you?
Some people will say he's fixable, or some people will say he is who we thought he is.
Oh, I haven't made up my mind that Bo Nix can't play quarterback. If that's the question, I'm definitely not there. I think that this is pretty normal in the progression of any young football player. There's ebbs and there's flows. Now, the problem is we've been in the ebb for a little bit now, and we've been hanging out there. So we need to see that stock chart start bouncing back up. And, if it goes down, it goes up. It goes down, it goes up. Like at the end of the year, it's got to be higher than where it started. Unfortunately, we're way lower than where we started, and that's the problem. That's the concerning part. But I also don't think that this is anything that we have not seen in the NFL so many times, and we've got so many examples going on in the NFL of quarterbacks that just needed time that I think that there's never been more evidence that you need to have patience with these guys. Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones. I mean, go down the list of quarterbacks that are succeeding in the NFL today. Mac Jones, that all were given up on by their team too soon. These guys need some patience.
Well,
I reserve the right to scream for a replacement.
If you don't want them to be better, then are you really a fan? Just because you are what do we say, a bozo doesn't
boho.
A boho, yeah. Just because you're a bolo or a bozo, that could be in that too. They can be better. Bo can be better. And listen, Bo said it last night in the post-game interviews. Dobbins said it last night. McGlinchey said it last night. They all said our offense is not any good right now. We're letting down. Dobbins said the guys on the defense side of our brothers, we're letting them down. We got to be so us being critical, or some other person with a vehicle who's critical. Don't be a boho, because everybody else's teammates are saying, including Bo, they can be better.
They can be better.
Can he get better? If he can, it's going to be a double-digit win season, and it's going to fall flat, and it's going to be ugly. And then guess what? You're going to have the 20th pick in the draft, or
they won't have the 12th pick. Yeah, I mean, you're not in a great spot to take a quarterback, that's for sure. And I don't even know if it's a good quarterback year. I can't even believe we're having that kind of conversation.
No,
I think it's silly.
But if you get to the playoffs, you want to make noise in the playoffs. Last year, everybody's happy to get the playoffs. I get you. And it's funny, after that first drive last year, what we saw the rest of that game kind of looks like we're seeing now, doesn't it?
I'll give you the craziest story from 2011. Craziest story ever is the fact that the Broncos were getting Brady Quinn to be ready on passing downs. And they never quite went there because Tebow actually threw pretty well in that Pittsburgh game. But they literally, because they didn't want to waste the season, they were there. Tebow was going to start, but they were literally preparing Brady. And Brady Quinn has confirmed this multiple times, that they were getting him ready, 3rd and 7. We're going to put in Brady Quinn on this down.
Yeah, we are going to advertise what we're doing.
Got it, Tyler. I don't know if there's a more insane NFL story than that I'm aware of.
Pretty nutso.
In terms of how to manage a game. But the rubber will meet the road this year is if they get to a game that means so much to them that Sean really has to show if he trusts Bo or not. And the crazy thing is there's precedent that there were preparations to go in a different direction in the biggest moments. I don't think we're there yet, but this defense is too good to screw things up. And if they win 13 games this year, you don't think they're going to be gunning for the Super Bowl? Of course they are.
Well, the fans will be.
Of course. By the way, we have some details about the firing of Tom McMahon that I don't know if you guys are aware of. I'm just seeing a report from Yahoo Sports. Apparently, McMahon and Pete Carroll had words on the sideline during the game, and that was the key factor to having him relieved of his duties this morning.
I didn't notice that.
There was one, I saw one flash where they had a discussion, but it didn't seem.
Well, Tom is a very fiery guy. He was the type of guy that would kind of bark it like a head coach, that sort of thing. So apparently he went a little too fire with Pete, and he got canned. We have a winner in the Scott Hastings
I forgot about that.
falling chair contest.
We haven't even heard any.
It's really funny. Keep poking fun. I'm a big guy. I can do that. But again, today you haven't come in and asked me how I'm feeling today.
You said like 100 times you felt better in your back.
Not today.
Yeah, 24
That's not
hours.
today. Today the back is hurting.
Back's a little
sore.
sore.
I know this because I'm a concerned friend.
Yeah, he asked me how I was feeling today.
How you doing?
He didn't just want to poke fun at me. It's just my back was a little.
Well, he's not as funny as I am.
Can I be honest about what I was wrestling with in my head yesterday?
What?
The second I saw you fall, if I'm being honest, a slight smile came across my face. But then it went to immediate concern.
No,
you better not laugh because you did look like you were dead.
But I was laughing.
No, you weren't. Not at first.
But not when I was going down. But when it's
All right,
split-second
let's take a break. I know.
Oh,
Let's-
now you're
now,
concerned
yeah,
about a break.
now,
okay.
now I
You
care.
go 12 minutes
All
on
right.
past. Yeah.
I care. We'll
See,
come back
this
with
is what
all
he
of it.
does. When we want to have
That's
a little
what I
fun,
do.
we can't have fun.
That's
when
right.
D-Mac wants to go 12 minutes over, it might
That's-
make it 15.
That's right. I'm the unfun police.
Yeah, but I have a feeling
We're going to come back.
Just ask Nate and Andy.
I'm having a feeling you're getting lucky tonight.
There's no chance I'm getting lucky. Let's take a break. We'll come back with more stupidity next. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Darren.
How you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm a little stiff today, but I'm okay. My neck hurts.
Are you all right?
Yeah, a little back hurts a little bit.
You feel worse than yesterday when you...
I do, actually. Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do.
Was it because of the fall?
I don't know, but I woke up, had a massive headache. Back of my head hurt. I wondered if I popped my head a little bit. Neck hurts, and the back hurts different than it has hurt.
Oh.
But other than that, I'm great.
Doing awesome.
I'm going to go to the gym after this. I'll be good.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Although my gym, you know what? I'm thinking about a new gym.
Really?
They got rid
You want to come on over to my side?
They got rid of. Well, I was a member.
We can work out together, dude. Twin
I would
Towers
love
every
to.
day. You just got to get a bad face like me.
Can we take pictures?
Yeah, yeah. In the mirror together. I'll take your picture for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're doing good.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm happy to hear that. Want to thank our friends at Revitalize. I might as well Revitalize Health.
Scott and I both working with them.
Visit them at revitalize-health.com. They are awesome. Thank you, Revitalized Health. Our winner of the $50 Maverick gift card for paying attention during Let's Football Go.
They're popping up all over the place now, too.
There you go, Maverick.
Yeah.
Is Doug Doloff. Congratulations, Doug. And Doug, if you've got an 8-year-old daughter who has a very cute, sparkly sign about how much she loves Steph Curry, do not bring her to the game tonight. He will not be playing. He's not even on the trip. He's not even going to be in the arena, from what I understand.
Good. Well, it's probably just one of those stupid one-off games you go and come back home.
The easier the game is for the Nuggets to win, the better by me.
I think the Nuggets, we leave Monday. They play 3 games, first 2 back-to-back, 2 days off, Minnesota, come back for 1 game, go back out for 2 more.
Yeah, you're gone all week next week. You're on the road, huh? Road warrior.
Scotty, this is a pretty decent point on the text line. Have you really thought about the fact that work did not provide you with a proper chair to sustain your body type? Like, this is an extreme liability for work. I mean, you woke up with the headache today. Good.
Yeah.
You woke up with the back injury today.
Yep.
Great. You know?
Yep.
I mean, milk that thing a little bit further. We're talking about a pretty good payday.
Let me get my contacts.
I know there was an offer of different chairs just for you, too.
Yeah, we wondered
Dan,
what
after
you noticed that chair offer didn't come beforehand.
How about you? How unique was that? Like,
yeah,
the Giants got offered special chairs.
Ramos.com.
He's a medical doctor and attorney.
And that would be what I would need.
Let me let you know that tonight's coverage of the Nuggets game against Golden State on 92.5 begins at 7:30. Pre-game presented by Ramos Law. Car accident? Chair fall. You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor.
Chair fall. Car accident? Chair fall.
Visit ramoslaw.com. Okay. We had a few entrants, not many, but a couple had fun with it. And our own Steve Nelson, if you want just to go to 92.5 on Twitter, you can find it very easily. Use Celine Dion and My Heart Will Go On, the Titanic theme. However, that's not our winner because it's Nelly. But Jeff Goddard put this together to Tom Petty's Free Falling and is our winner
one of my favorite songs.
A $50 gift card to the Alamo Draft House and a signed Nikola Jokic autograph photo. We present to you.
Which is as good of a prize as we give away.
It's better than nothing, I guess. That's prize number 2. Prize number 3 is you're fired. Cadillac steak knives, you're fired. The ABCD, that nickname, almost saw a sign in the stands for it. But it said Orange Rush instead. But I know what they were thinking. We present to you the winner of the Scott is Falling music video. Scott's getting sleepy.
Look how fast Tyler gets up and gets on there. DMac looks and then laughs.
And then he comes back, sets his headphones down. If you listen real closely, I go, oh, God.
All right, so there you go. Congratulations to Jeff. It is time for Nate and Andy, who are at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot down in the Ballpark District. Looks like a pretty cool joint down there, fellers.
What do you think of this mood lighting here, guys? This is
neat. Yeah,
I think Andy looks particularly good in this lighting.
Well, I think you guys called each other and decided let's go lumberjack. The lumberjack hour coming up on a Friday.
Well, Scott, if you're a true P1, you'd know when the weather gets to 60 or below, the flannels show. That's right. And we see there's a thing where
I don't know if you know this or not. We are a couple of white dorks.
Yeah.
And
they wanted to fit into the neighborhood.
At this time of year, white dorks wear flannel.
Would Whiskey Tango Foxtrot be considered a hipster place, Nate, with your flannel?
It's a very cool bar.
Yeah,
it is.
It's very cool, yes. And I got to be honest with you, I had never heard of it until we were scheduled to do a remote here, so that makes it hipster right there. When people don't know about things, it's very hipster.
They got about 1,000 bourbons.
Yeah.
It's a wraparound bar.
It's very cool.
It's got a Cheers kind of feel. I'm telling you, as an old bartender, I'd like to tend this bar.
They do have the Broncos game, a replay of the Broncos game from last night on several televisions.
I'd like them to turn that off
Is
if
that,
we could.
Is that in the sleeping section of the bar?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, I think that's where we are.
Hey, can I
This
ask?
booth.
I want to ask the PhD fellas. Really, what I think is the most important question. I know, we're all having our chuckles, our laughs, our guffaws, and whatnot. Scott, are you okay? How are you feeling today?
Nate, I appreciate you asking and your concern. I was a little stiff, woke up, had a little bit of a headache, neck hurt, back's a little sore, but I'm doing okay. Thanks.
You
for
weren't
asking.
concussed, were you?
Well,
I don't know. Mr. Ramos will have to find out.
Table dog green, anything like that? Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
It was interesting that they did buy a blue tent that we now have at the radio station.
Scott didn't fit in it.
No, of course. But there's that. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield,
I'm not
Denver,
even
Boulder.
wearing blue underwear.
Well, fantastic. Was that really your big question, Nate, or did you have a?
I was concerned
He was
about.
concerned. I mean,
all right.
Andy called me this morning and asked.
I was concerned about my friend Scott Hastings and his well-being. He's a large man. It was a big fall. It was very loud. I'm not going to say it was completely without humor, but also somebody was hurt to give us that entertainment, and I just want to make sure they're okay.
Hey, listen, they used to laugh at Jerry Lewis at times.
Who would they be? Your great-grandparents?
Chevy Chase crippled himself up for a good laugh.
Pill addiction because of how much he hurt himself for his comedy.
Listen, Chris Farley fell through tables.
Come on now.
When he was a motivational speaker.
How much fun did you guys have talking about that football game for the last 3 hours?
Because I know we can't wait.
Well, are you more happy with the defense or dissatisfied with Bo and
Look,
Sean?
man, the bottom line is this offense ain't going to get it done, and I hate to say it. And I heard Tyler ask the question, and Tyler, we did feature you on the Altitude TV postgame show. That was prior to DMac's arrival because he was in there trying to stir Sean up, I assume. Although Sean, I saw, was like 6 minutes. He's like, peace, that's enough. Evan got me again. I'm leaving.
Dude, it is clear Sean hates Luka Evans, by the way.
Well, he does because
no
he's a
doubt
young
about
guy
that.
who doesn't. I love Luke Evans. You know what? A tip of the cap to that kid.
Good reporter.
He shows up. He's not intimidated by anybody.
Yeah.
He's been doing this since this. Because half of those things where Sean gets upset at pressers is because of Luka.
Do you guys?
Luka's not fazed by it at all.
Do you remember this, by the way? Luka was the reporter for the OC Register that got blackballed by Lincoln
Oh,
Riley.
yeah.
Oh, he
USC
got
didn't care for
blacklisted,
his
right?
time
Like
there.
he wasn't allowed in the building or something.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
So, but here's the deal, Tyler. You asked, did we feel this way during 2015?
Yeah.
I mean, no, because again, Peyton Manning had a track record, and I think every week that went by where you didn't seem to get back on track was a little more shocking. But I think I still felt like at any point they could go off and be back to at least early 2014. Now, it never really happened, but I felt like they could. And then, look, man, the Brock Osweiler thing, that was kind of interesting. The problem with this is what we're seeing with Bo Nix right now. Bo Nix is regressing. A lot of people have said it. And Sean, I don't feel like is – I don't know if Sean's not calling what they did a year ago to make it work. But, look, we talked about this last night, too. I'm sure you watched – I know Scott and I talked about it. I'm sure you noticed it, Tyler. There was the all-22 from the zip line camera on the one where they tried to sneak Harvey out of the backfield on that little slip screen, and immediately 2 DBs ran over to the flats. So, like, you don't have that. And then you look at the rest of the routes, nobody has any separation. So they took away Bo's one throw, and there literally was no place else to go with the football. So I don't know if maybe the league is caught up and decided, we know what you guys are doing, and we're not going to let you do it anymore. And that's why Sean's forcing the issue of, look, we got to do other things. But the reality is, I said it last night on the TV show, Tyler, you know, they came to an agreement on the pistol with Manning and Kubiak. Somehow Sean and Bo have got to find whatever the agreement is that this thing works better.
Yeah,
because
so
I don't think things are real cherry between those two right now.
Here's the problem. They both have got a huge hand in the responsibility pot, right? Like Bo Nix is not playing good football. Like, bad. And I asked the question earlier on the show, was that Bo Nix's worst game as a Denver Bronco? And we're like, I don't know. Like, the fact that we can even debate if that was the worst game is a problem, and the debate comes within, like, the last 3 or 4 weeks. So Bo Nix is not playing his role. He's not doing his job. And I think Sean Payton, as a play caller right now, he feels the limitations of his quarterback so much that it's getting him out of his realm. And he's I don't even think it's that he's opening it up. I think he's actually dialing it back so much that I think he needs to do the opposite. At some point, either the quarterback can execute the game plan or he cannot. And Sean needs to just open up this playbook and go.
By the way, I just wanted to note this in passer rating, okay? But it's just a scale to measure it by. Last night was actually Bo's, by passer rating, second lowest of his career, only 2. His very first game last year up in Seattle.
Here's the problem with this is that the last time we saw him this bad, he was a rookie, and you had to just dismiss some of it.
Yeah,
right.
So this is. This is an offense that I largely think opposing defensive coordinators have solved, and right now there's just no answers to it. And the easy buttons that are out there for Bo Nix in this offense, the defense is just they're not allowing them to happen. This is one thing I'll say for that Raiders defense, and that's not an excellent Raiders defense. It's not a terrible Raiders defense, but it's not an excellent Raiders defense. But they tackled last night. They swarmed to the football. They saw those bubble screens coming from a mile away, and they tackled very well last night.
Well, before you leave, offensive linemen, and by the way, make sure you get your rosters from our guy Mark Springer in case everybody doesn't have what they got. You know, he's got it right there. It's my last chance to warn everybody because you and I will be in Evergreen next time I see you calling this game tonight. What can you educate me, man? How in the hell does Max Crosby keep getting matchups on tight ends last night? How does that happen, dude?
Yeah,
and look, Troutman, I feel for Troutman. Troutman's a pretty good blocker, but Max, I said –
bad matchup.
Listen, Joel Dreesen used to tell us all the time, and I know Tyler's talked about it too. Every guy, matter of fact, that's ever faced DeMarcus Ware had to talk about his big, long, go-go gadget arms, and they couldn't get their hands on him and block the guy ever. Joel Dreesen was like, it was the biggest nightmare ever because I don't know how to block like an offensive tackle, and you're going to shove me up against that guy. How does it keep happening? Why did he keep getting matched up with tight ends, Tyler?
Well, I think one of those you're talking about was actually on a running play, and those are unavoidable. So there's no possible way to avoid matchups of tight ends on Max Crosby in the running game. Now, the ones that bother you are in the passing game. And a lot of times when you think about max protection, people are always like, well, put a tight end in there and let's go max pro. Well, the problem with that, when you go max protection, you keep a tight end on the line of scrimmage, more times than not, you're going full slide away from that thing, which means you're leaving a tight end one-on-one on one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, and that's the last thing you want to do. We had that happen with Mercedes Lewis. He ended up getting called on a holding penalty on it. That's the last thing you want as a 41-year-old. So a lot of times, if I'm a coach, I don't like max protection when I've got guys like Max Crosby in there because I want to ensure that my tackles, who are trained to get paid a lot of money to do this job, are actually the ones that are trying to block him. So it is frustrating when you see it in the passing game. Running game, it's unavoidable. Hey, real quick, though, before I do get out of here, because I had to get a workout in and stuff before we go to Evergreen. I got to make sure muscles look good for the high school kids. I just want to know.
Well, Ryan Jensen's up there as the O-line coach. The old Tampa Bay Buccaneer. They're going to be.
Yeah,
I didn't say girls.
How much
Springer.
your bench
Relax.
going on?
Relax, okay? Hey, I was just wondering if you guys will sign my pack. I'm actually going to spend a little bit of time after I get my workout in. I'm going to stop by the grocery store and stand outside with a sheet for people to sign. I'm going to get this over to Sean Payton that we could just, as a Broncos fan base, like the shows, collective shows, fans, borderline fans, people that used to be fans and quit being fans.
Anybody trying to watch football?
Yeah, anybody that wanted to quit. Can we all just make an agreement that Bo Nix and Troy Franklin are never allowed to throw a deep ball again for the rest of mankind? It's not like that's out of the playbook. That's not allowed to happen.
I like the one last night. The interception, and the interception I think was intended for Bryant, wasn't it?
It was Bryant. He overthrew Bryant.
Yeah, by a mile.
And then it just kind of surprised Franklin because it was behind Franklin and ahead of Bryant.
No. The deep ball interception.
Oh yeah.
He threw two picks last night. Yeah. No, the other one though. The one where Franklin stopped and then jumped up for it like a kid that was playing 500 at recess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it appears as though the deep passing game's a little out of rhythm.
I thought these boys were supposed to have some sort of college connection. I thought that was supposed to come here to Denver, the old Oregon connection, huh?
I think if it's inside the 10-yard line, they do quite well. Other than that, not so much.
Tyler, real quick too, what are we seeing a little bit? Because I know he's not necessarily your favorite guy, but they kind of need the Marvin Mims gadget stuff back, don't they?
Oh, I'm not like. By the way, let me just clarify that. I like Marvin Mims.
You like the player. You don't always love the receiver, though, right? You
correct.
Love the
I think
full
Marvin
player.
Mims is a very, very valuable asset to this football team. I just think that his potential as an actual wide receiver is capped. I don't think we're going to get much higher than that, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't provide a lot of value as a gadget player, as a guy that we can scheme up a lot of things for. He's valuable, and I do think we're missing him tremendously right now, to answer your question. Was that your question? I don't know.
That was.
I mean, they need anything that they can get right now. Tyler Polumbus, everybody.
They might need Tyler.
And they might
You
need
got
him.
a tight end's body. Maybe you could go try the Max Crosby thing next match.
I could do better than
guys,
Mercedes did on Max.
PhD, everybody, every day noon to 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, and guys, we're out on the road today. We are at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Get it, Andy? Whiskey.
The absolute perfect bar after last night's game.
No kidding. Yes, we're out here, 29th and Huron. We're just west of Coors Field. Beautiful ballpark neighborhood right here. This place is awesome.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, great lighting, fantastic selection, tons of beers on tap, bourbons all over the place, several shelves of booze that they have here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
It feels like a neighborhood that probably a lot of young, attractive people live in.
And then we're here.
I never would have been invited here when I was in my 20s.
Yes.
I would have brought down the hot quotient. And they would have said, you can't come here, guy. This ain't your side of the tracks.
Yep. A couple of uggos doing a radio show at a
You'd
bar
have got
full
away
of
with it
hotties.
more than me.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But we're with you today until 6 o'clock. We have so much to do on a Bud Light Football Friday. Speaking of Bud Light, guys, they're giving away a pair of tickets for Broncos Chiefs today right here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot at 29th and Huron. You have to be here to sign up, but you don't have to stay to win. So get down here to Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, get a cold beer, enjoy a little bit of happy hour, sign up to win Broncos Chiefs tickets because the Denver defense is still very fun to watch. The offense will burn your retinas, but the defense is still very fun to watch. And get down here and hang out.
Spring, you don't have – Spring, by chance, did you grab the audio from Ryan Clark? If not, I sent you a tweet from Get Up, and if you get it, tell me. You guys have got to hear this. Ryan Clark was actually very funny with his take about this Bronco game.
There were moments of there was a punt. There was a third down conversion they didn't get. This was right before the missed 59-yard field goal. Al was very annoyed by that play. There was a punt with a penalty. Al was getting annoyed. I tell you what, Andy, this is what I'll say about Al Michaels. I don't want Al calling any more good football games.
I'm with you. But
give me Al on a garbage game when he is just like not afraid to say what everybody that is watching the game is thinking. That is where at, the age of 90 or whatever he is now, that is where the legend Al Michaels really shines.
Yeah, he's going to let you know I've watched too much good football to put up with this.
Yeah.
And he let us know. This is Ryan Clark's take on the Broncos, and it might be the most accurate. Enjoy from Get Up on ESPN.
Can we just sort of wrap up this part of the conversation with just a smile on our face? It's been a long time. So let's do a one-off explain your tweet. RC tweeting last night, one thing for sure this year. You will not beat Denver in a can I say that word?
Yeah, you can say that.
Football game. If the game is cheeks, they are getting the W. The game is that game was cheeks.
They win the all-time assiest games, right? Like when you're watching the game and you're thinking to yourself, "Oh my God, these teams are setting football back to the dark ages, Denver gonna win that game, right? Davis Mills got to be the quarterback for Houston. Oh, Denver gonna win that game. Oh, Jackson Darnell throw a little pig late in the game. Denver gonna win that game. Like
on the pitch in London.
Oh, when the games get bad and you want to cut the TV off, you can, because in the end, Denver's gonna get the W.
I'm used.
He's dead on.
I don't
perfect.
know. I had to laugh at it.
It's
and I also
perfect.
love that he slipped the word cheeks in there because we've already covered that. Cheeks, buns.
I mean, like, the Tennessee game was.
You realize
the Philly game, I guess, was good only because there was like two good teams.
The Philly game was the little brother of the Giants game. They
Jets-
were bad for 3 quarters, and then they just found a way to win.
Jets game was heinous. Giants game was a Tebow game. Dallas game.
Dallas was the fun game.
Because the Cowboys have the worst secondary I've ever seen in my life.
If we're going to go to relating it to the Tebow year instead of the 2015 year, then you know what the Dallas game was? When Christian Ponder and Tim Tebow got together in Minnesota and somehow found a way to give us an actual watchable football game.
Yeah, what they scored, like 36 points in that game?
And Tebow had like his best throwing day ever. I still think Bo's better than Tebow. But.
Houston game, awful. Raider game last night, awful. And again, like I say this, and guys, I want to take note of this, and I tweeted it numerous times last night, and I noted it upon reviewing the game today, because yes, I did watch that POS again today. The Broncos defense is fantastic. This is the best pass rush in the history of this franchise. It is the best pass rush they have ever had. I am including the 2015 Super Bowl winning Broncos. I am including the Orange Crush. I am including again, this is the best pass rush that the Denver Broncos have ever had. They are vicious. And last night, the Raiders had a minute where they didn't stand up to it really, Andy, but they were surviving it. And then Jackson Powers-Johnson suffered that ankle injury, which was nasty. And from then on out, if you're not completely stable, healthy, and playing out of your mind on the offensive line, these guys are going to destroy you. And that's what they did last night. Geno had no time to be able to operate. He took some bad sacks in that game. And you say, like, oh, you took a bad sack. The Broncos defense took them for him. The Hufanga play and midfield, it's a 4th down and 5. Raheem Mostert blocks nobody. You saw Geno chewing him out on the sideline. Like,
where were you?
Come on, Broseph.
You didn't see the edge guy coming?
Yeah, and Hufanga just flies. Even, like, go back and rewatch that play. Even Hufanga was stunned of, like, no one's going to chip me?
Really, you're not going to touch me?
Wow.
Well, I'm going to go get a sack.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. But that's what these guys do. And it just they mess up opposing offenses so much with their speed on the edges and their physicality in the middle. They are now on pace for 78 sacks this year, which would break the prior NFL record by 6 full sacks. I know it was 16 games for the 84 Bears, but still. This is the best pass rush I have ever seen in a Broncos uniform. It looks better in the orange, and they were freaking dominant last night. And that's the end of the nice things that I have to say about what the Broncos did.
Yeah.
Other
again,
than they won.
Here's something else that kind of is a little disheartening to me. Look, I don't know. Look, man, they won. They've got 8 wins, all that kind of stuff. You can hang your hat on that if you choose to.
8-2 sick.
Because that is your record, and that's good. Here's the problem, though. You just went through those games. I believe only one of the teams that they've beaten, and that's the Eagles, is around 500. The others all have about 3 wins or less. You have feasted 7 wins against some bad football teams.
You have beaten, in recent weeks, you have beaten the Jets, the Giants, the Davis Mills Texans, and the dog butt 2-win Raiders. You have beaten those teams by a combined 9 points.
That ain't good.
In that's, again, like, point differential it does matter. It is an indication of what your football team actually is. And if you want to yell at me, but 2015, I don't think we'll ever see anything like 2015 ever again.
Well, and not only that, the one thing that the 2015 team still has defensively on this team, they turn the ball over. They got points off those turnovers.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Akeem Talib was getting pick sixes.
Thank God for a punt block last night.
Oh my God, that you didn't do anything with. You went backwards.
Yeah. Well, they kicked a field goal. That's all that matters.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, but still, and here's where I get a little concerned. Did you get it? They had, again, that back shot. I love the backside look sometimes that they give us on that tethered camera.
I like a nice backside look,
I know
too.
you do. You like, and are we smacking any rears
We
today?
are.
Golly.
We are. We're going to do it on the other
dig
side
deep
of this
into it.
break.
But real quick,
Yeah.
there was the throw to Ingram where then Sean, I think, wanted to blow up at Bo on the sideline, but somebody reminded him, or he reminded himself, he's on TV, and they both just kind of – that was like the only time we saw them together, by the way.
Yeah.
And then he held it, and they went on. But they had Evan Ingram – when he saw that ball go flying wherever it went that Bo tried to hit him on, he was like, he just had the body language of, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm right here. Either right to me or throw it back corner where I could have run under it. But where was that?
The collective offensive body language was puke last night.
Well, the collective answers of the offense in the locker rooms was also not thrilled.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is a Friday afternoon. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. We are live at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Get down here and get an ice cold Bud Light. Sign up to win Broncos Chiefs tickets. It's all happening right here on Altitude Sports Radio. We do smack behinds because the Broncos did win, Andy, and they are 8-2.
And Mike is not here yet.
And we're doing it while everybody is still clothed on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly, right? So obviously we gotta clean up the penalties. We gotta clean up some of the execution, and that is an ongoing thing that probably never ends. There's, you search for that Shangri-La. Right now, we're a team sitting at 8 wins. I think we're the only team sitting there. So, and yet we're constantly looking internally and starting, but it was a tough night offensively, obviously.
Yeah, it sure was.
The horns in the song in the background.
Nailed it.
Kind of fit.
So good.
What a happy accident right there.
So good.
Just kind of
Hey, can I give you my favorite stat from last night? Both teams had more penalties than first downs.
That's not what you're looking for a national audience.
Both teams had 11 penalties. Both teams had exactly 10 first downs last night in that game. Whew. Wow. The other good news is, Crawshaw punted 7 times, but that's not even close to the Broncos franchise record. Do you know what is?
20?
I
don't know how that's possible, but
19. Okay, so actually it's happened 3 times in franchise history.
Okay.
67, 68, and again in 81. 12 punts in a game.
Wow.
12 punts in a game. Now, one of them, the Broncos lost 9-7 in Buffalo. That was in 81. One of them they won. Does this sound familiar to you? 10-7 against Cincinnati back in 68. September 10th, 1967, Andy, your Denver Broncos at Oakland against these Raiders lost 51-0. And they punted 12 times that day.
That's how you give the Raiders a chance to get 51.
I'll also say this. You probably should have gone for it on 4th down a couple of times.
Maybe. But what year was that, the 60s, right?
Yeah, 67.
Yeah, you weren't doing that then. I'm not sure you were allowed to. Did they have punters? Yeah, clearly they did. You just said they punted 12 times.
They did. Let's see. Let me.
When did the punting game actually come into existence?
September 10th, 1967. This is the football game that I am looking at. The Broncos punter that day was Bob Scarpito.
You don't know Bobby?
The Scarpito.
Yes.
He
was cousin of the Piss Missile that was later founded by your guy Brett Kern.
I believe we'll also always remember Jeremy Crawshaw, who had a tough night punting. This is the one thing I will say, and Sean Peyton said it after the game, and I have seen this in person and seen it on television plenty of times. When it is that windy, the drop on the punt becomes a nightmare.
Pat McAfee talked about it on his show today where he said he was letting go of it too soon. He needs to needs to drop it lower so the wind cannot get to it.
I thought Cole did a better job. Cole, our wonderful engineer, but also A.J. Cole, the punter for the Raiders.
How about
just
the
a more
funky
experienced
hops
player
he was getting? Woo!
That one that he landed at the one.
Yes, it just went.
And then it just turned right and went out of bounds.
That Michaels thought was a touchback and then was confused as to what the hell was going on.
I thought it was too. I was like, what happened? What did the ball just do? It was incredible. But he managed to get that thing out of bounds. This will stun you. Denver didn't score on that drive.
No. See, that was another part of the problem last night, of which there were plenty. We all know.
There were many.
But they were at the 1. They were inside the 5 so many times to start drives. This felt like a couple years ago when they wouldn't get any first downs and the defense wasn't as good, and by the time they'd stop them, it was like the average start they showed was like the 19 for the Broncos and the 39 for the Raiders.
Now, that said, they did have a drive where they started at the Raider 33 and they punted.
Yeah, I know. That's not what you're looking for.
That's not what you want to do.
That was not what you were hoping to see out of that drive.
Let's see. Drives last night, 3 and out, 3 and out. Then they got great field position, and they scored a touchdown. That was good to see. There was a good Dobbins run. That was the first down of the game. That was the 43-yarder to Pat Bryant on the crosser on the rollout by Bo. That looked good. And then touchdown to Troy Franklin. That was nice. They threw an interception before the half on a freaking prayer that Bo threw. Then they went 3 and out. Then they drove down the field and they missed a 59-yard field goal. Then they went 3 and out. Then they kicked a field goal when they took over at the Raider 12. That drive, by the way, Andy, netted a collective -2 yards.
Yeah.
Cool. 3 and out, interception, and then like the lone good drive of the game was when they burned it. They ate up the clock. 4-minute offense at the very end. I guess that qualifies as last night's fourth quarter mile-high magic, Andy.
Didn't feel like it, but yeah. That was the thing. You know what was funny is that at no point was I like they're going to lose this game.
I didn't think so either.
Because that's how puked that offense was. See, that was the weird thing. I guess that's where it was like 2015. Every time they went out there, I'm like, well, this will at least be the good drive now, right?
Yeah.
Like when they got the block punt, I'm like, well, they'll punch this one. No, they won't.
No, they won't.
And I know everybody else has complained about it. We're just late to, piling on the dead horse at this point.
Hey, we don't start till 3 o'clock.
The 3rd and 1 throwback. What? Because he was trying to set up Sutton to throw it again.
Yep.
Well, we'll fool him. Sutton can throw in. First off, why are you having a receiver throw in the wind? If the quarterback doesn't love throwing in the wind, why are you gonna have a receiver try it?
And then the other thing that was so dumb about that drive was they were just out. They were manhandling the Raiders on that drive.
Yeah, and it was. Although I will say this, I got to give Sean a little break there. They kept getting 3rd and 1s, and they kept not getting one more yard.
Yeah.
That was when Tyler talked about Crosby going, no, I'm going to split your tight end and tackle and just go ahead and tackle Dobbins short.
I'm looking back. I'm counting 3 different Dobbins 7-yard runs and R.J. Harvey 7-yard carry on that drive. I'm counting all of these runs. You were out physicaling them. You had a completion to Adam Prentice on that drive for 13 yards. You were moving the ball down the field, and then on a 3rd down and 1, it was just like cutesy time. No, dude, just line up and go forward.
Please.
Okay? For the love of God. The frustration that I dealt with watching the play calling that was going on in that game last night, it was just throwing crap at the wall. And I get it. Sean, after the game, he makes the comment of, like, I was looking at the wrong side of the 3rd down sheet, meaning they were in 3rd and long the entire friggin' game.
People literally took that as if he was lost in his play card, which I can understand because it's massive.
But no, what he meant was he was looking at 3rd and long. But when he was in a 3rd and 1, it was like, hey, Cortland Sutton, high school quarterback. Yeah. Let's get him thrown.
You're not going to see this coming. Yeah. Here was part of the problem last night, too, and this is where, again, I know a lot of people are upset with Sean, and I get it, but another reason why they've got to evolve as an offense, did you notice, because Herb Street said something, and then I couldn't quit looking at it, the Raiders made sure pressure came from the right, and Bo had to roll left all the time because he doesn't get the same – ability to turn and make the throw. Remember, I think he was able to roll to the right on the Pat Bryant crosser.
And that one was the Raiders' loss contained. The Raiders did a really good job. They play. It's not hard with Bo Nix anymore. It's just play zone, cover 3, cover 4, whatever you want to play. Just play zone and leave a spy on Bo, and he's covered, and he just gets too damn jittery. Things don't open up. His brain doesn't process quick enough. His footwork last night was just awful, Andy. It was just horrendous what he was doing with his footwork last night. And he gets nervous. And to your point on the throw to Pat Bryant, Raiders loss contained. That was really one of the few downs where the Raiders made a mistake and Bo made him pay for it.
But see, you also make a good point because, again, there was the one where he had to throw it out of bounds, and they just kept coming in like layers to the outside edge of the right.
Yep.
And he ended up doing what Shedeur does too often, what he got criticized for, and then he's running backwards. And I'm like, you better find a way to flick that ball somewhere because you're about to lose 20 yards.
Okay, so we are supposed to be doing Smacks on the Rear here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are live at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot at 29th and Huron.
Now, I've got a challenge for you.
Okay.
Why don't we go full Amazon Prime, and
right.
your first smack goes to an offensive player because for some reason they decided not to interview one of the multiple defensive players that held a team to 7 points.
J.K. Dobbins gets a smack on the rear.
There you go.
Okay, that's the best that I can do for you. 18 carries for 77 yards last night, 4.3 yards per carry. It wasn't his best game, but a handoff or a pitch to J.K. Dobbins was the best offensive play that the Broncos ran last night, and it was consistently throughout the game. So I'll give a smack on the rear to J.K. Dobbins.
You know what? I said this on the Altitude TV show last night. If you're curious, tune into Altitude post game. Myriad of guests. Join in one time. Dobbins needs to be the feature of this offense. Dobbins is a more consistent threat. Like, he is the star player of the offense right now until you get this passing game figured out.
I said it yesterday. I've been saying it over and over again.
But I mean he needs to be the star.
The thing that you do well offensively is give the ball to that guy and get physical.
By the way, it's cool he's got a foot injury thanks to the hip drop tackle that he tweeted about, and he's not psyched.
Great.
So we'll see what happens there.
It also looked like on the fumble there was a potential upper arm injury or something that happened on it wasn't a fumble, by the way. He was down by contact, but the ball squirted out. He also looked a little shaken up after that one.
Well, dude, I think in part, I do think the elbow hit hard, so he probably had a dead forearm.
Yeah.
But his leg got twisted 3 directions, and that's when that dumb injury happened.
Well, all right.
You want me to smack someone's rear end, and then we can go on to –
The glass is half full. Before you smack a rear, the glass is half full, okay? J.K. Dobbins, and you mentioned him being nicked up now, has dealt largely with injury issues every single year that he has been in the NFL. You've had him for 10 games. He's played very well. You are 8-2. Like, glass is half full. Is it potential that, we're getting into, November, December games, cold weather games, and the time of year where the maladies and the bumps and bruises just start to pile up on these guys. There's a good chance that J.K. Dobbins could start to see an impact on his performance, whether because of injury or overuse or whatever it is. They got to 8-2 largely with him as their best offensive player, which to me says that's a good signing, and it's well done by the Broncos.
All right, I like that.
Yeah.
Here, there's a little more glass half full.
You get your money's worth out of him, I guess is my point.
Well, that's why I keep saying I would think about giving him a little something extra, do a little something here, but we'll see.
Yeah.
There's a Schefter tweet I wanted to read you, and, of course, we'll read it in a second. It sounds like the Broncos also have a positive mark in the right direction over this win streak they got going on here. I'm going to smack the large target of Zach Allen because he was the best defensive player. He was just destroying things last night. Now, don't hear me wrong. Nick Bonito was really good. Talanoa Hufanga was really good again. They got a lot of guys that played really good. John Franklin Myers, I go ahead and slap his backside while we're at it, too. That defensive line is one of the reasons why this is a better pass rush than we've seen before. It is amazing to me, Nate, it feels like at least last night, and again, we're not calling the Raiders world beaters, but frankly, I thought the Raiders' offensive line played better than what Adam Hill had me prepared for after we chatted with him. But that defensive line and that defense feels like they can get a sack whenever they wanted to. They really needed one on an early key third down, and they ended up dropping a couple people, and Benito was in there before you can blink. Yeah. I'm not sure Gino made one read before Benito was in his face.
Nick Benito played one of the best games I've ever seen a pass rusher play last night. And I know, he ended up with 1.5 sacks. It's not the biggest total, but he forced an intentional grounding as well. He was consistently getting home. And he, to your point, he and Allen and JFM, I want to give him credit on this too, and Malcolm Roach, I want to give him credit on this too, but they are so good at either it's like the push comes up the middle and they force him back and Cooper and Benito get home, or the push comes from around the edge and they get pushed up and it's just like you're just running into a wall of orange.
Yeah, and it's very consistent from both sides. As good as Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware were, sometimes DeMarcus wasn't always on that backside. And be honest with you, Derek Wolfe and Malik Jackson were good, but they did not have a Malcolm Roach as much. They did not have a DJ Jones. This defensive line, you tipped your cap to the signing of J.K. Dobbins. You really got to tip your cap to how they've assembled this defensive line.
It's phenomenal how good this group is, and they're absolutely special, and they're playing with physicality, and really, Andy, they're playing with clean physicality. They knocked C.J. Stroud out last week on a clean play. Gino was hobbling throughout the second half of that game. By the way, tip of the cap, whatever you want to say, to Geno Smith. He toughed that thing out last night. When Carlson missed that field goal, the first person I thought of was just like, Geno Smith deserves better than this. You got to put points on the board for him right there. That guy has been bludgeoned all night long, and he has stood up in the face of this vicious pass rush. You got to make that kick for him.
Well, and you know what was funny is I heard a lot of people, for good reason, saying, why isn't Kenny Pickett going in the game? If you remember, they did not trade Kenny Pickett till the end of training camp.
Right.
I'm not sure Kenny Pickett's had a live rep with the Raider offense.
And also,
other than when he came in for however many plays.
To me, it's pretty damn telling when both Geno and the Raiders coaching staff is like, no, get back out there.
Hobble back out there.
Yeah.
When he hobbled back out there the second time, I was like, you're really going to let this dude play?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I was, man, Geno Smith his NFL career has been a freaking journey. I'm just really impressed by him. He's an impressive football player, man. He has improved. He withstood getting drafted by the Jets, which is the worst thing that can ever happen to a quarterback. He was really good in Seattle. He's there with the Raiders. Like you see what's around him right now. The Broncos basically bracketed Brock Bowers the entire night. By the way, shout out to you and Sandman. You guys are right about Bowers, but they bracketed him the entire night, and he had nothing else. They had nothing else going on. And really, like, shout out to Genty, who he didn't have holes to run through last night. He's tough to take down.
Oh, he ran hard. That dude's going to be a problem if they just get some decent quarterback play in a line.
Seriously, I really like if they get some actual run blocking going on for Ashton Genty, he's going to be freaking special, because that's another guy where I'm just like, is this guy's career just going to get truncated because he got drafted by the Raiders?
Well,
it's
yeah,
possible.
I kind of hope. Never mind. I don't hope for good things.
I know
He's
what
not
you
a
mean.
Bronco.
No, I know what you mean.
But it's good to watch fun players. You want to watch fun players. And I don't mind Genty. I think,
According to Shefty, during their NFL best 7-game winning streak, the Broncos' 7 wins in a 39-day span ties the 73 Dolphins and the 2021 Packers for the most in the NFL since 1935. Sean Peyton, Bo Nix, and the Broncos now will play only one game in the next 23 days, hosting the Chiefs November 16th before their bye week. Yeah, I'd say this team needs they need things to slow down a little bit.
They absolutely do, and let's just hope maybe there is just some fatigue. I don't know, and maybe there isn't enough time to rep some different plays to put in there, and that's why we saw some of the struggles last night, and maybe not a different variety of plays, a different menu of plays to go to. I don't really know, but I know the rest this time of year is going to be good, and I do know, I heard some people saying, they're going to make excuses with the late bye, because I guess that's what some guys are talking about in the locker room. It's tough when you have a late bye and you got to play two. Dude, it's a real thing, man.
Oh,
An NFL season, by the time you hit November, nothing feels good on anybody.
Yeah.
Period. And then you got to go and do the quick turnaround, and they haven't had the bye week, so they've survived it all. That's the best news. Let's hope a refreshed team, when we see them a week from Sunday against the Chiefs, looks more like the team we were starting to see before these last couple games.
Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Get a cold Bud Light right here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot at 29th and Huron. We're here with you until 6 o'clock, so come hang out, have a happy hour drink, get some apps and a cold beer.
Apps.
Right here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot at 29th and Huron. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are celebrating a Broncos win last night on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
the defense is winning us the games, and we're not helping them. We're not doing them any justice. We're not like I feel bad the way we play on offense and the way they play on defense because they're doing so great and then we're doing so bad. And they're our brothers too, so like it just sucks because they're out there so many plays, playing their butts off. We can't keep doing that to them, and we'll figure it out as offense. We will.
J.K. Dobbins, good guy. Good guy, good leader, good teammate. He ain't the problem. I promise you that. He's not the problem. That guy's playing well. That guy's playing with physicality. He's doing his job. I have no complaints about J.K. Dobbins. Now the collective we. Bo Nix was terrible again last night.
Again.
Your receivers are typically not getting open, but that was some of the most putrid quarterback play that we have seen in some time, Andy. And the Broncos won a game in which they had 220 total yards. Now, look at it on the bright side. This is another game that the Broncos won where Bo Nix played poorly. And we're starting to rack those games up. Tennessee game, he was quite bad, and they won that game. The Jets game, he was bad, and they won. The Houston game last week, he was bad, and they won. And the Raiders game, he was bad, and they won. So that's a testament to this defense when your quarterback play is this subpar, and you're still winning football games. Which, Andy, something dawned on me this morning when I woke up. I told you I was going to give you this. This is a take on the Broncos, and this is what I would call an oldie and not really a goodie. But we are now officially back in this place at 8-2, okay? Tell me if you remember this one. This Denver Broncos team, defense good, offense bad.
Yeah, only we never hit an 8-2 with the defense good, offense bad before, right? Wasn't that like a Vic Fangio classic?
Yeah.
Isn't that where you pulled that out of the archives fun?
Yeah, defense good, offense bad.
Yeah.
We're right back to that place right now.
We are. Now, this is what throws me off about this team. And really, I guess it's just Bo. I got to stop. I don't really like blaming one guy all the time because it is,
the quarterback.
There's 10 other guys out there. But, dude, they go how he goes. It's real simple. When he's got his feet set and he's throwing beautiful passes, they are scoring beautiful point totals. And when he's like last night, you get 10 points out of the deal.
Yeah.
I don't understand. And a lot of people all of a sudden. By the way, I feel like Sean Payton's Mafia is out all of a sudden, and they've got a bunch of takes we'll have to play next hour.
What do you mean by that?
Colin Cowherd's talking about him. All the guys that have taken to Twitter that we know are Sean's buddies in the national media that have been banging the drum for Bo Nix and what a great pick, and he's smarter than everybody else, all of a sudden are now saying, they're saying that, I'll give you Chase Daniel, and we can play the video later. He's regressed. I don't know about this anymore. He's just not seeing anything. Bart Scott, who's never really been a Sean guy that I'm aware of, is saying Bo Nix is holding this thing back. He's the main problem. Spring, do you have Colin Cowherd's audio? Colin Cowherd's got to take the one that surprised me the most. And we could just play it directly from the tweet because he said something I didn't expect to hear really all year long. And again, Cowherd's the guy that so many times, even when the national narrative wasn't quite on Sean's side, he was still coming. Remember, he's the one that told us Sean would be coach of the Broncos first.
Yep.
He was the one that started saying, I think Bo Nix would be a good fit for Sean Payton's system first.
Yep.
Then he started lauding what Sean has done with Bo to this point, but then he dropped this on his show today. Spring, can we play that?
Sean Payton is a very impatient guy. He also understands the urgency at quarterback, unlike a lot of coaches in this league. I wonder, because the roster, the O-line set, the D-line set, the pass rush, the receivers, would Sean Payton draft another quarterback? I'm dead serious. Bo Nix has regressed badly. His completion percentage is now towing that backup quarterback line from 66.5 to 60. His passer rating has plummeted, mid-90s to mid-80s. He's going to have more turnovers this year. Again, he is a significantly worse quarterback this year than last. And I understand quarterback development is not linear. I think it was Peyton Manning who suddenly had a really bad fourth year in the league. I get it. You lose a coordinator, you lose an offensive lineman, but this O-line's great. And we thought with Bo Nix, he was one of these high floor, low ceiling guys. We knew he didn't have like Caleb Williams horsepower, but he was a high floor guy. At worst, he'd be like B-ish. This is D-ish. That O-line, that play caller, those running backs, and remember this, Denver's defense is staggeringly good and aggressive. So Bo Nix, on average, is getting much better field position than quarterbacks in the league. I mean, last night, you're getting really good field position. So I've gone from a buy to a hold to a potential sell on Bo Nix. I got 7 straight weeks of this stuff.
All right, so that, now again,
that's a Sean Payton guy.
Feels a touch extreme when you're sitting at 8-2.
I don't know.
But there were a lot of points made in there that are very hard to argue with.
Andy, he is, I'll give you the nerd stats. By EPA per dropback, he's 22nd in the NFL. By success rate, he's 24th in the NFL. His passer rating is 25th. His QBR a little bit better at 18th, but none of those metrics are particularly good. And consider it within the context of he is the third least pressured quarterback in the NFL this season.
Which is, then it makes it harder to understand the happy feet because he's not seeing the constant pressure.
Nope.
So what leads to the I've got to pull the ripcord on this play and get out of the pocket?
Right. His completion percentage over expectation right now, scroll down, is 28th in the NFL. That's by next-gen data, tracking who is open and what is catchable, and Bo's missing throws, and he's 28th in the NFL in that metric right now. He's flat-out missing throws. And right now, for this team, you have, and I've been banging this drum all week, Andy. This is the best offensive line that Bo Nix will ever play behind. This is the best defense that Bo Nix will ever play with. And you know what? They're 8-2. Maybe they go and do something cool in the postseason based purely on an historically good pass rush. Maybe that's what this team can do right now. Is it easy to feel confident in that? Not really, because the metrics that I just gave you and the facts that I gave you just suggest this guy should be playing a hell of a lot better than he is right now.
Well, and I'll tell you another reason why that comment that we just played gets on my radar a bit. What the heck is Sean Payton saying to Colin Cowherd that he would go to? Would they draft another? I just don't think. I think there are all sorts of little signs out there that is a very interesting relationship between Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
I think there is a lot of frustration coming from both sides right now in the relationship.
Well, you heard the open mic last night. I don't know how you can ignore it, where he said, "Get your personnel in here."
Yeah.
He was snapping at Sean,
right?
Because Sean's the play caller. That's not somebody else on the overhead mic.
Yep.
Caught him saying, "Get your bleeping personnel." I'm not even sure it was a bleep in there, but he basically said, "Get the personnel in here and call the damn play."
I'll tell you this though, okay? If there is the tension that results because first off, I don't think they're drafting a quarterback next year, but the tension does exist on that level, if there is a power struggle between that quarterback and that head coach, I believe with this ownership group that head coach is going to win.
Yeah, because right now I think you probably got more invested in the head coach.
And the head coach, no matter what, that record, that is on his resume right there. And he can say, I coached this thing to 8-2, and I did so with a quarterback that is not coming along the way that I thought he would, and I may need to go in a different direction. Now, I think we're a long way away from that.
We're not here to have that conversation, folks, but again, I'm just letting you know, that's an educated voice out there. It may sound crazy, but Nate and I pointed out multiple times he is a guy that, remember, Sean Payton and Colin Cowherd worked together at Fox. It's why I dropped the breadcrumbs that he first announced that he would be working for the Broncos. He was also one of the first put out there that he'd be drafting Bo Nix. And now all of a sudden he's talking about the impatience of Sean Payton. I just think it's a little interesting.
Jeff Legwald coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We're live at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot today, 29th and Huron. Come down here and have happy hour. Many of our listeners are already here.
You've got some fine ribs sitting in front of you. That's a good smelling sauce.
I'm very excited about this.
We also have a listener that joined Moser at number 38 last night. We'll just call him Ryan.
Ryan Ryan claims that he's dehydrated and has a headache today.
And it's Moser's fault.
As a result of an evening with Mark Moser.
So if Moser invites you to number 38, watch out.
Just know.
The beer flows like wine.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is a Friday afternoon. We do have high school football tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Andy Lindahl and Tyler Polumbus bringing you Evergreen and Conifer at 7 o'clock on AM 950. Of course, the Nuggets and the Warriors will be on 92.5. High school football powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of JASA. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot 29th and Huron on a Bud Light Football Friday. Come see us this afternoon. Happy hour time. All right, Andy, I want to give you some numbers right here. Last 2 games, Texans, Raiders. They have combined to go 7 of 32 on third down.
Ugh.
Broncos have 10 sacks in those 2 games. Texans did not score a touchdown. Raiders did score once, but that was a possession where they took over at the 41.
This is the defense that held the Texans and Raiders 7 of 32, not the Broncos offense going 7 of 32.
No, this is about Denver's defense.
Gotcha.
Yes. I'm glasses half full.
Well, I know, but when I heard 7 of 32, I thought the other way.
Yeah,
so we're all on the same page.
The Broncos
Denver's defense is awesome.
I think the Broncos' offense is only slightly better, but that's immaterial. All right. Is Vance Joseph going to get a head coaching job?
I don't know, and here's why. Should he? Yeah, I think he should get a look. But defensive guys, especially defensive guys that have not had it go well in the first run, and there's no sugarcoating that it did not go well for Vance Joseph in the first run, they always seem to have to wait longer than offensive guys. It's something that whenever we get a chance to talk to Jeff Legwold, he laments. He doesn't think it's fair. He thinks it's funny that the owners want to keep retrying all these offensive guys when there's plenty of defensive guys that look at Raheem Morris.
But
it took Raheem Morris forever to get a second chance.
But defensive guys do get gigs, and Vance would be coming off of a year, if the Broncos stay on pace, in which he would be able to say, I just put up the best pass rush in the history of the league.
I get it, but see, again, does the owner want to go, but you got the defensive player of the year and one of the best lockdown corner in the game right now?
I mean, I would hope that he would look at him and go, draft guys like that for my team.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Look, Nate, I'm not, but remember, Vance wasn't here when they drafted if they really want to split hairs. I'm not saying he shouldn't get another shot. I absolutely think he should, and I hope when he does, he says, here's what I'm going to do. I will come be your head coach if you let me pick my staff this time, and I'm not going to hear anything else other than that.
Right.
You are not saddling me with guys from the previous staff like what happened to me in my first go-round when I got my first head coaching job.
3 of Bo Nix's worst games of the season have come in the last 4 weeks, Andy. That's another thing that is not great right now. For this football team is that, it's very much trending in the wrong direction. And I'm including the Giants game in that. I know Bo put up huge numbers in that fourth quarter. 3 quarters of that game, he was quite bad. He had a 54% completion rate in that game and averaged 5.6 yards per attempt. I mean, really, collectively, over 4 quarters, he was not good in that game.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've had a few games like that. It wasn't really great the whole Philadelphia game.
It was a good fourth quarter.
It was 2 good fourth quarters.
Yeah.
But, listen, there's no way they're not going to – I don't see how they don't make the playoffs.
Oh, they're 8-2.
Right. They're going to get 2 more wins minimum. 10 will get you in the dance.
Yes.
If they can find a way to rest up, get recharged, and come out with some new ideas against the Chiefs, they could easily beat the Chiefs,
Andy,
and then maybe the division is there.
I'm not beating the Chiefs out of bed right now simply because of what your defense is.
Especially at home.
Last week, Buffalo, in their building, limited Kansas City to 21 points, and Mahomes was under duress, and the Bills' pass rush is not as good as the Broncos' pass rush is, flat out. No, they can absolutely beat the Chiefs. That I'm sure of. Now, am I a little bit concerned of, Spags having a full bye week to prepare for Bo Nix and company on this Denver offense? Yeah, it's a bad matchup. But the Broncos can win a low-scoring game against the Chiefs. I'm not burying that. I want it to be clear right here. I am not burying this football team in 2025 because of what this defense is, because of what this offensive line is, because of what I think this run game is capable of if you ever were to commit to it. Now, are you asking me, is Bo Nix going to turn into a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? No, he's not. And I have been saying this, and I've been pretty consistent on what Bo Nix is as a football player here in Denver. He is an up and down, inconsistent player. At times, he will look quite good. At other times, he will look quite bad. Players like that are, kind of fun to root for, and Bo's fiery, and it's you kind of never know what you're going to get. But in terms of do the Broncos have their $250 million franchise quarterback of the future? The evidence is starting to pile up that no, they do not.
No, you're right. But again, those are future problems. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Let's worry about the rest of this season. And And listen, there's still plenty of time for Bo to change the narrative of what this season, frankly, is. Maybe Bo needed a rest. Here's what I thought was interesting.
I mean, Andy, you and I watched training camp.
No, you're right. And this is what it's been.
Yeah.
Frankly, for all those that want to get on us about Crawshaw, and I understand why you would from our takes from training camp, well, what you watched last night was what we saw over the summer that led us to Crawshank.
And what you saw last night and what you have seen over the last couple of weeks here with Bo Nix
was
training
camp.
And what we've seen most of this season was training camp. Bo Nix at no point ever looked like he was just out there clicking.
Yep.
He never looked like he was fully comfortable and ready to go out and crush it this season. And, the Tennessee game was no surprise to me whatsoever when they went out there and played as unevenly as they did. Now, we started to get a couple of weeks of evidence piling up of okay, maybe we're starting to find a groove with this offense. Nope, to use Sean Payton's words against him, we're right back in the rut right now.
Yeah, and again, this is why my frustration with Sean was vented over the summer, because part of the reason why you're getting some booing, now again, some fans are going to boo because it's the Raiders and they don't want to lose to the Raiders. People, despite the take you and I have had about that thing, there's still plenty of people that let us know they hate the Raiders, they always hate the Raiders, and they don't want to lose to them.
People were booing because the offense
Yeah,
sucked.
and the offense has been brutal. It's funny because on Good Morning Football, Kyle Brandt was going off. They found a guy last night that was sitting near the wall.
Boot guy.
You saw Boot
Yes.
Guy, and he was banging his boot, and it was funny because he goes, I can't believe you guys have labeled me Boot Guy. I don't want to be Boot Guy.
Yeah, you're a boot guy.
But now you're Boot Guy. But he said he got so tired of having to constantly make noise that he was banging the wall with his hand. His hand hurt. So he took his boot off, like Ryan's wearing, and he was banging the wall. And that guy said during the interview, our offense has been so puke to watch, and we're all so bored with it, and we're all so tired of it that we needed to do something, but at least the crowd was there to help its defense. Look, dude, we got to get a couple good games out of Bo with the feet set, okay?
He's got to quiet it down.
Got to if we can get some more that looks like the Cowboys, you're back on the horse.
He's really developing some bad habits. But, Andy, they're not going to see a secondary as
know.
bad as the Cowboys the rest of the year. That's what's wild about it is this is a Raiders defense that I think coming in we're 19th in total defense, 23rd in scoring defense. That's not a good defense. That's not a good defense, and they easily solved Bo Nix and Denver's offense last night.
Yeah, and again, it just feels like this is. You talked about how 3 of the last 4 games has not been good. Again, it's not a shock because the one there that wasn't the 4th game was the Cowboy game, and they got no defense as we just laid out right.
Do you remember last week after the Houston game, and Bo Nix was kind of asked about hey, how do you guys get faster starts and not
he said don't face the number 1 D.
And he said don't face the number 1 defense, and last night again it was just as
they
bad.
were the 23rd defense.
Yeah,
they mentioned that during the broadcast.
23rd in scoring defense, 19th in total defense. Here's some other issues that are currently that this team is dealing with. First off, they have scored first in 1 out of 10 games so far this season.
I saw that stat. Did you see it was the first time the Raiders had a lead since last year in 2024? Week 5, I think it was, 2024.
That was week 2 against Indianapolis. In the 8 games since the Broncos' opening drives, this according to Parker Gabriel in the Denver Post, no points and 3 total first downs. They've gone 3 and out 5 times, fumbled against the Giants, threw a pick against Dallas, and had a field goal blocked against Houston. That's how they're starting these football games. That's on script, Andy. That's script stuff.
That you worked through, you talked about, you repped.
Yeah.
You're not going to win a playoff game doing that.
Yep.
And again, I'm not worried about a super. Well, I can't say that. This defense is just too special.
It's an all-time great defense.
Great out of it, but right now, I know a lot of people. I've seen a lot of the Bronco dark web is alive with the people going, they're 8-2, quit crying. It's fine, but again, 7 of the teams you beat have 3 or less wins. And you're not going to get to face a 3 or less win team like you just said, likely when you face a team in the playoffs, they're going to have a number 10 or 15th ranked defense.
Right.
You're not even getting it done against guys in the teams in the 20s.
Right. And you're going to be going up against future Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Because the
AFC's full of them.
Yeah, the AFC is rife with them. So you need to get to a place where this offense has some consistency, and it's got to be built out of the run game, and it's got to be built out of consistent commitment to the run game, which is, again, hit or miss with the way that Sean Payton's running this thing right now. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light's the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. It is a Broncos win.
It's a Ska Friday,
too. Show. It's a Ska
Bud
Friday.
Light Football, Ska Friday.
We
got
here.
it all.
We're a Whiskey Tango.
I want to feel
Foxtrot.
good. They did win. Ain't nothing's lost.
8-2.
8-2.
8-2. 8 wins, 2 losses.
We normally have been waiting until December for 8 wins. It's not even Turkey Day.
Sometimes we wait 2 years for 8 wins.
Yeah,
that's not what's
feels
happening
that way.
here.
Sure.
Hey,
if
coverage.
Nathaniel Hackett was here, we'd be 2-8.
Coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against Golden State on 92.5 in West Group C will begin at 7:30 p.m. I'm sorry, Mark Springer. What is West Group C?
The group of death.
Beware the group of death.
It's like the guy fell out like a trap door. The guy. Or something.
We get the. It's a little Wilhelm screamish. We get the Burgundy Court tonight. By the way, but anyway.
Yes, we get. Yes, it's shades of. It's shade. Goodbye, Ryan. It's shades of. It is. Is it not? It's maroon. I wanted to say. I guess it's burgundy. You're right. That's Avs colors.
Cabernet, if you will.
A light Cabernet.
Pre-game is presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. That's for the Nuggets Warriors tonight. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit RamosLaw.com. Jeff Legwold, ESPN. He joins us to break down a Bronco victory. That's right. It's a Bronco Victory Friday. That's next.
Welcome back. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, hanging out with you at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot off 29th and Huron. We're just west of Coors Field. It's the light right before you go under the bridge. If you're familiar making that familiar drive on 20th as you get off I-25 and head east. Great bar, really cool-looking bar. Nate's enjoying some food. He's right next to me, but, I mean, the food is worth showing up for. The burgers look great. The onion rings smell great. You've got some short ribs that he's working on right there. We've got some carrot ribbons that are as fancy as anything that I've seen. Of course, you need to get a Bud Light to wash it all down, and they have a beautiful selection of also, I like the bourbon, but all sorts of hard liquor here as well. It's a great kind of neighborhood vibe here. Again, a very cool spot. TV's on. You can watch sports. Unfortunately, we're being forced to take in my second, Nate's third viewing of this Bronco game from last night as we sit here, but I think that's going to be over soon. And we're going to be joined by Jeff Legwald here in just a matter of moments, who I now see my friend Jeff Legwald on there. He's been up to all sorts of stuff today. All right, Jeff. Look, you and I, again, we lived that whole 2015 season together. At points, this team feels a lot like that. At other points, I guess this feels more like 2011 because this offense is just tough for people to watch. What do you make? You know what? I'm going to start with a very pointed question. Usually you save the good stuff for a couple in, but I'm not even going to give you the warm-up. We're not even going to have an appetizer. Do you feel like there's any little tension starting to grow between Sean and Bo?
Between the two of them, I'm sure the tension is it ain't working like they hoped or thought or believed during the week. I mean, they don't go through the practice week thinking it's all going to, unravel on game day. So I think the tension is that all involved. I mean, J.K. Dobbins spoke of the tension. Mike McGlinchey. I mean, it's the tension. It ain't working. I don't know if I don't think it's a personal coach QB aren't getting along, but you got two really competitive people, and what they do and what they think they do well isn't happening right now. So, and it's very telling that, they spend so much time on what Peyton calls the openers, those scripted plays at the beginning of game. Their entire first quarter is 2 3-and-outs, and that's their offensive output. So, when you think of tension, I think it's group wide because the quarterback and the head coach are pretty grumpy about the way it's going.
Yeah, it's going quite poorly right now. So Jeff Legwald of ESPN with us here on a Broncos win Friday. Again, the Broncos did win. All is well. They are 8-2, which most teams would kill to be 8-2. We're very well aware of that, but we're living with first world problems right here. An 8-2 football team whose offense is absolutely terrible. Jeff, the Raiders' defense, it has talent to be sure, but it's not an excellent NFL defense. 23rd in scoring going into last night. Yet it looked as though Patrick Graham was able to just scheme up problems for Bo Nix all night long. And I didn't think it was terribly complicated. It was sit back in zone, leave a spy to keep an eye on him, force him left when you can, and he's going to struggle. And that was that. Like, what are the counterpunches right now that Denver could find to be able to answer what has really started to become the book on Bo Nix and this Bronco offense?
Yeah, I think that's the riddle. They're not getting much out of the tight end position again. They had hoped Evan Ingram would solve some of that, and I thought he would help, but we're still not seeing much out of that position. And in today's, just look how many times the Raiders went to the tight end when they needed a play. Against today's defenses that are almost all nickel, that's the spot on the field. You got to have a running back or a tight end help you get out of that trouble. And I think it's he's got half his interceptions on the season over the last 3 games. His 3 best passing outputs are against teams that are in the bottom 5 of the advanced metrics in defense. So they feasted, like last year, they have feasted on the weak defensively, and the teams in the top 10 of the defensive metrics. The Colts, obviously the Texans, they've not handled their business nearly as well. And I just see a lack of the tight end involvement, and people are ganging up on Cortland Sutton, and Troy Franklin has moments when he loosens that up. But I think the root problem right now is Bo Nix isn't very accurate in a lot of the situations, and I think that's impacting things as well.
Are we seeing that Marvin Mims is being missed greatly because of his gadget role, if you will?
Not even gadget role, Andy. I mean, who makes big catches, at big times? Marvin Mims and Cortland Sutton. You take Mims out of the equation, and I think that's impacted. And I still say, look, their overall rushing numbers are good. They're in the top 6 or 7 in production. They're still 16th in carries. Yeah. And I still believe, I know folks don't want to hear it these days, but I think they could solve some problems with just, J.K. Dobbins has had 1 carry in the second quarter of the last 2 games combined. 1.
That's incredible.
They had 6
It's not like they didn't have the ball last night in the second quarter.
They had 6 carries at halftime against the Texans, 6 carries at halftime last night. And when the numbers match like that, that tells me it's construction. That's not haphazard. That's the rhythm of the play calling. What is, how things are unfolding to have the exact number of carries. And I still think that would help Bo Nix. He's just unsettled. He's leaving clean pockets, which for young quarterbacks, that is a sign there's something that is making them unsettled in the offense, whether you're not, on the same page as far as what gives them comfort and all of that, or, the looks they're getting on defense. But he is leaving clean pockets. He is one of the least pressured quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Third lowest pressure rate against. Third lowest.
That's not a good combination. You're not accurate. You're leaving clean pockets, and you're one of the least pressured quarterbacks in the league. And I don't put it all on him. I really don't. I think there's you got to look at the parents type thing going on here a little bit too. I think last year that it seemed to me they were much more cognizant of what do we need to do to make sure he is in a good place.
Yeah.
And I don't get that sense as much this year. And, look, I'm not talking out of school. I've asked Sean Peyton these questions. I've asked people these questions, and he just unsettled. When you leave a clean pocket, that's a bad sign, and he's doing it quite a bit.
It's awfully unsettled. Jeff Legwall joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, 29th and Huron. And don't forget, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. We're giving away Broncos Chiefs tickets, so come down here and sign up because you can win Broncos Chiefs tickets with us right here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. All right, Jeff, let's talk about the good from last night. This Denver defense,
that ain't just good.
It ain't just good. This is historically good, and this is a pass rush that is on pace for 78 sacks right now, which would be an NFL record, breaking the 84 Chicago Bears record that they previously held. That was a defense that, by the way, had Hall of Famers Richard Dent, Dan Hampton, Steve McMichael, and Mike Singletary back there. Pretty good group. Pretty. That's a murderer's row.
Few names you've heard of.
Exactly right there on that defense, and that's what this group is doing right now. Nick Bonito last night, Leggy, I know you look up at the end of the night, 1.5 sacks. It's a great number. Anybody will take multiple sacks in an NFL game, but he forced an intentional grounding last night. He, to me, and he's been great all year, but that might have been his entry right there for Defensive Player of the Year. I thought that was the best game he's played in an NFL uniform.
Yeah, and just a lot of smart plays. I mean, he tripped people up in space. He caught Geno on a scramble one time.
He's the one that hurt Geno last night. That's why Geno had the contusion.
They try to run the the run play to Bowers, and because he doesn't just rush, he rushed smartly. He didn't get deeper than the ball on that. That play is designed to go against an aggressive edge rusher who is greedily going for sacks, and the offense is assuming he'll just go deeper than the ball. But Benito, they rush smart. That's the other thing about this team that you can't say enough about. They don't just pursue sacks and get them. They get them smartly. They don't get deeper than the ball. They don't give quarterbacks escape routes. They don't, say, I want the sack instead of the other guy and leave their spot. They go at it the way you should, and that's why they play such sound overall defense. Yeah, people get plays, but, I think sometimes our expectation in today's NFL, when you can't grab anybody in coverage, is that somehow you're going to hold people to 120 yards every week. That's just not going to happen. But they don't let people in the end zone. I mean, what's that, 5 games now this year with 1 or 0 touchdowns from the opponent?
1 touchdown in the last 2 weeks. And, I mean, to that point, and Jeff, Andy and I were talking about this before, I have never seen a pass rush that maybe like the Super Bowl champion Giants group, but I don't know if I've seen a pass rush that works better in concert between the edge and the interior pass rush, whether it's forcing up a quarterback into a collapsing pocket or it's a guy getting shoved backwards and then somebody finishing. To your point, the collective in this pass rush, like last night the Raiders showed you with Max Crosby, this is what one pass rusher looks like. And that guy is a hell of a player, but that's not what Denver's pass rush looks like. It's a swarm coming at you.
Yeah, I mean, and Zach Allen's a pretty damn good football player, and just all of it together is I mean, if you're ranking, time off the snap, they got guys near the top at every position. I mean, John Franklin Myers in the locker room last night basically said, I know if I don't get there in 2 seconds, I'm not getting the sack. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He said, I know lining up, if I don't get there in 2 seconds, I'm not getting the sack. And he said, I think it's awesome, basically. He was saying, I think that's awesome. I'd love sacks, but, you're not in something like this all the time. And, and they just come at you, wave after wave. And, oh, yeah, Pat Surtain didn't play the last 2 games. So, I mean, it's and now they have 1 game in 23 days to sort of get right on physical levels in a lot of ways. So I think they're in a good spot to have gotten through what it was a historic cluster of games. It's only happened a few times, since the merger to have that many games.
And I'll add this note really quick. Surtain, I noticed they missed Surtain last week. You didn't notice that they needed him last night.
The Raiders.
Which how good the coverage
a
was.
Receiver away.
Exactly.
But you're right. Jeff, before I let you go, you have a concern level on J.K. Dobbins? Do we know much about this yet? I know the foot injury's out there. I think I saw Schefter tweet this. Do we have any idea kind of what's going on there? You talked about the rest.
Yeah, they're getting it checked out, and for sure. And he wasn't limping around after the game, but often sometimes, guys will go home with these types of things. I mean, he definitely, limped off after it happened, and I watched the trainers talk to him and all those things. And I asked him in the locker room, after the game last night, and everybody says it's okay, but you guys know where I stand. Yeah, no, until I see the guy in the practice field, I'm not really going to frame how they'll be. But he thought it would be okay, but they'll get it checked out and we'll see Wednesday what it looks like.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, Friday afternoon. Broncos, they did win. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold.
We have to all remind ourselves it's 8-2.
They are 8-2.
I will say I'll resurrect a 2015 On with Andy on the radio thought, and that is you're in a good spot when you're grading the quality of victory, and I think that's where they're at.
That is right. Plus, in addition to that, you got Patriots, the other 7-2. They got a tough one. I mean, Indy's got the Falcons in Berlin, and Atlanta's pass rush is pretty damn good. So neither of those are necessarily layups. We could wake up Monday morning, and the Denver Broncos could be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah, and Indy lost to DeForest Buckner, right?
Yep.
Didn't DeForest Buckner go on IR in the front for them?
Yeah, not ideal. Jeff Legwold, everybody. Leggy, great stuff. Have a great weekend, man.
See you, fellas. Take care.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there. You want to win tickets to Broncos Chiefs? Go scream for the defense. You can win them right here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Bud Light's giving away Broncos Chiefs tickets. So get down here, sign up, come see the Bud Light promo girls or our promotional staff that is here as well, here from Altitude Sports Radio. But come sign up because you can get Broncos Chiefs tickets from us. Of course, we got the Nuggets and the Golden State Warriors tonight. NBA Cup action. Steph Curry has got the Jokic flu. Jimmy Butler is questionable. Draymond Green is playing tonight.
Well, they're all old, too. I mean, the old guys need rest.
There is that, too.
Right? I like the Jokic flu
Apparently,
for Steph Curry.
Apparently, Steph, actually, it sounds like he's really sick.
Oh, remember, it's going around. I think
Yeah.
Palczewski had it, and then Lutz had it.
Yeah, so it's out there, as we all know. We've all been keeping kids home from school, so we know what everyone's going through. But Steph is out for tonight, and Jimmy is questionable. Nuggets and Warriors, you'll listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, of course, on AM 950, high school football, Evergreen Conifer tonight at halftime of tonight's Evergreen Conifer game. Tune in as we honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Reuter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Andy, I got highlights.
I'm really proud of you for digging up as many as you chose to
Of
dig
a
up.
10-7 victory.
I'm disappointed you watched this game so many times back.
I rewatched. I rewatched
you know,
every down, my friend.
You're a little off, my guy.
I am here to. You know what? You watch the game, you form an opinion, you're like, do I trust my eyes? And then you go back and rewatch it again, and you sit there, and your wife's on the other side of the room doing her job going, are you okay? Nah, it's just this is the worst offense I've ever seen.
Yeah.
God, they suck.
You're like, I hate my eyes now.
So, we do have highlights of a Bronco victory when we come back because it is a Ska Friday, it's a Broncos win Friday, and it is a Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Remember, enjoy responsibly.
Trying to adjust to the outside, backwards pass. Now you've got Sutton, and he gets taken down. So a play that frankly looked badly designed and certainly badly executed.
Al Michaels was in his bag last night. That was a great Al Michaels affair. I only want Al Michaels on bad games. That was my take from earlier in the show, and I stand by it. If it's a good game, get Al the hell out of there, okay? Al can't meet the moment anymore, but on a bad game...
Well, he just feels bored by all of it, right?
Exactly. But on a bad game, Al's pretty good. He had one, like, early third quarter. There was a penalty on a punt, and he was like, what else is new?
Yeah, I hate this game.
The one other thing that I will say for Herbie and Al that they do together, and I appreciate, is Herb Street will ask Al questions about the good old days. They were talking about Madden a little bit last night, and then, you know, they kind of delved into it. They got, you know, they got into Cosell and everything. I also like that stuff. I can listen to Al Michaels tell those stories for days, so that part of the broadcast is good. Unfortunately, then they had to go back to paying attention to the football game.
They both were not happy.
No, they didn't.
And again,
enjoy themselves.
Herb Streets talked about the same stuff that Chase Daniel talked about, that Moose Johnston talked about. See, again, they got to get this turned around because one too many analysts is starting to come in here and really not liking the consistency of Bo Nix.
Yeah. Neither does this talk show host. So let's dive into it, Andy. Highlights from last night. There are highlights.
Okay, I'm trusting you.
Of this game. The Broncos went out. They racked up a bunch of 3-and-outs. However, the Raiders took over in Denver territory. They went down the field, and congratulations to you if you drafted Ashton Genty in fantasy football this year.
3rd and 2. Play clock at 3. Gonna run it into the end zone. Ashton Genty for the touchdown.
Andy, he was running behind Jackson Powers-Johnson on that play. He's a good player. His ankle injury last night was a massive turning point in that game.
It absolutely was, and of course I didn't realize there was another Oregon connection there, but it was.
Yeah.
He apparently blocked for Bo at Oregon. Yeah, that guy leaving caused a huge problem for the Raider game plan because he was one of the few guys opening up holes for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, Genty is good, man. He is good. There is just nobody blocking anything for him right now. He also, later in the quarter, he had a 30-yard run, got wiped out by a hold by the receiver, and, man, that dude did not have to do that.
He really didn't.
No, Genty was gone, and he committed the hold, and it wiped out a huge play, and it was, you know, yet another drive where the Raiders had to punt it away right there. And, again, this is how good the Denver defense is they give you those kind of problems. But that's when you go back and look at, if you're the Raiders today and just being like, that's a spot we blew this game.
What could that momentum have changed?
Yeah. Let's go early second quarter. The Raiders are they were forced to face a 3rd down and 12 after an incompletion to Bowers. Let's hear some Nick Benito. Spring?
Broncos leading the league in sacks by a mile. 3rd and 12. There's another one. Right on cue. Nick Benito.
I'm sorry, I forgot about that call.
Yeah.
He didn't get you excited. He's like, seen a few of those, and there's one more.
DJ Glaze, the right tackle of the Raiders, he just got roasted. I mean, Benito sprinted right friggin' past him on that play. That was also the play that Powers-Johnson got hurt on.
Because he got bent over.
Yeah, getting shoved back in. He walked off with a lot of assistance. All right, so Nick Benito gets that sack, and Denver gets off the field. Stop me if you've heard this before. Broncos go 3-and-out. And then Raiders took over. They got themselves to a 3rd down and 2. They ran that stupid quarterback sneak, and Geno got stuffed.
Yeah, what was that?
Bad.
That was just terrible.
Yeah, terrible.
Did he think he had to fall forward for an inch? Like, dude, you need to go like 2 yards.
3rd and 2.
It was brutal.
4th and 2. Gino threw a touchdown on a drag route, but a clear pick play, so that wiped out that tutty for Trey Tucker. And then the Raiders punted. That was the one that had the crazy hop that went out of bounds at the 1 yard line. So that was quite bad. Let's see. On the Raiders' next possession, they tried a Scangarello special, the tight end jet sweep. Did not work. And then that brings us to a 4th down and 5. Raiders 4th down and 5 at the Bronco 38. Wind swirling, so they didn't want to try the kick right there. Carroll says, let's go for it on 4th down and 5. I think the decision was good, but as you will hear, the execution quite poor for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Mostert in the backfield. And away they go, and Smith's going to get sacked. Worst of all outcomes for the Raiders. Hufanga comes in, blitzes, sacks him.
Yeah, turnover on downs. Raheem Mostert didn't see Hufanga blitz off the edge and was just like hanging around in the middle of the pocket ready to like chip one of the interior linemen while Gino's getting sacked by Hufanga coming off the edge.
Yeah, why would you not look there first? Like,
Yeah.
What did he think? Did he think the tackle was going to kick wide and he had the inside guy? Because I have no idea why he jumped into that gap.
He's
but
a
I would
veteran.
think as a back, you would know the – I just would think the edge would be yours. That's another question
Well,
for Tyler.
and Mostert needed to look at it and go like, oh, we are imbalanced on the edge. Like, they have leverage on the edge. I should probably kick out. I'm telling you, Hufanga looked stunned that nobody chipped him on that play. And Gino Smith ripped into Raheem Mostert. Pretty good on the sideline, and I got to say that was pretty justified.
Then he had to go back and give him the half for 05, even though nobody was psyched about it.
Yeah.
Most was like, whatever.
Yeah, hey, bro, keep your head in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you're going to be in.
Because my head's getting ripped off over here.
Because Genty, as Adam Hill told us Tuesday, Genty's not very good at the pass protection yet.
No, not, and you saw it last night too.
Yeah.
He kind of got his ass handed to him in that part. Broncos took over at their own 47-yard line, and they had a touchdown drive. Let's listen to the best plays of that touchdown drive for the Broncos.
So you got the full house backfield here to start. From the 47-yard line, still looking for that initial first down. And they finally get it on a 13-yard pickup. Look out as J.K. Dobbins gets taken into the Raider bench again at 13. Second down
right there.
18.
Great.
Nix stepping out. Had room to run, but instead throws caught. That's Bryant. And he'll make it a first down and goal. Pat Bryant, rookie out of Illinois. Second and goal.
Fine school.
Under 3 minutes left in the half. Harvey now slips to the outside. Nix looks that way, then over the middle, then to the right, throws, caught into the end zone for the touchdown. Troy Franklin.
Yeah, Bronco defense set that drive up on a platter for the offense, and they actually took advantage of it last night. Key plays right there. Dobbins with the first down on a 13-yard carry, and then the second and 18. That was one of the few times last night that the Raiders lost contain, and they let Bo Nix get out of the pocket to the right, and he hit Pat Bryant on a crosser. Pat Bryant continues to be a really good NFL receiver right now, and boom, they go down and score a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, again, if there's a guy that has inconsistencies with the catching sometimes, it's Troy Franklin, so I'd almost like to see Pat Bryant play a little bit more there. But Bo seems to like Troy. He trusts throwing to Troy, which is funny because you said on the deep balls they can't always seem to figure it out.
No, not in the slightest. Raiders would do a 3-and-out around the 2-minute warning. Broncos would get one final possession in the half. How did that finish? Let's listen to that.
Just going for the four-man rush on. In most circumstances, what do they do here? Send an extra guy. Nix all the way downfield into traffic, and it's going to be picked off. Caillou Blue Kelly.
First off, awesome name, Caillou Blue Kelly. Secondly, the hell are you doing on that throw, Bo? That was the classic Bover throw. Credit to Brandon Perna, by the way. that came via Bo sprinting up in the pocket like he's an outfielder, crow hopping and trying to throw somebody out at the plate.
Yeah.
He has to stop doing
And
that.
the wild thing was he had the wind to his back at that one.
Yeah. He has
Like, you know
no
what I mean?
accuracy when he does that.
No, it's a complete 500 chuck ball.
Yeah.
He's got to stop doing it.
Terrible.
And that's one of the things where we could talk about the coaching all we want. Bo, it hasn't worked all year. Please stop doing that.
Yeah.
Please go look at your own tape and see when you set your feet and throw, you hit a few of those. When you do the run, it is yet to work out this year.
7-7 game. Yeah, it's not going well. Let's get to one of the more fun moments of the game last night. 1st and 10 for the Raiders, third quarter. Here we go.
So at the 49-yard line, the Raiders now on a first down with Smith over the middle, in the air, deflected and intercepted. And into Raider territory comes Andre Tillman. And look at him gallop all the way inside the 35 with another flag down.
Most fun moment of the game, right?
Make the guy a tight end. I'm starting to be serious here.
It's incredible.
He catches better than half of them, and he runs better than most of them.
He had a change of direction and a jump cut to make it whiff on him last night on a 23-yard return.
And again, that was a ricochet where he had great reaction to it, too.
Insane athlete. Yeah, I tweeted last night, forget Travis Hunter. Dondre Tillman should be a two-way player.
There you go.
Yeah, that guy is really fun. So much more of that. Broncos took over at the Raider 33 after the interception, and they punted. So that wasn't good.
And they punted. They had the missed field goal, too, right before that, because I was surprised he punted there, didn't he?
They had the missed 59-yard field goal. Wind
and then
was
about
swirling.
the same spot, he goes, we're not trying this again.
Yeah, so that didn't happen. So then they punted because they were facing a 3rd and 18. My God, there was an offensive pass interference that was called on Troy Franklin. And then that was, by the way, that was the drive where Bo was yelling at Sean on the sideline, dropping an F-bomb. So that was a little bit of fun. Raiders take over. They go 3 and out. That was the drive that Benito forced the intentional grounding. Yeah, let's get to the end of that drive. If the Tillman interception was the best moment of the night, this was the second best moment of the night. Roll it, Spring.
Yeah, very tough to figure out which way the wind is down there on that field, who has the advantage right now.
Well, A.J. Cole's punt, they tell us right now. Blocked. Kick is blocked. And Denver's going to get the ball in great position. J.L. Skinner came in.
Blocked it with his face.
In the face. Right in the face. That probably rang his bell pretty good.
Yeah, I was like, you see concussion protocol now? That's drilled right in the face mask.
When I was in high school one time, I got hit with a pitch in the head. Hit me like it hit right on the ear hole of my helmet. It was like a gunshot went off next to my head. My ear was ringing for 3 days after that.
Yeah, ain't fun.
It was absolutely brutal. Broncos took over deep in Raider territory, and they moved back 2 yards. And then, they kicked a field goal, though, and this is points, so we're obligated to play it during the highlight segment.
32-yard attempt to give Denver the lead. Knocks it through, does Will Lutz with 5 ticks remaining in the third.
10-7. We go to the fourth quarter. The Broncos offense still struggling. Let's hear from Caillou Blue Kelly one more time. You got that one, Spring?
3rd and 5. Next 15 of 26, but for only 132. Bidet is in the backfield. Protection's good. Pass is intercepted. Troy Franklin couldn't hang on. And Caillou Blue Kelly has his second pick.
Did we get confirmation post-game, by the way, who that pass was actually intended for?
I don't know that anybody asked. I didn't necessarily see it, but everybody, it looked on the tape like he was actually trying to hit Pat Bryant and was ahead of him.
Yeah.
And then it surprised Franklin.
Yeah.
And it's weird that both were in the same spot because he's either ahead of Bryant or behind Franklin, one of the two.
Yeah. It was an inaccurate throw to 2 different players.
Right. And then it got knocked up because, of course, Franklin seems to, it just can't be to the ground. We've got to make it an adventure.
So off of that interception, then the Raiders put together some actual successful offensive plays, and they set themselves up for a 48-yard field goal attempt and a chance to tie it with 4:26 to go. Geno Smith on one leg doing everything he can. By the way, play before this, he escaped pressure on a zero blitz on one leg. Give Geno all the credit in the world for battling. And then Daniel Carlson went out to attempt to tie the game.
Daniel Carlson, 48-yard attempt. Again, the wind swirling appears to have died down, at least momentarily. A.J. Cole to hold it. From 48 away, the kick is over the top of the upright, but outside of it. Just outside the top of the upright.
Great job by Al on the call, by the way. Flags weren't moving right there. Makeable kick. He just pushed it wide.
Oh, it was a no-doubter that it wasn't going to go through.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. If you're Daniel Carlson, how do you look at everybody after that play? You know how
they still
hard it
needed
is
more points after that
to get down here? Come on.
I know, but still.
Absolute killer.
No guarantee you'd have still won.
No, but you got to make that kick.
Yeah, you do, but
My
you didn't.
God.
What's funny is the two kicks that were with the wind to their back that half both missed.
Yeah.
Because that was the same direction Lutz was going.
Yeah, makeable kick, man. If I was Geno, I would mail that guy dog poop. That.
Or just leave it in his locker. I don't know who did it, man. It's wild.
That is a 10-7 Bronco victory. That's a game they won.
That's a Thursday night football for you. The Broncos are going to get kicked off Thursday night football.
It
They keep
sounded,
doing this.
by the way, when you just play the highlights, it sounded more fun, right?
It did because you didn't watch 37 punts and 9,000 3 and outs.
We didn't put any punt highlights in there. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Friday afternoon. Andy's off to Evergreen. Keep it here. Yeah, it is a Scott Friday. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos, and you should stop by Whiskey Tango Foxtrot right now and order a Bud Light. And if you do so, you can sign up to win Broncos Chiefs tickets. We're going to give those away at $5.50 this afternoon. So come down and sign up right here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. But right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer back at the shop. Let's dive into it.
Hey, the Denver Broncos.
The 8-2. The 8-2 Denver Broncos,
They're
Spring.
8-2, baby.
That's
They're
right.
The first team to 8. Ain't that great? Let's see what Sean Payton thinks about that, because they're 8-2, but it hasn't looked great, at least in portions of those 8 wins. Sean was asked this after last night's 10-7 barn burner, a win over the Raiders.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
no, but. Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games
We're never
continue to be
comfortable
won?
as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly, right? So obviously we gotta clean up the penalties. We gotta clean up some of the execution, and that is an ongoing thing that probably never ends. There's, you search for that Shangri-La. Right now, we're a team sitting at 8 wins. I think we're the only team sitting there. So, and yet we're constantly looking internally and starting, but it was a tough night offensively.
Shangri-La, not exactly with the 10 points scored last night against the Raiders, but to his point, they are 8-2. All right, Mike Sanford is here with me right now at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Sandman, how you doing, pal?
What a cool place.
I know, right? This is Shangri-La right here.
Just really trying to figure out the etymology behind the name of this restaurant.
The
nomenclature.
I can't imagine what they're going for at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
I'll get it eventually.
By the way,
I'll get there.
Shangri-La in Tibet's Kunlun Mountains from the novel Lost Horizon, 1933, James Hilton. Shangri-La, a mystical, harmonious valley gently guided from a lamasery enclosed in the western end of the Kunlun Mountains.
There was not a lot of Kunlun last night at Empire Field, were there?
There were a lot of punt loons.
There
were certainly a lot of those. All right, Sandman, they're 8-2. Sean Payton is the head coach of an 8-2 football team. He can pull the Parcells "you are what your record says you are" thing. His defense, he's got an 8-2 defense. There's no doubt about that. But that offense is his thing. And to me, his reaction to Luka Evans' question last night, by the way, Luka, not named Evan, his reaction to that question was based on the part where his side of the ball is complete and total butt right now.
Yeah, it's a problem.
He says there's no butt, but they are butt.
It's a problem, and I think that's why we – Evan. Yes, Evan. I think that's why we haven't seen any real joy from Sean Payton since he's been in Denver.
Yeah.
Because let's just be very candid with it. Russell Wilson, year 1, you had somewhere between a 15th and a 19th best offense in the National Football League, depending on if you're looking at points or you're looking at total yards per game.
Yeah.
You haven't really cracked the top 10 in any significant statistic in the category that you hired the second highest paid coach in all of sport in North America to come and bring to the place where John Elway made famous, and so did Peyton Manning.
And used a first-round pick on a quarterback to build up this offense, and invested heavily in your offensive line, and invested premium draft picks at the receiver position, like resources. I know this is a team that there is some payroll imbalance between defense and offense. I get that part of it. But there's a ton of premium resources right now spent on this offense, including, to your point, the, $18.5 million that they pay Sean Payton every single year. And this is one of the worst offenses in the entire NFL.
And save for, I would call it, 8 quarters? I keep saying it's about 8 quarters of really good football.
Roughly.
And a couple of those quarters, you've almost made up full games in some of those quarters.
And several of those quarters, and again, you can only play the opponent in front of you, but several of those quarters came against the likes of Cincinnati and Dallas, two historically putrid defenses.
And if you look at the combined win-loss record, have you done this yet? This fun exercise of your 8 victories for the Denver Broncos, what the combined win-loss record of those 8 teams is?
You know, I have not done this, Matt.
It's really fun.
Okay.
It's just a exercise in futility here.
Inform me of this, of the 8 victories. Let's see. I'm looking at it right now. Philly's the only team they've beaten with a winning record.
That would be correct.
Yeah.
And it is right now it is a 21-47-1 is the combined record of the 8 teams that you have defeated.
Yeah. You can only play the schedule that is put in front of you.
Correct.
The Bengals and the Cowboys are 2 historically bad defenses, and you did carve them up, which you can only, again, play the opponent that's in front of you.
And
but
the Tennessee Titans are a pretty dang bad defense.
But what's stunning is, like, last night against the Raiders, and the Raiders are, like, don't get me wrong, the Raiders don't completely suck, but 23rd in scoring, 19th in total. I think they were 26th in EPA coming into last night. It's not a good defense, and you couldn't do anything against those guys. 8 3-and-outs last night that they put up against that defense.
So there were 7 punts.
7 punts, and
what
then
happened to the third 3-and-out? Or sorry, the 8th.
It's weird to call it a 3-and-out, but follow me on this. They took over at the Raider 12. They moved 2 yards backwards and kicked a field goal.
Yep.
So anyway, you got points on the drive. It's still a 3-play drive in which you gained net negative yardage.
Yeah, you averaged 0.5 negative yards per play.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Not good.
No, that's not what anybody is going for. Sean's annoyance at it all. Fair enough if you're 8-2. You get the high road of saying we have the best record in the NFL. He gets to have that. Nobody can take that away from him. But also he wouldn't be reacting in the manner that he is reacting unless there wasn't a ton for this team to have to fix.
So what's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem with Sean? What's the problem with Bo? What's the problem with the run game? What's the problem with the sequencing of the play calling?
Yeah.
Because it's been uneven now. This is year 3 of it.
None of it's working. Yeah.
And there has been zero rhythm
to
the Denver Broncos offense, save for last season against the NFC South.
It is not working, and guess what? The home crowd knew it. Spring.
High five. Yeah, let's talk about that. We'll hear from Bo Nix here. You mentioned that 3-and-out series after the block punt. Bo runs for a loss of 2. Then the attempted back shoulder throw to Evan Ingram on the wheel route where Bo had the happy feet, and that ball came up way short. Then a screen pass after a pump fake out right to Troy Franklin. Then he said, screw it, I'm still going to throw it to you anyways. Bo and the offense were booed in the first half, and they were booed again after that sequence where they had to settle for 3.
3rd and 12. Nix fakes right, then throws it out to the right. Then he'll stop it at the 14. Franklin there. Crowd doesn't like any of those play calls or the results.
So Bo was booed. He was asked after the game, what do you think about getting booed by the home fans?
Well, I've been booed before, and I'll be booed again, so not going to be the last time. It's obviously unfortunate. You don't want your own fans booing you, but, it's part.
Okay.
When was the last time Bo was really booed in his career?
Seriously.
Was it Auburn?
Auburn. Yeah, probably Auburn was probably the last time he
Is that when
really
he garnered the nickname Boo Nix?
Yeah. Also,
or is that his Halloween edition?
Also, the part where he's like, I'll be booed again, it's like, we know.
Yeah.
We're aware.
We're headed towards that that reality of consistent
What we
booing.
would like is for you to fix it so they will stop booing you all the time. That was a lot of real irritated Bronco fans in that place. Hey, they're still showing out. They're giving the defense great support right now, but that is a restless crowd of Bronco fans out there that it's like, you're 8-2 and you're walking out of there and you screamed all night and you had a great time and your adrenaline's pumping and all of that, but you were not entertained.
If you had been in the building last night, and you were a booer, you're not a booer. I know that Nate Kreckman is probably you've probably never booed in your life.
No.
At a sporting event.
No. I'm a snark guy.
Correct. You make comments.
I vocalize my comments.
Yep. To anybody in your surrounding seating area.
Yes.
And it's going to have some type of. It's going to be dry. It's going to be highly sarcastic.
It's going to be on point. It's going to be cutting.
Yep. And,
okay.
And people are going to say, "Who is that guy?" That's the Nate Kreckman special at a sporting event.
It's called,
However,
it's
if
called
you were
tune in 3 to 6 every afternoon.
Correct.
Folks.
If you were a booer,
yeah.
Would you have been booing at Sean, or would you have been booing at Bo? And if it's both, where would a higher percentage of your vitriol be directed at?
What is my pie chart?
Your pie chart of
booage.
and if you want to throw some Croshank in there.
He had a bad one last night.
But he have 6 opportunities to have an inside the 20 punt, and he went 0 for.
Really, the wind is a factor on the drop. That's a thing.
Whoever the Raiders punter,
AJ Cole.
AJ Cole was unbelievable.
He's a really good punter.
Really good.
Now the kicker.
He's got a propensity for landing the ball on the half-yard line and it bouncing
unbelievable,
straight east or west.
I didn't understand the physics of that, but he did it. No, I'm probably right down the middle.
Okay.
50-50.
I think I am too.
On the two of them, because like what. While my frustration with the failure of the offense is largely based on Sean, because I think he needs to have a greater commitment to the run game, and then he puts together a drive where the run game has its legs underneath it, and he calls a backwards pass to Cortland Sutton on 3rd down and 1. Like, that is so frustrating. But I have to direct it at Bo Nix as well, because he's regressing as a player right now. That's unbelievably frustrating, his regression as an NFL quarterback. Now, who drafted him? Who's tasked with developing him? That's Sean Peyton, to be sure. But, Bo, you got to play better than this, dude.
He needs to play better.
He
knows that.
His habits are horrible right now.
So I would tell you this, in Broncos country listening right now, listening to Bo Nix after the game last night, there is an authenticity and a genuine manner in which Bo Nix is saying, I have to play better.
Right.
Can the same thing be said for how Sean Payton is talking about calling a game?
It's a great point.
Does he act like he needs to be better?
It's a great point right there.
Because I think the blame shifting is already happening right now in the national media.
When Jeff Legwold comes on and tells us the Broncos are 16th in the NFL in carries per game, that's horrid.
And dead number 4, number 5 in terms of average yards per carry on 1st and 2nd down.
Yeah, run the ball. Let's hit a couple of other notes really quickly. First off, Raiders fired their special teams coach after that game. Tom McMahon got
former
canned.
Bronco guy.
He used to be here. Tom Brady did not go to the game last night, nor did his clone dog. So we did not get to see that fine chin inside the building. And finally, J.K. Dobbins injured his foot. He accused it of being a hip drop tackle play. The part where J.K. Dobbins has an injury is what concerns me, and that is not great. We'll step aside. We'll come back on a Bud Light Football Friday here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Mike Sanford is with me. I am Nate Kreckman. We're delving into offensive issues and defensive celebration, because that's what you do on a Broncos win Bud Light Football Friday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Get to Roller Auction's website because last week of November, kind of first few days of December, is the December 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Roller Auction has been the premier source for getting well-maintained government and city and county fleet vehicles for over 50 years. They have been the place to find those vehicles. So if you're looking for a well-maintained used vehicle, this is the public online auction for you. So get to roller.bid/altitude to sign up so you can be ready for that government fleet vehicles and equipment auction at the end of the month. And by the way, just for signing up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, well, guys, you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Saturday afternoon matinee special, November 29th, with the Avalanche taking on the Montreal Canadiens, and we are giving away tickets in Kroenke's Catered Suite. So you want to win those tickets, go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up. You can win Avs tickets for Colorado and Montreal Saturday, November 29th. Get signed up to bid at Roller Auction's website, roller.bid/altitude. Bud Light Football Friday. We're at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. You still have time to get in here and sign up to win Broncos Chiefs tickets for next Sunday.
Whoa.
A week from Sunday.
That's going to be a hot ticket.
That's right. So
Hottest
get in here.
ticket since when?
Great question.
Are we going decade?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Here's the question. Do people want to go watch this team right now?
Yeah.
They do? Okay.
Have you checked StubHub for
That's a good point.
It's not great.
Yeah. I'm sure the market is there. Screaming for the defense is really fun.
I'll tell you, non-Power 4 offensive coordinator Mike Sanford and family can't afford to go to a game for 5 tickets right now. And that was against the lowly Raiders on a Thursday night, let alone the –
That's an 8-2 football team right there. All right, Sandman, I dropped these numbers on Andy earlier. I want to throw them off of you, and I'll give the full context here. So going on some of the nerd stats, by EPA per dropback, Bo Nix currently 22nd in the NFL. By success rate, he's 24th, so that's down to down, moving the football, staying ahead of the chains. His passer rating is 25th. His QBR is 18th. Like, all of those are well below where you would certainly like to be, and that is within the context of this is the third least pressured quarterback in the NFL this year.
Separation also is decent.
Yeah.
It's top 15 at least.
Yeah.
Last year was very high.
His you tend to go to CPOE. I know that's a metric that you subscribe to a lot. Completion.
Yeah, last night was
percentage
atrocious. It was
over.
at negative 12.9%.
Negative 12. He's at minus 4% on the year. Completion percentage, let's call it below expectation. So his, like, right now, it's accuracy, it's timing, it's footwork, it's command, and it is generally that the opposition, and Patrick Graham had another good game plan on him last night. The book is out. Zone him up, contain him in the pocket. The one time they lost contain was the 43-yarder to Pat Bryant. If you're going to force him out of the pocket, force him out of the pocket left. And you can beat this guy, and you can absolutely ground this offense, and that's what the Raiders did last night. What did you see when you diagnosed, at least just specifically last night's struggles?
I saw a quarterback that never once got into any form of rhythm.
Yeah.
Never looked comfortable. Never looked like he was being a game was being called for him. I think the game's being called for Sean.
Yeah.
And for Sean's preferences, which. Hey, there is the old school way of it's my way or the highway.
Yeah.
I don't think that works in 2025 with this modern athlete. They want to know why. They want to know that you care. And I just don't see it. I also see a Bo Nix that looks like his feet are consistently frantic, chaotic. Nothing is calm. What I used to talk about with the quarterback position, I still do actually, training the position, an ideal quarterback in a pocket, it's like the duck on the top of the water in a pond.
Okay.
Where it's calm, it's serene, your helmet isn't bouncing around. Mm-hmm. When your helmet's bouncing around, guess what else is bouncing around?
Your vision.
Your eyes are.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, when you have a helmet on and your helmet is bouncing up and down and out, you don't see things very well.
Right.
And you don't make accurate throws because of you don't see what you're throwing to. I always say that you should be like a duck in a pond where underneath the surface, your lower body is working.
Yeah.
But it's not frantic and chaotic and all over the place. That's where Bo is right now.
It's like his feet are so bad, his trunk does not have a strong base underneath it, and he's just flat out missing throws, and he's throwing off platform, he's throwing from different arm angles. It's It in some ways, like, I don't know if you ever dealt with a serious arm injury. I remember in high school, I had a rotator cuff thing one year, and when I came back and I pitched for my senior year, for probably, I don't know, the first 6 weeks of the season, like, I couldn't find my release point on any of my pitches. I didn't know my arm angle. Like, I had nothing going for me. Bo Nix looks like a guy who's coming off an arm injury right now. He's not repeating his throwing motion at all. He's searching out there.
Yeah, Bo Nix got together this offseason with Tom House, the legendary kinesiologist, really, is what he is. He's not even a football guy. He's not really even a throwing guy. He's a kinesiologist and studied and mastered the art of how to fix rotational athletes, whether it be golfers, boxers, and clearly a lot of throwers, both from the baseball backgrounds where Tom House really got his deal going. And I don't know, there's regression.
Yeah.
There's regression in Bo Nix as just a pure passer. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
You can sense it. You can feel it. And it's happening at a very strange time because it's not happening with wide failures for the Denver Broncos as a football team.
Yeah, they're 8-2.
And so it's
third first.
It's a really awkward place to be because at some point, like the Colts game, your defense isn't going to hold somebody to 7 points.
Right.
Or 5 field goals and 6 trips past the 30-yard line.
You're going to go up against Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the AFC.
Got one coming up.
Yeah, and there's one coming to town next week. Now, look, can the Broncos win this game? God, yes, they can.
Absolutely
because
can.
Their defense is so friggin' good. That's why they can win this game. The Raiders, the Texans, those were teams that you could just bludgeon, right? Kansas City is obviously a far more difficult task. But we saw Mahomes struggle with Buffalo last week. Bills don't have the Broncos defense. Like, Denver can keep Kansas City under 20 points in that game. I'm fully confident that they can do that. Can the offense score 20 points against Spags in that group? Right now, it doesn't feel very good.
The Broncos needed time away and off from playing football.
Yeah.
Sean Payton and Bo Nix need time away from each other. Would you agree?
Yes, they need space in the relationship. It was very clear last night too. The sideline communication and looking at the body language, it's strained right now.
It's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's frustration boiling off of both of them right now. You had the hot mic catch, get your bleeping personnel in here.
Yeah.
We got that last night.
That was a bow to Sean, correct?
Yeah, that was a bow to Sean.
Yeah.
There's a ton of frustration right now between the two of them. They're not on the same page.
So I got an update on a nerd stat.
Okay.
And it's one that I think speaks to a lot of the footwork issues. It speaks to the arm slot variety and inconsistency, and it just speaks to the overall frantic nature of watching Bo Nix play quarterback. Going into last night's contest, Bo Nix was 32 out of 33 qualifying quarterbacks on the tight window throwing percentage.
Ugh.
He took over the 33rd spot. He is dead last in the National Football League. Caleb Williams, believe it or not, was 32nd in tight window throwing percentage. Bo Nix is now a 10.9% completion percentage thrower when there is limited separation.
This is a guy that does not have elite traits. He never has. This was why him being a first-round pick was an upset, because when you looked at the measurables, Nix didn't jump off the page. And typically, like first-round guys, you'll always risk it on a blue-chip athlete, right? That's why teams will risk it on an Anthony Richardson with the 4th overall pick. Because even though the guy couldn't play quarterback, you were just like, well, that's a freak of an athlete, and I got to task myself with teaching him how to do that job.
I think Bo Nix has got some freak of an athlete in there too, but he just for
he's
whatever
an NFL
reason,
quarterback. You have
but
to
even
be.
just athletically.
But he's not a freak compared to other NFL quarterbacks. Is my point.
I think he's in the top 10 athletically in the National Football League of starters in the NFL currently in terms of being able to, if he leaned into running the football, taking off.
With as a mobile quarterback, I'll give you that as a top 10. Arm strength, God no.
He's bottom 5.
Not even close.
He's bottom 5.
And that's why, like, you compare him to Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake May in his own draft, even Penix in his own draft. He's not that.
No.
And so if his fundamentals are as bad as they currently are, you're going to see what we got last night, which was 8 punts in a football game and another night of just absolute puke completion percentage. Did you realize the Broncos had more penalties than first downs last night?
And we're going pretty much neck and neck with first downs and punts for the majority of the contest.
I mean, it was another 5 yards barely over 5 yards per attempt last night. Now, again, he doesn't. Last night he did kind of kill you with the negative plays, and he threw 2 interceptions. But
just one sack.
He only took one sack last night. That continues to be a superpower, is that he doesn't take sacks typically. Although, man, he was under duress more last night. But really, his pressure rate was still pretty decent.
It also felt like he manipulated the pocket at times into pressure.
Yeah.
Like he didn't look comfortable moving in the correct ways to get away from pressure. In fact, he actually moved into.
And coach, that's not a good Raider defense.
It's not.
It's not an awful Raider defense, but it's not a good Raider defense.
I mean, name 4 starters right now if you're sitting there in your car.
Caillou Blue Kelly
and Max Crosby.
He had 2 interceptions.
Who else you
last
got?
night.
Who else you got? Who else you got?
Who else is on that defense?
Yeah, hurry up, man.
God
Hurry
only
up.
knows
Devin
that
White.
I watched that game last night, okay?
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah.
I still can't. I mean, I watched every single snap, and I can't name 5 starters on the Raiders defense right now.
That's what they are.
But that's also kind of how the Broncos have played against a couple teams like that this year.
Uh-huh. Cincinnati
Bengals, New York Jets.
I mean, at least the Bengals and the Cowboys are historically bad. That defense last night. You got to be better than that against that group. You absolutely have to be. But hey, Pete Carroll's a good coach. Okay, Patrick Graham's a good coordinator. They had something cooking last night. It's just their quarterback got banged up and they couldn't block the Broncos pass rush. So when we come back, let's talk about some of the good. We'll give our Broncos player in the group before we get out of here on a Bud Light Football Friday live at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Nate Kreckman, Mike Sanford, rolling with you here on a Friday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're here at Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. We'll announce our winner of the Broncos-Chiefs tickets coming up here in just a moment. Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light giving away Broncos-Chiefs tickets today. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Nate Kreckman. Sandman, we got to get to your Broncos player who is in the groove, presented by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. They did win. They are 8-2. Things are pretty awesome with the Broncos.
Awesome. Really awesome.
You don't pay attention to the offensive performance from last night or in recent weeks. Who is your Bronco player that is in the groove?
Well, this being my second groove moment of the day. Is that okay? I have a second groove, so I got to go outside of what my original groover was.
Groove is in the heart, and yeah, nobody is here. We need.
Don't
a
judge
sequel.
my groove. Don't judge my groove.
I would never judge your groove.
I'm going to say that the Bronco player that's in the groove, because he's consistent, he's getting a ton of reps. He leads the National Football League right now in most long snaps, and that's Mitchell Fraboni. Mitchell Fraboni in the groove. The Denver Broncos now with 53 punts, which is over 10 more than the next team, and that includes the Browns, Titans, and Bengals. Mitchell Fraboni, we haven't heard anything bad about you except for that one personal foul penalty. You, sir, are in the groove.
Yeah, he had a late hit out of bounds last week.
Not great.
No, that's not ideal, but
I'll tell you what, if it's all about snapping the football between your legs.
Every one of his snaps was on the money last
night. In the wind as well?
In the wind.
That man right there is in the groove.
Yep. In the groove. So congratulations, Mitchell Fraboni. That's a deep cut.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. No,
pretty good.
I was pretty impressed by that.
Well,
wow.
We all talked about Crawshaw and his drop. I mean, you realize that drop is about 1.5 feet? Mitchell Fraboni has to snap that bad boy 14.5 yards between his legs without looking.
That's a good point.
Was there a problem there?
I didn't see a single problem.
No.
Nope.
He's in
Crawshaw.
the groove.
Honestly, the Raiders had snap problems last night.
They did.
The Broncos
Not
did.
the Boney.
Nope. The Boney.
Sorry.
All right, I'm going to try and come back from that.
It was so bad. You have to have fun.
It was strong.
Gosh, Al Michaels, was he in the groove?
Al was in the groove.
He was
last
grooving.
Night. Al, you know what? That is my in the groove from last night. Is Al Michaels calling bad football? There's almost no better TV anymore because that dude, like any lesser crew, if that game was played in front of like a CBS 5 or 6 squad, which it probably deserved to be, rather than have the Hall of Famer Al Michaels on the call telling Howard Cosell stories out there, like if that. They would have tried. They would have the Andrew Catalans and Spiro Didases of the world. And by the way, I don't say this as begrudging against either of them. They're both friends of the show. I think they're both awesome. But those guys would have tried to sell that football game. Al Michaels had no interest.
No,
in it.
he's going to be he's going to be brutally honest.
He
and I heard
hated
you
it.
say it earlier. You don't want Al Michaels calling a good game.
No.
You want him so far away from it. When he gets into about the middle of the first quarter and he says, "Ooh, this is bad."
Yeah.
You know what he says to himself? "Ooh, this is good.
I'm in my wheelhouse right now.
This is really good."
Yeah, no, he was getting to the point where it was just like, we got a penalty flag. What else is new? Yeah, he hated that game.
Is there anybody in the history of broadcasting that has had to deal with more senility and just a little bit off than Kirk Herbstreit? The years that he spent with Lee Corso not being able to spit out literally a tangible word.
Yeah.
I mean, that started about 18 years ago.
No, Herbie's
and now he's Al Michaels.
He's an absolute pro.
He just keeps a straight face.
He's really good at his job, man. I give Herbie all the credit in the world. That guy is really good at his job. And he's a good game analyst.
Yeah, he is.
He always has been a really good game analyst.
And believe it or not, also a good dude, man.
Is he really?
Yeah. I helped the Herbstreit boys determine whether they moved to Nashville, Tennessee. It's an area I recruited for about a decade. And Herbie called me up. He's like, you're the Nashville recruiter. Tell me where the boys should go.
Okay.
Montgomery Bell Academy. That was where they went.
Nice job right there. Also, good research by Herbie. He knew who to call.
He did.
That's well done right there. I got to also give a little bit of shout-out to Nick Benito for being in the groove. He played his – I think that's the best game that he's played all year. Sandman – and maybe I overrate Geno Smith. I think Geno's a good NFL quarterback.
He's a great thrower.
He's a very good thrower.
He's got a lot of other issues. He's got some attitude issues. At times, he's got some decision issues.
Last night,
but pure thrower of the football.
Yeah, last night it was his disdain for his teammates was clear,
very clear.
And quite frankly, who could blame him?
I don't think he loves Chip either.
No, I don't.
I don't think anybody in the NFL likes Chip.
I don't think so.
You think Chip's long for the National Football League?
No, this is yet another 1 year and done kind of situation for him. Go back to college, Chip. It's a good gig for you.
CSU Chip?
Perhaps.
Would that be interesting?
That would be fun.
Interesting, right?
Absolutely. Who is the profile of that job, by the way, at CSU? Besides you.
Do you want me to stump for the job?
I do.
No.
I'll stump for the job.
The profile for the job is recruiter. Talent, bring it in.
And then do it again next year because if they're good, they'll
do it over and over and over. And frankly, you know where all that's happening right now at a very high level? The Southeast Conference.
Yeah.
You got to get somebody that understands the acquisition of talent in the place where if you don't get it right, you're fired.
Yeah.
And that's the place where the majority of the directors of player personnel and the general managers and now head coaches, when they all truly understand what the model is, in one of those schools that are football crazed and you get paid way too much, but you also get fired way too quickly, that's what CSU needs.
CSU UNLV tomorrow night up at Canvas Stadium tomorrow night. Rebels are a 4.5-point favorite.
I'm calling an upset special there.
UNLV is 6-2. They are not what they were a year ago, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. They kind of suck.
And they're trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
and Dan Mullen has a tendency at times to be a guy that's not necessarily beloved by his locker room. When it goes bad, it can go very bad.
Interesting. Yeah. I'll tell you who likes Dan Mullen. I do. Because I did a 25-minute interview with him this summer, and he was amazing.
No, he's a good – my dad and Dan Mullen worked together at Utah. Good buddies.
Yeah.
My dad was on the sideline this past week against New Mexico, a home game.
Can't believe they lost that game.
Unbelievable.
I do. Jason Eck has got something clicking down there.
Would Jason Eck take the CSU job? Be an interesting hire.
Yes, he would.
University of Idaho to New Mexico
to CSU
to CSU into the Pac-12. It's a really natural progression. And then New Mexico would be another one-and-done head coach.
Can you imagine
that
if they
left for essentially the same level of football?
If that got done to that fan base another year, just for a second consecutive year, because Bronco Mendenhall did it last year.
That's pretty bad. Has that happened in Division I football? Two consecutive head coaches leaving after one season.
It did happen to Utah State basketball. Danny Sprinkle left, and
Smith.
Who's the guy that
was it? Smith.
Well, Craig Smith went to Utah.
Yeah, good coach, by the way.
Great coach.
Not going great at Utah though.
Well, he got fired. Yeah, so clearly not.
That was quick.
Yeah, no, it goes quick at that level.
I know.
As you know.
2 years.
It goes awfully quick. But, yeah, that happened.
You're telling me, hey, listen, son, it goes quick. Hey, listen, Grandpa, do you understand that I've been fired after 2 years as a head football coach?
Hey, I've seen your Wikipedia page. I've had a little bit of fun with it in my day. Yeah, you're Wayne Campbell of college football. You have an extensive collection of name tags and hairnets.
Oh, man.
But you're crushing it right now. You got to go scout a game tonight. Those are your Broncos players, by the way.
Headed up to my old stomping grounds, man. Weld County.
That's right.
Border with Boulder County. Little Erie High School Tigers are hosting the Regis Jesuit Raiders up north. We play the winner of them next Friday.
I saw the Raiders a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
They have a very good kicker.
They do.
Yeah.
And a good quarterback, too.
Jack Manthe. Excellent kicker, getting currently Cornell, School of Mines, and a few others. Booted a 51-yarder against Pine Creek when I saw him.
Tell you what.
Yeah, serious leg.
Do you think